Fred Film Radio. I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year we're the official online radio station of the festival. We're very pleased to be joined by Alex Summers, who is the composer of the music in Dawson City, as well as John Summers, sound designer. So thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So first of all, could you just talk to us about the origins of your collaboration with director Bill Morrison on this film?
Yeah, I started about 3 years ago. This is a really slow motion process to make this film, and I went to Bill's house in New York and watched a rough cut. I got really inspired by the concept and by the visual, and went back to my studio in Reykjavik and wrote and recorded 3 pieces just to get the kind of ideas started, and sent that to Bill, and he was, really feeling it and used it as temp music, and then he edited the film for 2 years probably, just in his own corner, reworking it and finding the thread that he wanted to tell, and, going through 100 hours of footage, and then I kind of got back on board, 6 months ago, and that's when I started writing and recording and fleshing out the whole full score. And
well, take us through the process in a little more detail. So how do you actually construct the music for the film?
Well, the first few pieces I wrote, it's fairly abstract. I was just kind of let the mood of the picture settle in, and I knew I wanted to make some music that felt like it was falling apart at times, kind of disintegrated, and kind of the sound was just as important as the music, as the melody and the rhythm. I wanted to have a very specific sound, and that kind of embodied the destroyed picture image, So that was a crucial component, and yeah, just, very simple, old-fashioned, just writing themes on a piano, arranging for strings, mellotron, dulcitone, just all kinds of instruments that we have in my studio, and just, had different friends coming in and out to perform, and I played stuff myself, and then we got John to do sound design, kind of late in the game, so we could work off of the score, and then it all kind of came together just the last 5 months.
What was your work like then in working with all this?
Well, at first, the impression that I got was an aesthetic one because of the film being so degraded.
Yeah.
So my starting point was writing a little bit of software that analyzed the degradation levels, and that I used that to generate like the sound, like when the degradation occurs. So I guess I was focused on sort of solidifying the 3 phases of the film, or trying to solidify as much as possible. And then, like, as we went, I guess I was more aware of the different like story elements also, and but everything was tuned to Alex's score, which was really wonderful and I think unique to do, because a lot of times I guess there's a bit more like separation, but because we were brothers, we were just sending files back and forth and really just trying to make it the most like integrated experience possible.
Yeah, I think it was an aim between Bill, John, and myself to have the music and the sound design at times completely blurred, and just like it's abstract in moments, and tried to not be too on the nose with all that,
Yeah, and it's so even more vital in a film that has no narration to speak of anyway, so it's incredibly important. Wonderful job, guys. Thanks very much for talking to us about it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Watched the film last night. Incredible.
Thank you.
All right, good to go. Fred Film Radio. I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year Fred is the official online radio station of the Venice Film Festival, and we're very pleased to be joined by Bill Morrison, director of Dawson City, Frozen Time. Thanks very much for joining us.
Glad to be here. Thanks.
So where do we start with this film? First of all, how did the kind of where did this concept come from?
I guess this is a story that had been in the ether, since I've been in art school. The discovery was made in '78. It was a sort of a well-known news story among archival film aficionados. I have realized since I started making the film that people who are younger than me had never heard of the story, whereas people that from archival film world who are older than me were familiar with it. So perhaps it was one of these stories that was in danger of getting forgotten. At any rate, it was something that I had probably heard about in long ago as the 1980s and early 90s, and had kind of kept in my back pocket as a subject matter for a film I'd like to explore, especially if I could use the film itself to tell the story, as I've done before, and sort of using this metaphorical use of the footage. And a few summers ago, I was asked to present some of my work in Ottawa, and the presenter said, by the way, I work at the Library and Archives Canada, a gentleman named Paul Gordon, who does the digital scanning there. He said, if you want to work with anything in our collection, I could be your conduit. And that's very important to have when you're working with any archive, is somebody on the inside. And so I said, well, you have the Dawson City collection. He said, of course. And not only that, we're bringing in a new 4K scanner in January, and we'll have the capacity to scan everything from 35 millimeter nitrate to 4K. And so I said, well, this is a moment for me to finally make this Dawson City film.
Well, in terms of actually telling the story of Dawson City, you during the film you use footage from narrative films, not only just photography of the time. So that's a creative process that's very fascinating. Would you like to tell us a little more about it?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense because the collection that was unearthed after being buried in the permafrost for 49 years included 134 newsreels and probably 200 and some narrative films. And so we scanned each of them for however they could tell the story. You know, we looked for plot points that were in the story that were then, we found within the footage, and started to cull those out and make bins for them and categories that would better tell the story with using both the narrative film and the newsreel footage. I found both of them really compelling, though of course the silent filmmaking is almost it's an archaic way of telling a story now. So in a sense, I'm taking it out of its context where it was used to tell the original story, to tell a different story.
Right, and also you tell your story almost in a silent film way.
Yeah.
You know, and by doing so, it's quite a challenge to do so. Of course, the music becomes also very important.
The music plays by Alex Summers, was the composer who worked on this. He played an enormous role in telling the narrative. But of course, is a silent film collection. It's a collection that was buried because it was silent, because it didn't have any value as a talkie, and therefore it was justified to tell the story in the style of a silent film. There's an enormous amount of text to read, but I feel like that puts you in the sort of meditative headspace that viewers of silent films had.
Fantastic. Well, look, I think that's all the time that we have, but it was a fantastic film. Thanks very much for joining us and talking to us about it.
And we'll be screening at the London Film Festival October 6th and 7th. Try to catch us there.
Wonderful. Thanks very much. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Sorry. It's them, it's not, it wasn't me. Bravo. Vado. Fred P Radio, I'm Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. I'm in company of Amat Escalante, who's here in competition with this, The Untamed, La Región Salvaje. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I would like to ask you, first of all, if you could describe the plot of the film for our audience.
Well, La Región Salvaje is about a family, a man, a woman, and 2 children. The man is not being truthful with himself and with his wife, and there's an element in the film that comes from away from the family into them, and alters their situation and discovers their true selves. No? The family then is disintegrated and has to come together again, which is something that I have somehow done before in my other films. Also, the breaking of a family that then has to see how they will come back together and forward again.
I read that the inspiration from the film was from an article in a newspaper.
Yeah, the seed of the film probably comes from a few news, and also just looking at life around where I live, in Mexico. Initially, it was an article about a male nurse that was found drowned in a river, and the headline of the newspaper described him as with a derogatory term for homosexuals, and this was very surprising and upsetting in a way, and from there I tried to make a story out of it. I somehow wasn't able to find answers, so I went to look for answers away from reality in the film. That's why it then goes into another reality.
Is sex then and still a taboo where you live in that part of Mexico? Was this a way to analyze this moment in Mexican culture, and not only, unfortunately?
Yes, for sure. Especially, I don't live in Mexico City, which is a bit more liberal and modern, let's say. I live in another town 5 hours away, a smaller city in another state, and it's the most religious state of Mexico, Guanajuato. And yes, this is something that is still a big problem in Mexico. There's many women that are murdered, and they're found all over the country. There's a lot of violence towards people of diverse sexual preferences. So this is something that I felt that was an injustice, and I wanted to explore it. I'm a cinephile. I like genre films, I like horror films, so I decided to also mix this social element, social anxiety that I had, and express it through this science fiction film.
When did you decide that you needed to create something such as this creature to better explore this, better expose what you were wanting to tell?
Okay. It was, I think that arrived into the story when somehow I wasn't able to find the answers in reality. I reached a dead end somehow of reason, Reality loses its meaning and reason when such things happen that you cannot explain. So for me, that's how it came, I think, and somehow it made sense to resolve this and to question it with something that is not even possible to be real somehow.
We're already talking a lot about this film, and it's only press that watched it, and tonight we're gonna wait for the premiere screening. But I was wondering, what do you expect from the audience to get from your film, and could you tell that it could generate this much talking and discussion?
No, I'm always hoping for the films that I make to connect with the audience, and that's many of the reason that I make a movie is to connect and to show an audience, and for an audience to find something interesting, and the main thing is that I am being honest directly with the audience. I'm not I'm not talking about things that I that I'm trying to sell or to give a sermon or something like that. It's all very much from inside, really. So in that way, if it's attacked, it's okay, because it's what it is. You know, in many ways, it's my inside there exposed in the movie, so whenever if it causes a shock or uncomfortableness, I hope it's for the best, and I hope that people like it and that keep thinking about it after they see the movie, which is important.
Thank you, Amate Escalante, for sharing your experience on The Untamed with us. Good luck for the film as it is competition.
Thank you very much.
And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider. I imagine that, so that's hi, welcome.
All right. Same one.
So, welcome, first of all. Fred Film Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Fred is a web international radio partner of the festival, and I would like to give a very warm welcome to Amy Adams and Aaron Taylor Johnson, protagonists of Nocturnal Animals by Tom Ford. Welcome, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So my first question is very basic. How was this experience? How is Tom Ford, and how did you get involved in this film?
Okay, that's 3 questions. How was the experience? The experience was like no other. It was extraordinary. Personally, for me and this character, it was psychologically really intense and grueling. And certain scenes that I had with Jake Gyllenhaal, you know, it was almost my job, my duty to kind of rub him up the wrong way and really get reactions out of him. And that's daunting, you know, that's a real challenge, considering I think Jake's a phenomenal actor and hugely experienced, and someone who is very in nature very confident and charismatic, yet my character had to make him feel vulnerable, and so that was a real hard challenge. Tom Ford is amazing. Well, that was the other question. How's directing with Tom? Was it? Yeah. Incredible. You know, I just give myself over to him. I really put all my trust in his hands, and he makes you feel that way. He's very decisive and very particular, and that's all you really want. He knows exactly what he wants, and that was great. And I can't remember the third one now.
I want you, but that's you.
I'll start with what I think the third one was, which
was
was how we came to the script.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
And that's more interesting coming from you.
Okay, well, I mean, I actually got a phone call from my manager and said, I love this character, you have to do this. And so I said, yeah, I mean, Tom Ford, absolutely. Let's go meet him and see what this is all about. Because when I read the script, it looked nearly impossible. It was a beautiful script, beautifully drawn characters, but sort of the way you would move in between not only time, but in between a story and reality seemed so daunting. And when I talked to Tom about it, he had such a clear idea about what the emotional undercurrent would be throughout the whole movie that would help you move through time and reality, and it really made me very excited to kind of take on this very challenging script.
From what you said in the press conference, that made me think that the idea that you had of your characters might have changed or might have been different from what he had in mind. So you discussed it together. Was that correct? Was this a process?
I think anything like that's a process. But I mean that's how I pick jobs now. It was all based around the filmmaker because it's always their vision. But yeah, I think there's always initial thing. These characters, I think we all found it kind of different and challenging, and that's why we all wanted to dive in, because it was an unknown thing. We didn't quite relate to necessarily on page, but when you speak to someone like Tom, who has such a specific view and a vision for these characters and can express quite eloquently what he wants, then you start to fall in love with that character and want to create and collaborate with him, and it just grows from there. And then you know in that point as well that's someone you want to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. The collaboration is huge. And coming to any project, you always come with your ideas, the director comes with theirs, and somewhere in the middle you both let go, and that's when the magic happens. And Tom really knew when to let go, and he knew when to step in, and that was what was really beautiful about his execution as a director.
Plus, he takes care of everything, the aesthetics. There are 3 different colors, three different narrative levels in the film. Could you tell that? Because everything is different, even the way your makeup is, the way what you're dressing. Could you tell how much was he into every details?
Every costume fitting, hand pinning those clothes on me the way that he wanted them to fit. There was no sort of let's show him a picture. He was there, and I so appreciated that. And but he was like that in all the details. He would come in and he would create the texture of the environment with lighting, and we had such a great cinematographer that he worked with. You never felt that you were walking into something that every part of it was telling a part of the story. Yeah.
Was there always the idea that your character wouldn't change? I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal in the film is trying to get a reaction from you, something, and you never give it away. I mean, you're not even 1 minute thinking that you did something right. It doesn't even come into your mind. Was that always the...
Yeah, I guess that was the way Tom envisioned that his just this, essentially I'm this sort of fictional character that just doesn't break.
In my mind, it's funny because when I watch it and when I was playing Susan, you represent the violence, the violence, and violence is immovable. Violence doesn't have degrees.
He doesn't crack. Yeah,
no,
he doesn't crack. It's until Tony shuts it down, I guess. So he's this disease, he's this tumor that that needs to be. It doesn't progress or transform any more than what it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Mi ho fatto 2 foto per te che poi...
Non vuole vedere il fatto che è stampato così male in Facebook, cioè una vita di sentimenti.
Facciamo live, se no no. Un minuto dopo il
It's a
Was
web
that radio as well?
international
Is this a
radio.
rock-
Yes, that was Italian radio. We are web radio.
It was radio?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had
Yes.
no idea.
Oh, I didn't either. I thought we were getting video.
No, we
It's a
weren't
rocking chair.
Yeah. So this is radio too?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Radio Fred.
Fred Film Radio.
Nice.
Yes. Vado?
That's helped to know that.
Yeah.
Fred Film Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I'm in company of Suki Waterhouse and Anna Lily Amourpour, director and actress of The Bad Batch. Welcome.
Ciao. Ciao.
While I was watching your film, it reminded me of what Alberto Barbera said during the press conference about the films in competition. He said that the genre filters sometimes are used by director to, even if they're talking about a dystopian future, they used to talk about the moment we're living in right now. What do you think about that? I felt that it talks about right now. your film.
I feel like it is very much right now, because when I'm writing a film or making a film, it's really personal, and it's really about how I'm engaging with these ideas and this feeling right now. So, I mean, you know, this isn't, first of all, though, it's a movie. It doesn't have any loyalty to the real world. It's a dream. It's a portal into another thing, another place where we can interact with the ideas that are in the real world in a different way. So
that's the point of it all, that through this dystopian future, you can think about the things that we're all involved in.
I think dystopia is right now, as far as I'm concerned. I think that the difference is we have more space between it, so we think it's not dystopia, but you don't need to go that far to find it. The Bad Batch is there. You know, I drove 3 hours out of LA and found that place, and that's, you know.
What hit me about your character is that there's a moment in which you say, I want to be a solution to a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And in a world where nothing really matters anymore, so I want to know how you felt your character.
I think I was going through the same sort of thing at the time, and I still think about that a lot. It's like, why am I here? What is my point? What is my purpose? And she needs something she needs to do something that means something, and connecting with that child and bringing back the child is the first thing I think she really feels worthy for, and this helps her to feel whole and do something good.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to go on yet, so there was right. Thank you so much, Anna, Suki, for being here with us. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Thank you.
Io farò finta di non sarò brevissima ovviamente, perché qua ci sono i tempi. Ah, sì.
Vai.
Cioè, mi vedi? Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Sono con i protagonisti Claudia Potenza e Andrea Sartoretti del nuovo film di Amir Naderi, Monte. Benvenuti.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao. Allora, innanzitutto chiacchieravo con Amir, che mi ha detto la location mi ha trovato e ha parlato molto bene ovviamente di voi, e quindi immagino che vi siate trovati. Com'è stato questo incontro, questo viaggio in questo percorso?
E vabbè, lui dice che tutti l'hanno trovato, in realtà a me mi ha proprio cercato. No, non è vero. No, invece io desideravo fortemente un incontro, era proprio un momento particolare in cui desideravo un incontro così, ed è proprio proprio arrivato nel momento giusto, e quando l'ho incontrato io mi è proprio folgorata e volevo tanto, non l'ho saputo subito di fare il suo film, però quando sono andata via da quell'incontro sono andata via con il cuore pieno e speravo tanto che da lì a poco succedesse qualcosa, diciamo, in positivo, ed è successo, quindi insomma è stato proprio suggestivo, come dire, come l'incontro con la montagna, uguale.
Andrea.
Guarda, io ho incontrato la produzione ovviamente all'inizio ha organizzato degli incontri con degli attori e Amir, quando ho incontrato Amir mi avevano dato la sceneggiatura prima da leggere, in realtà mi sono arrivate queste 40-50 pagine scritte in prosa, poi ho incontrato Amir e la sceneggiatura è lui, perché la sceneggiatura è la sua vita, è la vita che mette in tutti i film che fa, e chi conosce la filmografia di Naderi ritroverà assolutamente un film di Naderi in monte, assolutamente, se si può coniare una nuova parola, naderiano, perché è un film su una sfida. La vita di Amir Naderi è stata una sfida e la sua vera forza è riuscire a trasmettertelo. Lui ha avuto una vita molto intensa ed è stato molto, molto bravo, molto, molto forte nel riuscire a sommergerci con la sua vita.
Siccome il film più che vederlo è un'esperienza, com'è stata, che sfida è stata per voi? Se lo è stato, so che anche avete girato non so a quanti metri di altezza, ma è stato anche difficile fisicamente.
Sì. Guarda, basta per raccontare un po', noi abbiamo girato, lui voleva che Claudia ed io fossimo veramente immersi nelle montagne, e per cui noi con le macchine di produzione potevamo arrivare a 1200-1300 metri, ma lui voleva andare sempre più su, voleva essere sempre più nelle parti più incontaminate, dove voleva girare veramente in mezzo alle montagne, in mezzo alle rocce, per cui ogni giorno noi comunque dovevamo fare altri 1000 metri a piedi. Noi come gli operatori, con le macchine a spalla, abbiamo girato con 3 macchine, è stato veramente è stata una sfida fare un film, ed è bello ed è stimolante, forse è per quello che poi in alcuni intenti lui è riuscito ad avere quello che voleva. Fare un film e mentre lo fai, mentre sei sul set, è già una sfida, perché, e non lo dico per esagerare, ma lo dico perché è successo realmente, noi non abbiamo mai saputo se il giorno dopo saremmo stati nuovamente sul set o no, perché il film ha avuto tantissimi problemi, perché girare a 2400 metri crea problemi, e per cui fare il film è stata una sfida, ma noi stavamo raccontando un film che parlava di una sfida. E questo sicuramente ci ha fatto entrare in una bolla, era il leitmotiv sia del film sia fuori dal film, è stato tutta una sfida.
Ed è quello che si respira.
Spero di sì. Cioè, verso il pubblico, per il pubblico spero di sì.
Radio Potenza, Andrea Sartoretti, in bocca al lupo, grazie mille per essere stati qui con noi su Fred.
Io salvo il lupo.
Ma che crepi sempre, ciao.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti, questo è Fred, da Festival Insider.
Ciao, grazie.
And they can those.
Yeah, you can tell us a little tale now.
Fred Film Radio. This is Nicola Comotti here at the 73rd edition of the Venice Film Festival, and today I'm joined by Andrei Konchalovsky and Yulia Vyshotskaya, respectively director and one of the wonderful actors in...
So, hello.
Paradies, should I say it in with a twang, a German twang film perhaps? I'm going to ask you something that I had in my mind while I was watching the film, and then also goes to you, Yulia. I'm already right. Okay, good, perfect. It just, while watching the film, I kept asking to myself, how was your process to kind of, we have these three main characters, and they kind of represent, all of them, in one way or another, the psyche and the emotion and the terror in that particular time in Europe. And I just found it so incredible to manage to actually write that and condense that universal kind of figures into three fully formed characters. So how was your writing process, and then of course the translation from the page to the characters, so in the flesh of these three people? Of course we have you here, so we have Olga in that kind of sense.
Yeah, I told you you're right, because you said yourself many things that I don't have to repeat. But basically there is a triad of human dimensions. It's bestial, physical, physiological part of human being, which is very important, because without that man cannot exist. He had to eat, go to toilet, make love, sleep, physical things, very important for man being, because otherwise he not become human. So in that sense, bestial part, physiological part, it's one side of human being, and there is a upper side of human being, which is completely idealistic, spiritual, I would say even cold, because spirit is cold. Spirit goes to stars, and spiritual, idealistic understanding of world, which is very important for human being, but it's not human either if it's pure. So these two extremes, in a sense, manifested by these two male characters. But in the middle between these two, there is a human part, which is not a spirit, it's a soul. And soul always has a temperature. And soul is always a fight between sin and virtue, between devil and God, and angel, between animal and spirit. And that's basically, I would say, dialectical combination of these three characters.
And Yulia, your work to actually, make this Olga come into life, and of course your collaboration with Andrei, how did you do it? Hearing you, watching you, having those incredible monologues being so well delivered, but I thought that it must have been so much work to actually be made so well, or maybe it was completely natural with Andrei on set.
Actually, you would be very surprised, as I know the subject is very heavy, hard, and painful at times. But being an actor on this set, on this movie, I'm sure Christian and others will absolutely share my thoughts. It was the happiest time we had in our lives. It was, I don't know, probably he's a magician, and he made us all feel very free, very loved and trusted. So I don't know how we did it. We just, we were laughing a lot. We were drinking champagne while filming in Crimea. We were very much deeply involved in the story, but at the same time, somehow we were happy. I don't know, somehow.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for making this film. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Grazie.
You have to yell at me. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Okay.
So, can we do it now first? Try out, because I need to speak very loud. Is that okay? Okay. Fred Film Radio, this is Niccolo Comatti here, the 73rd edition of Venice Film Festival, and today I'm joined by Andrew Dominic. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad, and you?
Not too bad, yeah.
So, I'm trying to ask you something that I had in my mind constantly while watching the film. What I really sensed was a dignity, you know, there's sort of like a strive to preserve dignity and contemplating something so difficult to represent on film as well. And I kind of sense these sort of layers, or maybe some sort of cinematic shields, maybe start even from the title, you know, One More Time with Feeling, or the 3D, or perhaps the breaking of the fourth wall from the very beginning. Was it like your way to kind of try to give these layers so you wouldn't ever have these sort of cheap moments of sentimentality, or it was maybe another need that you had?
I mean, I think obviously the danger is it going to turn into some kind of grief porn, you know, and is it somehow going to devalue the experience, or is it exploitative of of a tragedy, you know? And I think the decision was that the only way we could avoid that was to be honest about everything, you know, including, because none of us knew where the line was, you know, where's the line where it is dignified, and where's the other side where it's exploitative, and the only way was to kind of include that confusion within the film itself, you know. And I guess the other rule was always, you know, I wouldn't use the display of emotion in the film, you know. I only used stuff where he had something, where either he or Susie, had something to say about the actual process of grieving, you know.
There's also another kind of leitmotif that is Nick's poetry as well, if I may say that. And I wonder how you worked with that, you know, with the footage and himself, and of course you need to deal with, you know, the psyche and the emotions of the man after shooting.
Okay, well, it was a practical problem at first. I mean, you know, I had to make a film, and the film was going to be 3D, so I didn't want to cut a lot if I could avoid it, because I believe that if a film is in 3D, you just want to sit and watch it. You don't want it to cut all the time. And so I knew I was going to have long shots, and so I thought, well, how do I make them not be boring? And I came up with the idea that we should use voiceover. You know, we should sort of, I mean, Nick's going through his life, you know what I mean, and he's dealing with his daily problems of like trying to make a record and all that sort of stuff. But inside him is a constant kind of, you know, there's a sort of questioning, or there's a kind of sorrow, or there's a part of him that's not in the world. There's a part of him that's dealing with his feelings. And so the idea came up to do voiceover, to try and express that, you know. But I didn't want it to be polished, you know. I didn't want it to be carefully worked out or presented. So we came up with this idea that Nick would just, he would read little scraps out of his songbooks, or if he had a dream, he would record it. He just did it all on his iPhone. It's all recorded on his iPhone. And, or various musings on topics, I would ring him up and say, can you say something about how you felt, you know. And he would just send me this stuff, and I'd wake up in the morning, and there it would be, and we had hours of it. And we just tried out against footage, you know, and where things seemed to sit, you know, we collected a lot of these moments, and then a certain shape started to suggest itself. So it was just a kind of a, you know, practical thing to start with.
Worked out brilliantly. I'm very glad. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, and this is Fred Film Radio, the festival inside.
Posso? Fred Free Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I have with me Antoine Fuqua, Denzel Washington, Chris Pratt, director and actors of the Magnificent Seven. Sorry, my pronunciation, I'm nervous in front of you. So our first questions go to Antoine. What did you decide? Remakes are tricky, so what did you decide to embark upon this project and how did you manage to have a traditional film but still so modern and universal?
Well, I wasn't trying to do a remake because you can't remake a movie. I was just trying to see the movie from the world that I live in, the world that we live in. So I think when Denzel and Chris signed on, it became special to me because of what they bring and what they do. And then the other actors, Ethan Hawke and all that, it just became very special. And so Vincent D'Onofrio, Ben Young Lee, we had some, Elvis, he says he's like Elvis in Europe. He's so cool, right? The Asian guy. And then we have Martin, the Native American, it just kind of, and Manuel, the Mexican. It started to just feel more like the world of the West as we did our research and how it really was. And then also, it just started feeling contemporary because that's the real world. The Hollywood back then, that wasn't the real world. So we were just trying to make it more authentic to that and make it entertaining. And the thing about this movie is that they're the coolest guys. I wanted to be one. When I saw the Magnificent Seven, I was like, I want to be one of these guys, That was the idea. And I watched it with my grandmother, and as a kid, I just wanted to be a cowboy. But I wanted to be one of those guys. I didn't even really understand why. But if you watch that movie again, Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen, for no other reason except they decided to do it, put their lives on the line to take the Indian to the graveyard in the Magnificent Seven. They were dealing with an issue back then that people don't even talk about when they talk about the Magnificent Seven. That's how they met. So, we're taking on our version of the world today just by just doing it. So.
Denzel, I really love the balance that there's in your character. I mean, we don't know that we know that he has killed people, but he still managed to find fate, his own relationship with fate. So I was wondering, how did you work on this?
Prayer. Certain men are put on this earth to protect others, and that's complicated. Anton was talking the last few days, and I didn't know this, about the seventh samurai, that the townspeople actually started killing. They were killing samurai. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And when I did another movie years ago, and there was a lot of really strong military men, special forces kind of men, and they always knew each other, and they always knew who wasn't one of them. It was British Royal Commandos in the two para in London, in England, but they always knew each other, so they know what their job is. And yes, they're killers, and killers know killers, and killers know who are not killers. So you read the room when you come in the bar, but somebody's reading you as well. And it takes one to know one. Everybody scatters. Now there's these two guys. You go, oh, okay. There's a killer talking to a killer, having a drink with a killer. And
have to say a word.
And nobody said anything about it.
Chris, I want to know about the evolution of your character, because at first we think that he cares about nothing. There's nothing else he really cares about. Then it seems like he finds maybe his purpose in life, doing something for other people. Is that correct?
Yeah, when you first meet Faraday, he's a bit lost. He's kind of blowing along in the wind, drinking, gambling. He's a gambler, and I figure he sees Sam Chisholm walk into a bar and clear the room out simply by almost touching his gun, and he thinks, you know, he gets a sense of who that is, and a little bit later on, you know, he thinks that's a bet he wants to take as a gambler. You know, that's the kind of long shot odds he likes, and so yeah, this is a character that's mired in the feeling and the darkness of having sinned the ultimate sins in his life, and is given an opportunity to reflect upon that and redeem himself, and understands that, you know, the weight of those sins are going to follow him to the grave unless he does something to redeem himself. And so that's kind of the journey you get to see with this guy.
Thank you so much. No, just that we have no more time, so I have to. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Give me my mic.
No. Va bene qui? Va bene. Argentieri. Vado? Prendo anche la luce, quindi dramma. Fred P. Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Sono con Benedetta Argentieri, una dei 3 registi di Our War, qui in fuori concorso. Benvenuta.
Grazie, grazie a voi.
È inevitabile quando si pensa ad Our War chiederti come vi siete avvicinati a questo progetto molto impegnativo, immagino, quindi da dove nasce tutto?
È cominciato perché io ho cominciato a seguire la guerra in Iraq e in Siria ad agosto del 2014, andando anche lì molto spesso. Io faccio la giornalista freelance e quindi ho fatto parecchi viaggi. A novembre del 2014 mi sono accorta, andando lì, appunto, che c'erano molti stranieri che si stavano unendo ai curdi per combattere ISIS. Ho cominciato a scriverne e ho cominciato a incontrarne molti di loro. Dopo un po' di mesi che vedevo che questo fenomeno si stava allargando, abbiamo cominciato a ragionare con Bruno Chiaravallotti e Claudio Jampaglia, e abbiamo anche notato che molti foreign fighter, non è giusto chiamarli foreign fighters, ma stranieri che si univano ai curdi, si filmavano. Andavano lì, facevano delle immagini dal fronte e tutto quanto. Quindi poi l'incontro con Karim Franceschi è stato fondamentale, perché io ho presentato Karim agli altri 2 registi e lui ci ha consegnato 3 ore di girato di lui sul fronte. Allora abbiamo cominciato a ragionare che cosa vuol dire andare a combattere, cosa vuol dire andare a combattere ISIS, e abbiamo cominciato a cercare altri, appunto, protagonisti. Altre persone, esatto.
Hanno fatto questa scelta. Durante il tuo periodo lì, che idea ti eri fatta delle ragioni? Nelle note di regia si parlava della domanda che ci facciamo tutti: per che cosa vale la pena rischiare la vita, soprattutto in questo caso in cui appunto sono stranieri che prendono a cuore una causa che apparentemente non è una nostra diretta causa, come dire, qualcosa che ci interessa solo direttamente.
Diciamo che questa guerra è molto più vicina di quello che noi vogliamo pensare, e anche le bombe che sono esplose, gli attacchi terroristici in Europa ci hanno fatto ben capire che il Medio Oriente è qui vicino ed è molto più vicino a noi rispetto a quello che possiamo pensare. Ma io credo che non è facile omogenizzare una scelta così, quindi ci sono tante persone che vanno per varie ragioni, ma quello che hanno in comune anche i nostri 3 protagonisti, che hanno delle ragioni molto diverse, è che hanno preso appunto a cuore la causa di Rojava, questo esperimento democratico nel cuore della guerra civile siriana. E quindi, scusate, e quindi questo, diciamo, è un aspetto molto importante, perché noi spesso siamo abituati a pensare al Medio Oriente come, o abbiamo un'idea di arabi, di musulmani, che è molto stereotipata. E questo l'abbiamo visto anche con ISIS. In realtà ISIS, l'Stato islamico, è uno 0,01% di quello che sono i musulmani. E questa cosa qua infatti è magari un po' più sottile nel film, ma noi ci tenevamo proprio a farla risaltare.
No, siete riusciti ad avere uno sguardo coinvolto ma allo stesso tempo distaccato, nel senso che si riesce a capire bene che ci sono varie ragioni per cui si va a combattere, che la situazione non è così semplice e addirittura c'è una... Queste persone portano avanti, c'è Joshua Bell che è andato anche, l'avete seguito in una sua intervista su Fox, in cui parla anche della loro teoria su come si potrebbe portare una soluzione.
Sì, Joshua Bell appunto nell'intervista a Fox News lo dice chiaramente: armiamo meglio i curdi siriani, diamogli quello che insomma, se fossero armati meglio loro riuscirebbero a sconfiggere ISIS, cosa che poi gli americani hanno un po' fatto. Adesso però la situazione politica internazionale si è complicata ulteriormente moltissimo con l'entrata in guerra cioè con l'entrata in Siria della Turchia con i carri armati, quindi anche lì è tutta una questione geopolitica di equilibri ed è molto complicato.
Cosa vi aspettate dalla reazione del pubblico? Perché secondo te quanto è importante fare film come questo?
È importante, noi diciamo vorremmo, quello che sarebbe nei desideri, è che le persone uscissero dal nostro film facendosi delle domande, interrogandosi sull'impegno, su che cosa vuol dire la guerra, perché comunque la guerra è una cosa brutta, sembra una frase banale, però cioè, lo è, nonostante comunque nel nostro film noi abbiamo cercato di mettere più umanità possibile, perché la guerra è fatta da persone e quindi è anche giusto capire che cosa succede al fronte, non sono solo le immagini del TG, sono tante cose. E noi vorremmo insomma che le persone vedessero e si interrogassero, magari anche criticandoci, però lasciando un segno.
Grazie Benedetta, in bocca al lupo per oggi.
Grazie a voi, grazie mille.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred da Festival Insider.
Am I talking directly to you or trying to acknowledge a camera?
No, don't acknowledge the camera. It's just radio, mate. So it's like, so yeah, you can just talk to me. We're having a chat.
Yes.
All right, we're ready to go. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year we're the official online radio station of the festival, and we're very pleased to be joined by Charles Siskel, who is the director of American Anarchist, here at the festival. Thanks very much for joining us.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So your film talks about a very controversial book, the Anarchist Cookbook. But what kind of drew you to this subject in the first place? What was it that made you think that you could make a documentary about it?
The book is notorious. It is an infamous book that was written in the late 60s, early 70s. It very much reflects that time, a time when there was a lot of anger over the war in Vietnam and civil unrest in the United States. So it was written by a 19-year-old named William Powell, who was channeling that anger and reflected a lot of that anger. And it is a bomb-making manual that's filled with rhetoric about the evils of a government that doesn't respond to its people, and the responsibilities of citizens to fight when the government fails them. I saw a lot of parallels to today. when there's a lot of angry rhetoric, both from the right and the left, about the government. When you've got Bernie Sanders talking about, a revolution, and there's, Trump rallies where there's violence breaking out, and the 1968 convention in Chicago is being compared to the Republican convention of this year. So I was drawn to some of those parallels, but mostly I was interested in the man who wrote the book. What did it feel like to write a book at 19 years old and have that book haunt you from the time that you wrote it throughout your life? Bill wrote the book when he was 19, and he in the film is 65 years old, looking back at his life and the price that he paid for writing the book. It was associated with violence in the 1970s. In the 1980s, it was associated with abortion clinic bombings. The book was influential in the 90s with the kids who shot up their high school and classmates at Columbine. And there's even been the suggestion that would-be ISIS recruits have been inspired or influenced in some ways by what's in the book. So I imagined that the person who wrote that book must feel tortured by it, must feel haunted.
He remained silent as well for a long time. So
he did, and so I was interested in asking him for kind of to give a full account of his choices, his actions, and his inactions. He has spoken out about the book, and I wanted to know whether he felt that he had spoken out early enough, whether he had spoken out often enough, and in the right forum, whether he was comfortable with the fact that he had profited personally from the sales of the book, whether he was comfortable with the fact that he kept his name on the book and gained a certain notoriety from the book. So those were and I was interested in the perspective of a 65-year-old man who's had a long life and had children of his own, looking back on something that he had done as a very young person that has really plagued him, fairly or unfairly. Because I think we've all done things. I think we all do things when we're young, as Bill's wife says in the film. When you're young, that's the time to make mistakes. But few of us have those mistakes play out in such a public way, and at such costs, not only to society but to ourselves.
Well, you mentioned that he must not have been comfortable with what he did when he was a 19-year-old male who wrote this book. What about when you approached him to make the documentary? Was he initially open to talking about it somewhat?
There was some reluctance on his part. He has not done a lot of interviews at all. Had never really, certainly not a documentary, and hadn't sat down for that extensive an interview. So I think he was hesitant. But I was able to convince him that I would treat him fairly. And I think in part because I do empathize with him. I think it's fair to watch the film and come to the conclusion that there's not much more he could do today, and that maybe he did not behave nobly. He didn't always choose the moral or righteous course, but he chose a human path. And maybe there are a few of us who would have been more noble or moral if we were in his shoes. I think it's fair to say that he acted in an all too human way, and that we might not have acted differently. And so in asking him to do the film, I think he did feel that I would treat him fairly. It wasn't going to be I wasn't going to give an airbrushed version of his story. I told him I was going to include all of the flaws and ask the difficult questions. But he was ready to do that, to participate in that.
That was also the reason behind keeping your own questions in the actual audio track of the film.
Yeah, I wrestled in the edit of the film. I wrestled with how much of that to include. I don't appear on camera. I'm not really comfortable doing that. It's not. I didn't want to make myself part of the story. But obviously, Bill is a kind of a reluctant witness, in the process, and so he is being. It's not a confessional in the sense of asking, is there something that you want to say, and then we just roll the cameras. Bill had to be drawn out. There's an element of having to prod him and ask him difficult questions, and so for the viewer to understand how Bill is coming, it goes through the process of being initially very reluctant, as he is in the film, to eventually, I think, offering up some kind of confession or some kind of atonement for his past. You want to understand how he got there. He didn't get there on his own. It came in part through my visiting him and asking him some of those tough questions, so we had to include that.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic, and actually it's a great part of the documentary, just following his journey through it, and like he changes during the making of the film in a way, his mindset a little bit. Unfortunately, like we're near to the end of the interview, but I do want to make a final observation. It reminded me of William Burroughs' kind of way of thinking, that like writing is dangerous. Nowadays, people kind of write stuff on Facebook and it's mentioned throughout the film, during the film at some point, that like things stay there forever, but they're like written very easily, just like within seconds. They're published, and they could be there forever. They could be dangerous. So does that relate to the American book, the Anarchist Cookbook, in a way too?
Absolutely. I mean, two things. One. It's very easy to write angry and, sort of radical and confrontational things anonymously online, to troll, as people say, and to do that anonymously. So you have that kind of angry, incendiary rhetoric that is very much a part of the internet culture. In Bill's case, it's not anonymous, and so you also have the phenomenon of people writing things that they then eventually regret, where their name is attached to it. And there's a lot of people who write or publish things on the internet that they grow to regret. John Ronson has this fantastic book called "So You've Been Publicly Shamed," that's all about stories of people putting pictures of themselves that they are later embarrassed by, that come to they are used against them, can't get a job, or they get fired for their job for saying something or posting a comment or tweeting something stupid. And so writing can, certainly be dangerous in both of those contexts. Bill was kind of an early test case of that. It was pre-internet. He published it. It was before the days of the internet, but I don't think it's entirely surprising that the book had its second life in the advent of the internet, and has kind of had these many iterations where people have added on to it, and it's kind of become a public domain, crowdsourced kind of form of angry rhetoric. But I think I agree with you that the Burroughs
knew it all. Yeah.
Yes, it all comes back to Burroughs.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Cool. Thank you.
Fred P Radio. I'm Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I'm in company of Christopher Murray, director of El Cristo Ciego. So welcome, Christopher.
Thank you very much.
As you might know, Fred is the official online international radio station of the festival, so we're very glad to have you here. First of all, I would like to ask you to describe from your own words El Cristo Ciego.
Well, El Cristo Ciego is a trip, a religious trip of a character that wants to make a miracle, and through this story, this adventure, we discover how faith has a really important role in how communities give meaning to their context when there's a dramatic reality all around them. And so I think it's a field about constructing meaning, about giving meaning to life through stories, through myth, and through faith.
I read in your press notes that you're not a religious person, so I was wondering, how did you get the idea of the film? Did you base the character, for example, something that you heard of or someone that you know, that you met?
Well, you know, this kind of stories about sacrifice to get something from reality. It's really common in that area as another part of the world. You know, the idea of sacrifice to do something. So I had this idea of a Chilean Christ, of a Christ settled in the north of Chile, that I found it really interesting. But I didn't have really like the story, the heart of the story. And that came out from the place. You know, for me it's important to listen to the place, to listen to the conflicts there, to observe what is happening there, and from that take the story. It's not about imposing a story, it's about taking out from the territory. So as you said, I'm not religious, but yes, I think that religion is something that faith happens. Faith exists, it's part of the culture. It's a really important thing in the daily life of people. So what I wanted to do was to go behind that and understand what's the reality behind the emotion of faith. So the film goes inside the intimate life and conflicts and stories about people, and I think that's what inspired me to make this film.
In the film, at a certain point, it doesn't even matter if he really is able to do miracles, but what's important is that he's able to get emotions from people, and religion in this case helps them to hold it together. I mean, and I imagine that was the intent.
Yes, you said, for me and in the film, there's not an intention of judge in terms of what is true and what is not true, what happens and what not happened, because the important thing is how that construction is made to give sense to something. So the question is not, it's what it is behind that and what affects that, and as you said, I think faith also is a way to connect people, and so for me it doesn't, the miracle is just an excuse to talk about other things that are more important, that it's the life and the dramatic stories behind that faith.
Is that true that Michael Silva is the only professional actor and the other ones are taken from those real places?
Yeah, Michael is the only actor, but he's from the north also, so he's also connected with that story. You know, I choose him because of that also, because he's a really good actor. He also is from the north, and his talent, and he has an incredible face, and he was open to work with non-professional actors that became professional during the film, because, to be honest, we made a lot of work with them, and finally they made a great job, because when you act something that happens to you really, and you talk from your own experience, there's something unique, and there's a truth there that I find it really important, and in this film we work with it, and as I said, there's people that live in the street, people that are drug addicts, people that are suffering, and the idea of giving them a space to work as professionals, and we work all together in this kind of community that was a shooting was something really incredible and kind of mystical, and also, I don't know, it's something inspiring for me to do that, to connect, and to use cinema as a way to discover reality that is not my reality. I'm not talking about what happened to me, because I don't come from that, but it's important to use cinema also as a way to connect and to communicate these problems that affect not only Chile, you know. Social injustice and inequality is not only part of Chile, it's part of a lot of places in the world, and that's a good thing of being here, to connect with this story and with that other audience.
I have to say that at the moments, I felt like I was watching another film. I mean, I felt like I was watching, for example, I will make a strong parallelism with the, I know, high school movies where a teenage boy gets bullied. I mean, there are so many levels of understanding in this film. I mean, the way he's treated is like an outsider sometimes, a person that is different is treated. So there's also that level. I mean, for me, was like that. I don't know if it was correct.
Yeah, yeah. I think there, as you said, there are different levels. I think there's some kind of a road trip also in the film. Also, there's the theme of identity, of course. You know, the identity of someone that starts to open to the world, start to connect with some, that tries to get across this difficult, I don't know, this bullying, as you said. I think there's something about identity, also about myth, and I think the important thing of a film is that the reflection of a film has to work in different levels, so it could be more complex and have more space to talk about it.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for being with us, for sharing your experience in directing El Cristo Ciego. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Sur Polytechnique, dans les examens, vous ne comprenez pas un mot. Les gens parlent une langue, vous voyez, ils parlent en algorithme, en tout ça, vous ne comprenez rien. L'avantage, c'est que quand il s'agit d'une école de cinéma, tout le monde a déjà été voir un film dans sa vie, et donc comme les gens passent leur temps à raconter des histoires pour travailler, enfin que le travail, c'est aussi beaucoup de raconter des histoires, on comprend tout ce que on comprend que les étudiants d'abord voient un extrait de film, doivent écrire les candidats, qu'ils doivent écrire dessus. Il y a 3 étapes dans le concours. Et donc, je trouvais ça très émouvant que ces jeunes gens qui viennent de toute la France, etc., veulent absolument se soumettre à cette sélection, et que de l'autre côté, des professionnels regardent, au fond, qui va être leurs héritiers, qui vont faire le travail plus tard à leur place. Quoi. Voilà.
C'est très intéressant de voir dans le film quand il y a ces réunions après les examens pour évaluer.
Bien sûr. Et ça, je
oui,
crois qu'on ne l'a jamais vu, c'est-à-dire la discussion des jurys sur les candidats, et c'était évidemment difficile parce qu'il ne faut pas du tout atteindre l'intégrité des candidats, ou que ça ne leur porte pas préjudice, mais c'était tout l'intérêt, et je me disais que si les gens qui doivent passer des concours voient ça, ils comprennent tout d'un coup autre chose que ce qu'ils croient qu'est le concours.
Oui, parce que le numéro des personnes que doivent décider est très grand. C'est pas une commission de 3 ou 4 personnes, c'est une commission énorme.
Oui, parce qu'il y a 3 étapes. La première étape, les jurys sont 100 pour le premier tour. Et ensuite, c'est par département. Chaque département. Voilà, si vous voulez rentrer en production, en montage, en image, vous avez des juges sur plusieurs épreuves qui sont des chefs-op ou des producteurs ou des monteurs selon les départements. Et ensuite, il y a ce qu'on appelle le grand oral, qui est public. Hein. De toute façon, si vous passez par Paris à ce moment-là, vous pouvez aller le regarder. Et où là, c'est vraiment la personnalité qui est jugée, en fait. Donc, c'est cette histoire de jugement.
Aujourd'hui, vous avez choisi de faire, de nous donner un point de vue extérieur, c'est-à-dire comme si on regardait par la fenêtre.
Oui.
Il n'y a pas d'interview direct, il n'y a pas...
cinéma direct.
Voilà. Est-ce que vous avez, pendant le tournage, parlé avec quelqu'un de ces jeunes candidats pour voir qu'est-ce qu'ils prenaient, qu'est-ce qu'ils cherchaient, qu'est-ce qu'ils voulaient faire?
Oui, mais moi j'ai voulu montrer la machine. D'ailleurs, on ne suit personne, voilà. Je voulais montrer la machine. Et c'est drôle parce qu'à ce moment-là, je faisais un autre film où je ne faisais que parler avec les gens, qui s'appelle Le bois dont les rêves sont faits, qui est sorti l'année dernière. Et celui-là, je voulais pas du tout, parce que je voulais pas du tout parler avec personne, parce que il me paraissait très important d'être au milieu de cet affrontement, qui est un affrontement quand même. C'est comme des entretiens d'embauche. Enfin, il y a quelque chose qui est où chacun joue où les jeunes gens jouent leur vie, quoi, enfin ce qu'ils croient, leur rêve, et où les autres jouent leur, comment on pourrait dire, leur immortalité.
Écoutez, vous êtes une réalisatrice soit de fiction, soit de documentaire. Qu'est-ce qui vous amène à choisir une histoire en fiction ou un documentaire? Vous avez des périodes plus documentaristes que fictionnelles ou pas? Comment ça marche?
Je sais pas. Les films me choisissent. C'est aussi la vitesse. C'est difficile pour les cinéastes de toujours attendre. Donc c'est vrai qu'en documentaire, on s'engage plus vite dans le fait de filmer. Il y a quelque chose qui est... Non mais j'aime les deux, je sais pas.
Est-ce que vous avez est-ce que vous vous approchez différemment d'un point de vue de la préparation,
bien sûr, oui.
Mentalement aussi, quand vous tournez en fiction ou en documentaire?
Oui, c'est-à-dire que quand on prépare une fiction, souvent tout le casting est une période très documentaire. On rencontre beaucoup de gens et même quand on écrit, il y a beaucoup de documentation. Alors que quand je fais un film documentaire, très vite, j'essaye d'écrire, mais pendant que je tourne, le scénario du film, voilà, dans ma tête, hein, j'écris pas... Voilà, donc moi je dis que ces deux modes, si vous voulez, contradictoires dans le mouvement, c'est juste des mouvements inverses, quoi. Et c'est vrai que moi je cherche toujours quelle est l'histoire. Et donc ça c'est un mouvement du documentaire, est-ce qu'il y a une histoire? Et c'est quoi l'histoire? Dans la fiction, c'est plutôt, est-ce que c'est vrai? C'est la vraie question de la fiction. Est-ce que c'est vrai? Est-ce que je vais arriver à ce que ce soit vrai, quoi?
Bon, ma dernière question, c'est sur le futur. Est-ce qu'il y a un nouveau film de Claire Simon qui va naître?
Oui. Là, c'est trop compliqué. J'espère que c'est une série.
Ah voilà, bon. C'est grand travail. Un grand travail, sacré travail. Bon, merci beaucoup, madame. Claire Simon, je suis Angelo Cervi pour Fred Film Radio du Festival de Venise.
Perfetto. Fred Film Radio, sono Matt Micucci dalla Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia 73 e ho il piacere di essere in compagnia del grande regista Dario Argento. Grazie per essere qui con noi.
Grazie.
E lei è qui per presentare il film del 1978 di George Romero, Dawn of the Dead, Zombie. Innanzitutto, per chi non conoscesse il film, ci può dire un po' della storia, raccontare un po' della storia del film, di cosa parla?
Beh, parla di zombie, il tema caro a Giorgio Romero per tanti anni.
E è stata anche una collaborazione nel 78 tra di voi. Quale ricordi ha di quando ci avete lavorato insieme?
Ma abbiamo fatto, ci siamo incontrati a New York, abbiamo pensato di fare un film insieme e poi questa cosa qui miracolosamente è riuscita, abbiamo fatto, cioè lui l'ha girato, io l'ho aiutato a montarlo, a inserire le musiche e così e poi il film miracolosamente è andato molto bene, ha avuto molto successo, è stato bellissimo.
Tuttora un film che comunque è uno dei preferiti non solo dei fan del genere dell'horror, ma anche a chi non piace solitamente il genere. Come mai secondo lei?
Perché è un film che ha tanti aspetti, va visto sotto tanti punti di vista, cioè è un film horror ma anche un film di critica sociale, di politico, è un film che ha tante facce.
E questa parte della critica sociale può funzionare ancora al giorno d'oggi?
Sì, certo, moltissimo, perché qui ci sono gli zombie che assaltano un centro commerciale e lo demoliscono, quindi ha dei significati oggi molto interessanti.
Qui al festival viene presentata la versione europea, European Cut, restaurata. Qual è la differenza tra questa versione e le altre?
Ma che ci sono delle scene in più e nell'altra ci sono delle scene in meno, però sono praticamente quasi identiche, diciamo. Forse ci sono delle musiche un po' diverse nella versione internazionale che ho fatto io.
E da dove è venuta quest'idea di restaurare proprio Dawn of the Dead Zombie?
È venuto dal distributore, il distributore perché c'è sempre qualcuno che tira fuori i soldi e fa questi lavori e quindi l'ha fatto questo distributore, ha tirato fuori i soldi e ha fatto questo restauro.
Beh, tutt'oggi poi c'è il genere dello zombie, è un genere che è diventato suo, indipendente, un po' dall'horror, con la serie televisiva Walking Dead. Quindi anche lo zombie è il personaggio che va di questi tempi.
Sì, però bisogna dire che l'ha inventato Giorgio Romero e quindi dovrebbero dare a tutti dei diritti d'autore a Giorgio Romero che ha inventato il personaggio dello zombie che è ancora dappertutto, al cinema, in teatro, nella pubblicità, c'è dappertutto lo zombie.
Dappertutto. E lui cosa ne pensa?
Lui era molto arrabbiato di questo. Sì.
Lo sarei anch'io, in effetti. Invece lei sta lavorando a qualcosa in questi...
Sì, sto preparando una cosa per la televisione americana, ma ancora non l'ho realizzata e mi hanno chiesto di non parlarne.
Bene, la ringrazio molto. Grazie.
Ciao.
E questo è Fred Film Radio, The Festival Insider. All right. Ready? Fred Film Radio. I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year we're the official online radio station of the festival. And I'm very pleased to be joined by director Nicholas Winding-Refn, who is here presenting a restored European cut of Dawn of the Dead from 1978. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me.
So tell me about your connection to the film Dawn of the Dead by George Romero.
Well, I mean, I like everyone else, saw the film and when they were young and found it very fascinating. And about 6-7 months ago, I was asked if I wanted to present a restoration of Dario's version, which is a slightly different version. And I was absolutely whatever I can do to help Dario. And so that's what brought us to the Venice Film Festival.
Do you still remember the first time you watched the film?
Yeah, I think I saw it on video, probably. I mean, I'm from that generation of video.
I recorded it from late night television as well. That's the memory that I have of it. What was your reaction to it? What did it impress you right from the start?
I think just the imagination.
Yeah.
It was just such an imaginary movie.
Yeah, it really is. And also, I think it works perfectly well today. Its impact, even on the social observation side of things, hasn't really changed or lessened over the years. What do you think?
Well, I agree with you. I think it's one of the few films that transcended from not just being movies, being more of a political manifesto or a cultural foreseeing of what society will be feeding on. It has ingredients of fetish. It's suspenseful. It mixes all kind of film genres in one. It's it's a very crazy film.
Yeah. Well, there is this kind of freedom in this type of film that is sometimes classified as B-movies, but I struggle to find B-movies because sometimes there's elements in it that kind of makes it seem very, very free. So you have a love for these types of films too. Where does this love kind of come from?
Well, I think I love anything that's personal or made by someone's need to live out their fantasies.
Right. So
Whatever that is, it's kind of like...
You just addressed the misconception, because a lot of the times these films are categorized as something that were made just to make movies fast and kind of make easy money on the exploitation market sometimes. But you see them as being quite personal films.
Well, I've not seen every movie, so obviously not everyone or every film is like that. But I do think a lot of films are like that, But, it's how we categorize A, B, and C in filmmaking has always been a bit absurd because, how can you say something is good when no one really cares?
Well, I personally I think I've realized that I love cinema in general for its imperfections rather than perfections.
Well, I think that there's no such thing as perfection in entertainment. It's a myth, but I think the ones who try to strive for it are usually the ones that maybe miss the point of imperfection is what is human.
Yeah. So what's going to happen now with Dawn of Debt? Is it getting released anywhere? Is it going to be re-released worldwide?
I think it's rolling out in various countries of the Dario spotlight.
Right. Is there any kind of future plans to look after some other films in the future, or is there any one film in particular that you think should get, maybe a few titles actually, that should get more exposure and has kind of been overlooked over the years?
Oh God, I'm not really a film historian or a encyclopedia of film.
Right.
I'm sure there are so many. There's a movie called Night Tide, which is very interesting. That was a black and white film from the 60s that I saw that I really loved. That could be a great restoration.
Who's it directed by?
It was directed by Curtis Harrington, and I think it was Dennis Hopper's first starring role. At least that's what I'm told.
Really? That's fantastic. That's great. Would you be able to tell us if you're working on anything at the moment?
Well, I'm working on everything and nothing.
That's a great answer. That's a lot of mystery there. Thanks very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Great. Thanks a lot. Absolutely.
take a picture with your real phone or your real camera too?
Get in here, Andre. There we go.
Sure. You got a flash, it'll look better.
Sure. We have a headlights as well. Good enough?
Thank you.
All right. Hey, is that great? Yeah, go. Fred Film Radio, this is Nicola Comotti here at Venice 73. We are, as you know, the official web radio for the festival. And today I'm pleased to be joined by the crew and the entourage of Jesus VR. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. So, let's start from the most essential question. 360 degrees, where's the crew? Where's the crew gone?
Where's the crew hiding when we're shooting?
Exactly.
Well, about a third of the crew is dressed up as extras and hiding in full frame. You can see us, you know, if you know what we look like, we're there. I'm the director. I'm hiding. There's the first AD, the sound guy, a few other technicians, and the rest of them right after before we call action are running and hiding around rocks or down cliffs or wherever they can get out of the scene. So yeah.
I'm just very curious also because it's such a maverick way of shooting, I guess. You know, you have this new kind of godlike camera right now. You know, there's no way to hide, as you said. How was the shooting schedule, for example? You know, like how did you coordinate everything? Was everything completely nailed down on paper and then moving on to you can produce maybe?
It was scheduled out completely like a normal film would be. I think you find it's a bit more efficient because you don't have all the coverage you normally do in a film, right? You put the camera in the middle, and obviously you can move the camera in different places, or you can physically move the camera during a scene. But in general, you don't have all the issues you have with production, with lighting and blocking and makeup and hair, because you're not going to reset for a close up because that doesn't exist in VR. So it's way more efficient in a lot of ways.
And so after this film, finally we can also see it completely flown. I just saw some snippets, of course, that you organized. The experience is great. I mean, at the beginning you really are like a little child for the first time, looking around constantly. I mean, I was like next to Jesus, and then looking around Judas is like, oh cool, I can look it down as well. It's incredible. But what do you think is the next step then now? Like I really kind of crave for interactivity in a way, a collectiveness as well. But maybe VR as you see it is something more singular as well, because you're kind of shaded and covered, hidden almost by the surroundings, whereas cinema as we know it is also, cinema in theaters is also a collective kind of experience. Where would you like the technology to go if you could, just jump in 20 years in time or so?
We definitely think that there's going to be interactivity. That's already happening. It's already now. When we shot this at the end of last year, we were pushing the envelope at that point. We were pushing all the technology as far as it could have been pushed. But now today, you're seeing so much more interactivity. You're seeing convergence between, for example, the video game space and the live action space to give you true ability to interface with the environment and change the environment around you. The potential is enormous, and it's going to keep on evolving, and we're really excited about that.
In this particular film, I think interactivity, wasn't what we were after. This is something that I think is, you're present, you're standing there, and you're immersed in this story. But yeah, in the future, of course, there's going to be an unbelievable amount of interactivity. Whether or not viewers will embrace that is to be seen. I mean, I'm not sure how much choices a viewer wants to see while watching a movie. I think that's a lot of it is still our job to, show them what we want them to see.
And to just wrap up, one little question from the director. What is maybe the single, if you could choose, single moment, for the making of the film that you're really the most proud of, that you just said, yes, finally actually managed to do what I really wanted to do?
I think the one shot in this film that I'm most proud of is, and maybe I'm spoiling it a bit, but there's the POV of it's Christ's POV on the cross, and no other film in the history of cinema has been able to show that in that way, and I think that's an incredibly emotional shot that people are going to really respond to. So.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, and Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Thanks.
Now it is. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year, Fred is the official online radio station of Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by director Deepak Rauniar, who is presenting his film White Sun. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for this opportunity.
So very quickly, would you be able to tell us about the story of the film, and also perhaps introduce us to the socio-political kind of context of the film too?
Nepal, we had like a decade-long civil war, which lasted until 2006, and we had like now 10 years of peace process. So film is set on the backdrop of that, and represents 3 generations of current society now. The society, like children that came out of the war, a generation after the war, and elders who were before the war and had certain kind of thinking, and people of my generation who believed in, like some people, like a character like Agni, who really believed that it could change the society, fighting for the Maoists. So it's kind of like a film that brings 3 generations together and explores the exchange between them.
Yeah. And in terms of the story, like for instance, the story begins with a death, and then it touches on various traditions of the place. Why did you decide to kind of use these elements?
One thing, I needed to create the exchange between these characters, like a grandfather and granddaughter, or like 3 generations of the exchange together, and that felt like a good way to like also to show the physicality of the struggle, because we went through several things and we're still going through several things, and that psychological difficulty, the conflict between us, had to be represented somehow in a physical way, and that felt like a right thing to do. Like brother death, like one of the reasons that our son has to come, they have to be together. There's not other reason that you have to be together to do something. Yeah. And a death, for cremation, that you have to be together. And when you are forced together, you have to exchange. You have to talk to each other. You have to work out together. So this is film about like trying to work together, making something happen. So death really helped on that one. And also I chose mountain to shoot the film, to see that difficulty, physical difficulty, and explore the psychological and what we're going through to represent it that way.
Speaking of the mountain, of course it's a fantastic landscape, but was it difficult to shoot because of the actual place?
Yeah, of course, because once it is mountain, like you have no road, and everything has to be carried out. We had like 3 small generator 5 kV, but one generator needed at least 10 porters to carry. So one location, shifting one location to another, you can imagine like how difficult it is. And also we happened to be shooting at a time where our only import border with India was closed for several months. So we had no fuel, no cooking gas, and transportation was typically difficult. So even traveling from Kathmandu with all logistics to the location, and we had to like carry out everything to for at least 8 hours. Porter had to carry to the places, and it was all transportation and everything was difficult. Like lifestyle was difficult, and we had like sometimes 80 people to feed with cooking with the firewood. So everything was slow and
a very difficult shoot. But then, how did you work with the actors then in the midst of it all?
Actor, I always like improvising with them and collaborating with them. So all my films, what I have done is that I have collaborated with the actor, let them improvise. So I give them like scenario, dialogue, and let them like add on something. So I sit with them like I have a script in English and I explain the dialogue. I let the dialogue and try to find out what dialogue suits for their tongue, what kind of movement will suit that character to express what he's going through or she is going through at that moment.
A collaboration then.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have, but it was fantastic talking to you, and thanks very much for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Fred Film Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti. We are live from the 73rd Mostra d'Arte Venice International Film Festival. I'm joined by Direction France directly from the press conference of your film, The Light Between Oceans. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
As I was telling you, Fred is the official media partner, the official online international radio station, so we're very glad to have you here. So, when I was watching your film, it reminded me of what Alberto Barbera said in the press conference. They said that a lot of directors, and in this case you used the genre film, in this case the melodrama, and to explore human nature and to tell something that it's related to us. So what do you think about that? Do you think that you got your film?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I wanted to use this sweeping kind of epic landscape and this, you know, kind of sweeping setting for a romance to kind of explore primal human nature. That's what I've been doing with all of my movies, really. I've been making home movies. I've been making family movies my whole life. From when I was a kid, from when I was a teenager in Colorado, through my first film, Brother Tide, which is about brothers, through Blue Valentine, which is about husbands and wives, to Place Beyond the Pines, Como Tono, is that how you say it? Yeah, about you know, fathers and sons, and now this movie, which is about mothers and daughters and husbands and wives. And I'm obsessed with family stories, and I'm also obsessed with kind of emotion and the kind of the truth in emotion, and how that sometimes what you feel is not necessarily cannot always be trusted. You know, sometimes our emotional choices take us down dangerous paths, and I wanted to make a film where I was exploring that kind of human nature and this kind of seemingly insignificant relationship between two people, because right, our lives are blinks, you know what I mean? I mean nothing. And but yet I have children, I have a wife, and my moments with them are everything to me. And in the scheme of things, they mean nothing in the world. They're a blink, but I wanted to kind of show this kind of seemingly insignificant moments between people and amplify them in this hugely emotional, epic, momentous, significant way.
I'm thinking about what Michael Fassbender said in the press conference about the film being also a tale of forgiveness, and it's something that is said in the film, and they do and try to do to forgive, but it's something very difficult to act upon in real life. So this is something that you went through yourself. It was something that was already in the book.
I mean, the theme of forgiveness was in the book, and I think as a filmmaker, I'm also a husband and a father, and I feel very responsible for what I put out into the world. I always think that whatever I put out into the world, my kids have to see it someday, And of course, I'm a human being. I feel vengeance and I feel a lot of things, but I'm trying to put stories into the world that honestly my kids can see someday. It's as simple as that. And this idea of putting something into the world that's about forgiveness and kind of, leaving your vengeance behind and love. To me, I'm so happy to put that out in the real world for my kids to see. These guys are sneaking up. Michael Fassbender and Alicia Vikander just walked into the room. People.
Thank you so much, Derek, for sharing your experience with us. Hi, yes. Riesci? Riesci? Bebe. Continuiamo. Sì. So,
you get these weird photos of people doing
so welcome, guys. Down Fred booth. Fred is the online web radio station, media partner with the festival. So welcome. We're international. Yes, we are. They are partner. Yes, swing design. So let's pick up where we left off with Derek. I was telling him that I was very hit by what you said in the press conference about what the film deals with, about that it's a tale about forgiveness. And I was telling him that it's something that the film portrays, but it's something that is very difficult to act upon in real life. I mean, it's very difficult sometimes to forgive and to go on with your life. So how was it for you in life and during this film?
Forgiveness.
It was a lot of forgiveness. Yes, I mean, I love the fact that, that's talking about Derek and his previous work and what I love that he's brave enough to choose to kind of go so deep, to tell stories that feels like they are things that you relate to universal subject, but also very intimate in the sense that when I see his work, and I think it goes for this film too, it's almost things that are taboo but that are relatable, things that we can, like miscarriages or loss, the things that are not talked about, the things he talked about, his family feeling like they had their own island of things happening behind shut doors. His scenes dared to bring up, or films dared to bring up subject that sometimes when I watch it as a viewer, I feel like I shouldn't be in the room. Like what's going on is so private that you felt like you're kind of looking away a bit because it's very personal, and he dares to to make a film about the big emotions, and I that's what drew me to the book and to the stories. The fact that I could relate to all of the characters in this film, and that they go on such a traumatic journey, and they are good people, not making the best choices, but I do understand where they come from. I do relate, and emotionally I understand how they can act the way they do, and like you said, forgiveness is not an easy thing, and it means a lot in the end of this film when those people dare to actually look upon and look to the future and have the courage and the power to do so, to forgive.
Do you want me to hold this, or you okay? I think, well, for sure, forgiveness. It's, as you said, it's an easy thing to administer, that as advice or medicine, but I think it's essential in terms of beginning a healing process. You have to let go and forgive, and it's, I think, for the person that's at the receiving end of whatever it is, it's essential for them to move on and to start a new chapter in their life. And it was interesting that it was Franz, the character, that really taught that to Hannah in the story. Whether I have that in my own life, I try to. I mean, it makes sense, as much as one can. And I think I do, actually. To
feel like this help you, I mean, by interpreting.
What you said, Michael, I think to be able to let go is to forgive, and I think, it's...
I think also to say those words, I forgive you, if that's the thing, I forgive, and to sort of, it's a very releasing thing. I think the character for me, Tom, I just, I just was drawn to him immediately from reading the script. I thought he was such an honorable man, and and I just, as you said, I felt like I could learn a lot from Tom. I really look up to him. He's kind of a hero.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for being here with us. Ciao, grazie.
Lavorando in realtà un altro documentario che è uscito l'anno scorso alla Festa del Cinema di Roma che si chiama Street Opera, che parla un po' del mondo del rap, dell'hip hop in Italia. E stavamo appunto, abbiamo questa tecnologia che sta uscendo, sta dilagando adesso, in quel momento forse usciva un po' più alla ribalta, l'abbiamo provata, sperimentata sulle cose che il mercato propone, che sono piuttosto cose di intrattenimento, che ti portano via, cioè legate ai videogiochi e queste cose qui. E quindi ci è venuto in mente che forse era uno strumento, a parte sconvolgente, perché basta provarlo insomma per essere abbastanza sconvolti dall'effetto che fa, ma che valeva la pena rimontare anche una chiave diversa, cioè invece non solo nell'intrattenimento di cui saremo ora invasi, ma provare a utilizzarlo per portare le persone in un'altra parte, quindi trasformarlo da realtà virtuale a virtualità reale in qualche maniera, cioè di far fare un'esperienza pur da casa, con un visore, con qualsiasi posto, però che ti permettesse di entrare dentro una storia piuttosto che viverla da fuori come si fa guardando uno schermo. E questa storia ci sembrava la cosa, questa questione ci sembrava la cosa più adatta perché effettivamente è una questione su cui viviamo di tanti pregiudizi che derivano da tante parti, ognuno vuole far passare qualcosa, e invece ecco, questa tecnologia ti permette di mettere lo spettatore sul posto e quindi di non dover fargli vedere delle cose e nasconderne altre, ma appunto come dire, una specie di democratizzazione del punto di vista che può essere in qualche modo più arbitrariamente spostato dove si vuole.
Sì, anche più efficace poi come
sì, anche perché è un discorso sull'empatia, sull'umanità, per cui ecco, in questo modo condividi di più piuttosto che essere da fuori a giudicare.
E com'è tecnologicamente e praticamente utilizzare? Cioè è facile girare con queste tecnologie, è più difficile, è uguale? Cioè, quali sono le varianze?
No, è sicuramente molto diverso perché si gira con più di una telecamera, quindi c'è un blocco di 6 telecamere messe a sfera verso fuori, quindi ognuna registra la propria immagine e poi in post-produzione devono essere incollate tra loro. Il procedimento è molto lungo e laborioso per cercare di ottenere un risultato ottimo e quindi allunga i tempi moltissimo, quindi poi il lavoro che per esempio abbiamo fatto su 15 minuti di durata equivale grosso modo al lavoro che avremmo fatto su un lungometraggio.
Avete dovuto buttare cose, nel senso, tante cose che non si riuscivano appunto a rieditare in modo uniforme, siete dovuti ritornare anche sui costi.
Ma è stato appunto un lavoro molto libero da questo punto di vista perché a parte siamo in una fase veramente pionieristica, dobbiamo fare anche degli esperimenti sul funzionamento della macchina stessa, anche se pensi il montaggio, cioè se reggeva, che montaggio era possibile o come risolvere le durate per esempio, no? Che è tutta una questione insomma che stiamo scoprendo mano a mano e che abbiamo scoperto facendolo. Però ecco, ovviamente mentre fare una ripresa è una cosa molto facile, basta accendere 6 telecamere, ognuna puntata in una direzione diversa, poi il lavoro vero è quello di ovviamente rincollare tutte queste cose per ottenere una visione a 360 gradi, per cui per ora insomma è un lavoro ancora molto molto molto laborioso.
Sentite.
Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and I'm so pleased to be in the presence of Mr. Emir Kusturica, the director of On the Milky Road, and actress Monica Bellucci and Sloboda Michalovic. Okay, thank you very much for that. So obviously we don't have much time to talk about this film, unfortunately. I just saw it this morning, and it was terrific. So the first question goes to the director. Just trying to keep it simple here, and I just want to ask you, I know that this was quite a lengthy production, and it's such a powerful story. Could you tell us about the origins of the story and also your commitment to it all this time?
The origin of the story is, as I wrote in the beginning, it develops from 3 different true stories. One is the event that happened to one guy on the Milky Road in Afghanistan. He was saved by the snake. The other one is the biography of the character that Monica is playing, which is real one from the life. And the third one is which is created by the ambience of this original source of the life in Herzegovina, which is part of Serbian mentality and culture. So the story has been developed and put together thanks to the reality. And in the process of filming, lengthy, we were sticking to the realism, but from time to time we left into something that is, I would call, poetic power of this movie. For all of this, I really want to put emphasis on the 2 collaborators, the actresses, who were doing incredible for today's standards, because today movies are made just very quickly and without even feeling you did something. 2 of them with me, we suffered a lot, and that's why probably you have a feeling about the movie as you just expressed.
Well, now we'll move on to the acting then. Terrific performances, very powerful. And just to keep it simple, because this is the only question I get to ask you, I just want to ask you about your first feelings about the character and how they evolved throughout the production and your experience in working.
Yes, when I read the script first time, and after that when we start shooting, the question which inspired me, it was, are we make decisions in our life, or it is some destiny or act of God, you know? And it was very interesting to play, and my character, you will see, it's a woman who is in love and try to protect her love and try to get married, and in that hurry and insisting to marriage, some terrible things will happen.
But it's a beautiful love story. Even though we are in the middle of the war, it remains a very poetic and dreamlike world, with a love story between 2 adult people who have been through so many hardships in life. And for me, it's beautiful to see those 2 people that have nothing left to lose, still believe in love, and even though they're not young anymore, but something magic happens. So it's a film of hope and beauty in the middle of the war.
I definitely recommend all our listeners to go see the film as soon as they can. But for now, I thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure meeting you. Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Thanks very much.
Very good.
Okay, so I'll start off with a short introduction and then we'll get started. I saw the film yesterday and it was great, so I'm looking forward to talking to you about it. Ready? Okay. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Emmanuelle Seigner, who is an actress in the film Heal the Living. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So can we tell, just to help our listeners visualize the film, could you tell us a little bit about your character, the character that you play in this film?
Well, I play the mother of a young boy that loses life and that has to make the decision of giving the organs.
Right. And what attracted you to this role in particular?
Well, nothing attracted me to the role. When I read the script, I just didn't want to play that role because it's such a painful and demanding role. So I threw the script in the dustbin, how do you say?
Right. It was that haunting that you really couldn't face it.
I felt it was too much for me.
Yeah.
And then it was meeting Catel, the director. I didn't know her work, but I heard that she was very talented, so I wanted to meet her, maybe for something else. And I met her, and I literally fall in love with her because I think she's such a great person, and she's so real, and there's nothing fake about her, and she's so intelligent, and there's something very human and good about her. And I felt like she was not going to betray me.
Right.
And I felt like it was worth doing it, even though it was painful.
So she made you comfortable on set as well, while you were, filming the most delicate parts of this film. That is quite.
It's like she's so gentle and she's so talented and she's so authentic that sometimes you do something very personal, and then when you see the film, you feel betrayed, and that's a feeling I don't want to have anymore, In
the set, sometimes does the film set ever feel really aggressive especially when you're trying to play a role that requires some sort of privacy?
Yeah, and also it has to do with the set, but it has also to do with the result, So I felt like she was worth going there, and that's why I did the movie, because I really, and I felt really comfortable with her, working with her, and I felt maybe because she's a woman, but also there's something very pure and very honest about her.
Yeah. Can you tell me about the collaboration with the actors? That also required some sort of chemistry there.
Yeah, they were all the actors I was playing with, like Tar and Kulchen, my husband, and Bouli Lanners, the doctor. I felt they were great, and it was a great experience, like human experience, even though it was really painful and difficult.
Was there a collaborative sense in the set overall? Would you classify this?
Everybody was very concentrated, and we knew that we were doing something important, and there was no fucking around or no. It was serious, something serious.
That's great. Yeah. Okay, I think we have time for just one more question. Would you like to tell us maybe if you're working on something at the moment?
Yeah, I'm studying in 1 week the French adaptation of the TV show The Fall.
Right.
I'm taking the part of Gillian Anderson.
Right. Yes.
And also will do in November a movie with my husband, another movie with Roman Polanski.
I'm looking forward to seeing that for sure. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure. Thank you. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. All right, thanks.
Fred Film Radio, io sono Nicolò Comotti qui alla 73esima edizione del Festival di Venezia e oggi sono in compagnia di Federica Di Giacomo. Benvenuta.
A voi, ciao.
Federica, tu sei qui con Liberami, una parola che si sente spesso anche durante il film. Presentaci un attimo il film.
Beh, intanto partirei dal titolo perché è un'invocazione, ci piaceva molto perché come dire, può rappresentare non solo il liberami contenuto nelle preghiere cattoliche, nel nostro senso del film è qualcosa che va al di là, è qualcosa che riguarda tutti noi in questo momento storico e sociale, c'è un grandissimo disagio e una grandissima ricerca di senso in questo stato incendiario. Come dire, molte opzioni terapeutiche ritornano in voga o comunque hanno un loro spazio nella possibilità di dare un nome a qualcosa che non sappiamo più come classificare o comunque che la psicologia, la psichiatria, le categorie a cui siamo abituati evidentemente non hanno, come dire, non hanno esaurito le possibilità di spiegazione.
Anche perché forse l'idea della Chiesa, anche come qualcosa di istituzione immobile, o che dovrebbe essere immobile, sempre lì, automaticamente invece quell'idea di psicologia e psicanalisi che è sempre in movimento verso il conoscere, è questo forse quasi il nesso, no? Il fatto del fatto perché le persone continuano ad andare verso l'esorcismo e pensare di avere il demonio, perché c'è anche un'immobilità e un continuo, tra virgolette, interesse. E forse questa è l'idea, cioè il fatto di essere abbandonati. E la Chiesa, nel bene o nel male, come in questa situazione, ha quest'idea di sarai sempre benvenuto. Però l'idea tua invece come filmmaker, come hai fatto ad essere così benvenuta e seguire così intensamente, intimamente questo tipo di storie?
Beh, noi ci siamo presentati in modo molto trasparente e laico, però il fatto che diciamo, l'esorcismo diventi una pratica quotidiana e un vero e proprio mestiere, cioè si delinea il mestiere di un guaritore moderno, di uno che ha a che fare tutti i giorni con i suoi pazienti e tra l'altro come dire, non può mandare indietro neanche nessuno perché per missione consolare gli afflitti è appunto una delle prerogative del prete. E quindi la sua vita viene completamente trasformata. In questo senso, quando tutto diventa così diffuso e diventa così quotidiano, iniziava a crearsi uno spazio anche per il confronto con l'esterno, sia da parte dei preti che sia da parte delle persone che poi arrivavano lì, perché comunque c'era una domanda continua che loro si facevano, un percorso di dubbi e nello stesso tempo noi ci chiedevamo come fare il film, ci chiedevamo cosa stavamo vedendo, se le persone recitassero o si autorappresentassero o erano vere, se c'era il paranormale. Diciamo, eravamo un po' tutti nella stessa barca di domande, di ricerca.
E questa ricerca, tra l'altro, nello sviluppo del documentario stesso, avresti potuto intraprendere così tante strade, in effetti, soprattutto perché si basa sulla psicologia, sulla vita di alcune persone. E invece hai deciso appunto di creare questa sorta di percorso che finisce poi in questo Ateneo sugli studi esorcisti a Roma, che non sapevo nemmeno dell'esistenza. È stato difficile per te decidere appunto questa sorta di tragitto o hai seguito più l'istinto, tra virgolette? Non lo so.
Dunque, a me l'istinto porta direttamente verso il piccolo, a me piace partire dal piccolo, da storie in cui ci si possa riconoscere e non sfilacciare il racconto in dimensioni troppo razionali o di reportage o di inchiesta e in questo senso quando ho trovato la chiesa di Padre Cataldo è stato un perfetto centro narrativo di partenza, poi c'è stato molto lavoro di scrittura per trovare l'equilibrio fra il piccolo e l'universale, che poi nel film è rappresentato dal corso, però sicuramente la mia attitudine è quella di cercare di raccontare una storia e quindi usare un linguaggio che non sia quello diciamo, dell'inchiesta.
E quindi come scrittrice proprio quali sono stati forse i momenti, tra virgolette, quasi salienti in cui hai detto ok, questo sarà il fulcro totale e invece poi qualcosa che hai dovuto intervenire dalla pagina e poi trasportarlo ovviamente nel documentario, che magari potremmo chiamare difficoltà, magari invece sono proprio percorsi narrativi che volevi, che erano diciamo i punti salti.
Beh, sai, quando stai molto tempo nell'osservazione, tu immagini cose, scrivi cose che tu vedi e poi aspetti che si ricreino in un certo senso e quando ci stai molto a contatto questa magia che si crea, che è la cosa meravigliosa del documentario, spesso accade.
Grazie mille Federica.
Grazie a voi, ciao.
Grazie. Red Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
I'll do a short introduction first, so make sure. Feel talk, right?
No, with an
Feel talk. Okay, all right, thanks for telling me that. Ready? Okay. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year Fred Film Radio is the official online radio station of the festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Fín Troch, who is the director of Home. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, very briefly, would you be able to describe the story of the film to us?
If I may be very briefly, it's about conflict between two generations, adults and youngsters, and how the adults try to raise the youngsters, how the youngsters try to understand the adults, but how at the end it turns out to be very separate worlds and very complicated to get those two together.
So, the inspiration behind this generation conflict, where did it come from?
I think it might come kind of when I like a nostalgic feeling from when I was 16, 17. I think that was something that started working in my head again. But I must admit, it's also the combination with the very specific storyline where there's this ex-juvenile who is released and he goes and lives at his aunt's place. So I think that the conflict between those two generations is what the story is about, is a basis. And then, of course, there is the very concrete story, and that is really something that I was inspired by a documentary, but also by just, making your fantasy work and just coming up with a real story.
You were inspired by documentary. It's great that you mentioned that because it's realism is quite important in the film, right?
Yes, definitely. It's really something that we decided from the moment I was writing that it wouldn't be like a stylized. With light and cadrage and all the stuff that we would. I definitely knew we need freedom to. If we want to make this believable, then we need the freedom in the way we work, the way we film it. The crew has to be small. So the whole concept was already there when we were writing the script.
To the point where you're not afraid to take the viewer out of its comfort zone.
Yeah, but that was also the thing when we were filming. At a certain point. The idea was the viewer has to have the feeling that we are just in a house and accidentally filming things. Of course, after 5 minutes you do realize it's fiction and it's not that. But that was the idea. But you do realize in uncomfortable scenes, then you cannot start hiding, because then it would be like, hey, you were there the whole time. Why would you be hiding now? And I'm talking about love scenes, I'm talking about violent scenes. And it felt like I have to be honest. Or I do this or I don't do this. So we really talked about it a lot, but we decided if we're there, we should not put our camera in such a way that we might not see the things that you normally shouldn't see or something, because then you start forcing yourself, and then I felt like I wasn't being consequent in the whole concept of the film.
Yeah, I like what you said. You either do it or you don't do it. You either show it or you don't show it. How did you work with the actors?
Well, the youngsters, they have no experience at all, so we did castings. Some we picked up from the street, some were like a friend of mine who knows. So we got them all together. They had no experience, but very important is that what we first did was we interviewed them without any without any playing, but just to know who they were and if they had an interesting look, but also if they were interesting for my film, then they could come to the casting. And that was important because it's not just guys who play well. I wanted to learn also from them how is it to be 17, because I'm not 17 anymore, so that they could also put so many things from themselves in the film to improvise, but also to shape the characters. So they definitely, it was not just me giving them dialogues and say do this. They shaped their own characters, and that was so nice. So it was a kind of a typical way of casting. And then, of course, there are the adults who have experience, a lot of experience. And I was a bit afraid in the beginning that it wouldn't be in balance, that you would feel those teenagers running around and they're trying to do their job. But it went very, very well, because they also knew if they say something completely different from what they're supposed to say, just go along with that. And that worked magically good. So
It did. It's very powerful. It makes it very more realistic and authentic. Thank you very much for talking to us. Unfortunately, we'll have to wrap it up, but it was a great pleasure meeting you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me.
me.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Dimmi tu, Deb. Sì, è una marca che ci aiuta, ci sponsorizza e tutto, sì. Poi non si cade, stranamente, sì, ho già pensavo. Vado? Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Do il benvenuto a Franca Sozzani, Francesco Carrozzini, rispettivamente regista e protagonista del documentario Franca, Chaos and Creation. Benvenuti, come forse saprete, Fred della radio web internazionale media partner del festival. Una domanda ovvia e inevitabile che va a Francesco. Più che l'idea, da dove è nata la necessità di voler raccontare tua madre?
La necessità è nata da un evento molto ovvio che era la morte di mio padre che mi ha fatto capire che anche un po' per la sua assenza non ero mai riuscito a catturarne l'essenza a chiedere e a fare delle domande che invece in fondo avrei voluto fare. Quindi ho girato la cinepresa su chi mi rimaneva, su mia madre.
Immagino sia stato abbastanza difficile, non credo che sia stata di gioia subito, difficile farsi.
No, anzi all'inizio io non volevo assolutamente, perché se tocchiamo il lavoro, quello che vuoi, ma la mia vita no, però poi è iniziato in una maniera molto confidenziale, diciamo, non doveva essere un documentario, un film, era una registrazione di memorie, di momenti tra di noi, di confessioni anche. Quindi ci sono dei momenti in cui io parlo anche molto liberamente, dico anche delle cose molto liberamente, uso anche delle parole molto liberamente. E tutto questo poi avevamo anche discusso dicendo ma questo bisognerebbe tagliarlo. E forse invece no, lui ha insistito e ha detto no, perché l'onestà del documentario è proprio questo, di far vedere tutto. E quindi alla fine l'ho accettato.
In realtà devo dire è proprio invece quello che è il click, sì, che lo rende personale, perché inevitabilmente ognuno di voi vi vuole sentire vicini, quindi in questo lei non è più Franca Sozzani che conosciamo, ma è la mamma, è una donna che ha lavorato e che... E a proposito di questo, vivere accanto a una persona che, come sappiamo, non si è accontentata mai, che ha superato limiti in funzione e per la creatività, quanto influenza invece anche lo stile cinematografico, il tuo sguardo, la tua forma estetica?
Ma credo che mi abbia spinto alla ricerca più che altro, perché in fondo i film devono avere una voce, devono avere un punto di vista e io volutamente ho scelto il mio in questo caso e che era il punto di vista più emotivo che ci potesse essere per raccontare mia madre. E il consiglio di Baz Luhrmann, che è anche parte del cast del film, fu appunto, come dice lei, possiamo fare un film sul mio lavoro, ma io invece Baz Luhrmann mi disse tu devi fare un film che solo tu puoi fare, così vincerai e così farai il film che ti renderà merito e che amerai tu stesso, e così ho fatto.
Quali sono le positività e le negatività di guardarsi attraverso gli occhi del proprio figlio?
Beh, la positività è il fatto che in effetti scopri anche delle cose che non ti sei mai detto, cioè questo nostro legame comunque è un legame molto forte, però che si è creato anche questo nel tempo, però lo capisci solo quando finalmente ti avvicini e rispondi e hai il coraggio di rispondergli a delle domande che forse avrei fatto con una mia amica ma non avrei mai fatto con mio figlio, quindi questo è secondo me è la cosa più importante.
Marina Abramovic ha detto di lei: le donne come lei non smettono mai di lavorare, però a questo punto mi chiedo come si riesce a coniugare tutto. So che è una domanda banale, però è quello che ci chiediamo sempre tutti: vogliamo tutto e cerchiamo però di si dice che se riesci in un campo poi dopo nell'altro, però mi piace pensare che non sia così.
No, quello che è importante, e secondo me posso dirlo adesso alla mia età e a dei ragazzi giovani come voi, è che bisogna saper dividere, bisogna dare delle priorità. Il lavoro per me è stata la mia priorità. Io volevo fare carriera, io sono non ambiziosa, sono ambiziosissima e non vedo neanche perché, anche perché non capisco altrimenti perché la mattina mi devo alzare alle 8, altrimenti dormo. Quindi questo è quello che mi spinge. Però l'ambizione non deve superare gli affetti, le priorità della tua vita, che sono, una volta che decidi di avere un figlio, non è che hai qualche cosa che puoi utilizzare ogni tanto, devi essere presente.
In conferenza stampa le hanno chiesto quali fossero, ora non ricordo bene la domanda, però si parlava dei film che più l'hanno colpita. Lei parlava del film che l'ha colpita esteticamente. Quanto secondo voi è importante l'estetica e la forma nel cinema soprattutto?
Dipende molto ovviamente dai film, perché non si può fare una regola generale del fatto che tutti devono essere vestiti benissimo.
L'importante è che non diventi troppo.
Ecco, l'importante è che siano dei film. Quando però in un film raggiungi l'intensità, come diceva di Belle de Jour, del film, del personaggio e dell'estetica, forse raggiungi un qualche cosa che ne parleremo parleremo sempre, così come tanti film di Antonioni, ne parleremo sempre. Cioè, poi sono film che creano una storia, che creano delle tappe precise, poi sono dei film dove anzi sarebbe fuori luogo avere un'estetica, e ci sono dei film dove è stato fuori luogo che ci fosse un'estetica, secondo me.
Sì, io forse più da filmmaker penso alla storia, però ovviamente sono stato circondato tutta la mia vita da immagini sublimi, e quindi do grandissima importanza soprattutto alla luce, no? nel cinema, che può nascondere, può risaltare, può farci sognare, quindi certo sono un grande appassionato di belle immagini, però è la storia che raccontiamo quello che conta.
Io vi ringrazio Franca Sozzani, Francesco Carozzini, ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred da Festival Insider.
Grazie.
Questa è radio sempre, sì, è giusto che facciamo anche un po' live Facebook solo per Venezia. Certo, appunto. Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima Mostra d'Arte e Cinematografia di Venezia. Sono con Francesco Monzi che oggi fuori concorso presenta Assalto al cielo. Benvenuto Francesco.
Grazie.
Allora, le lotte politiche tra il 1967 e il 1977, tu sei nato nel 68, quindi...
Nel 69.
Nel 69, quindi c'è un po' la necessità, c'era la voglia di rivivere, raccontare quello che ti sei perso e capire quello che invece hai vissuto da bambino.
Guarda, nel 68 appunto non ero nato, nel 77 che è l'anno in cui facciamo finire il documentario, il materiale del documentario, ero piccolo, quindi ho una memoria molto strana di quel periodo, molto ad altezza di bambino, e proprio per questo avevo un desiderio da tanto tempo di provare a fare un lavoro sulla memoria anche di questo paese, scegliendo come tema le lotte politiche, l'utopia e anche alcune conseguenze nefaste che ci furono allora, e quindi ho provato a saltare le testimonianze, ho letto moltissimo, però volevo arrivare al documento, cercare di rientrare nelle assemblee, riascoltare quelle voci, rivedere le immagini, provando a lasciare, a far sì che il materiale parlasse un po' da solo, che quindi lo spettatore che guarda queste carrellate di repertorio potesse fare un viaggio in quell'epoca, che fu un'epoca anche di enormi slanci vitali, non solo di eventi drammatici. Quindi io col montatore, con Trepiccione, abbiamo seguito un sentimento, che è un po' il sentimento di uno slancio vitale, di una grandissima energia che parte fortissima, piano piano poi cambia, si indebolisce, viene attaccata, poi si frantuma, diventa tante altre cose. Quindi abbiamo fatto un film emozionale più che un film storico, utilizzando però il repertorio, soltanto il repertorio.
Sì, perché tu lo scrivi anche nelle note di regia, di quel periodo spesso, almeno anche per quanto mi riguarda, c'è sempre i racconti che vengono quindi filtrati da chi li ha vissuti con la sua visione di quel momento, quindi materiale di questo tipo serve un attimo per farsi un'idea, tra virgolette, vera, per quanto possa essere, visto che comunque percepita da ognuno di noi, di quel periodo, di come l'hanno vissuto.
Sì, no, è chiaro che ogni lavoro, ogni film è sempre un frutto di scelte, di manipolazioni, però noi abbiamo cercato è un film che mi piacesse anche ai giovani, diciamo. Io ho scoperto dalle prime proiezioni, adesso anche da quello che ho sentito la proiezione di ieri, che molti ragazzi, anche meno ragazzi, sanno pochissimo di quella storia lì. Ecco, quindi è un film che a seconda di chi lo guarda, ecco, può cambiare, diciamo, chi c'era si può riconoscere, può avere anche da dire su delle scelte fatte nel film, e chi non c'era lo può percepire veramente come un racconto quasi surreale, quasi così, di un mondo altro, di un'Italia remota che non esiste più. Però ecco, l'idea di rientrare in quegli anni là attraverso il repertorio, ecco, è qualcosa che spero che possa far venire la curiosità di conoscerne di più e di riappropriarci in un modo diverso, di riavvicinarci in un modo diverso.
Che idea ti sei fatto di quel periodo e cosa secondo te è cambiato? Perché la cosa che a me colpiva era, se ne è parlato anche in conferenza stampa, è ovvio, lo so, però è proprio l'animo diverso. Allora mi chiedo, secondo te cosa è cambiato, specialmente nei ragazzi di oggi, e se secondo te questo è normale e funzionale, oppure bisognerebbe riprendere un po' quello stesso spirito anche alla lotta al cambiamento che magari manca, oppure è diverso, non so. Io me lo sto ancora chiedendo, per questo chiedo a te che...
Non lo so quello che si può, che bisogna... Io non voglio dire con un film cosa bisogna fare, perché il film non deve fare questo, deve rismuovere delle suggestioni, farti emozionare. Ecco, io posso dire che facendo questo film mi ha colpito la partecipazione di alcuni giovani alla politica, al sogno, all'idea di poter cambiare le cose. Non credo bisogna avere nostalgia di quel periodo per quei motivi di allora, che sono motivi molto ideologici, molto, diciamo, che adesso non hanno più nessun senso storico, però ecco, l'idea di ritornare alla partecipazione, al confronto, ecco, è una cosa comunque positiva. Adesso questo purtroppo si è perso completamente, la politica è diventata quasi sinonimo appunto di corruzione, diffidenza, e invece l'idea di ripartecipare proprio all'etimologia della politica, cioè è qualcosa che di tutti quanti, ecco, qualcosa di auspicabile, che quei tempi ci ricordano che poteva esistere.
Grazie mille Francesco per essere stato qui con noi.
Grazie a voi. Ciao.
E in bocca al lupo per Assalto al cielo.
Crepi.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred da Festival Insider.
Getting ready for the recording.
Ok, devo vedere come farli, come registrare. Però io li faccio entrare qua. Ok, sì, certo. Faccio sì. Ok, sì. No,
seat.
I can stand there. Okay. No.
You film us?
Messi di dietro?
Osez pas.
Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Sono in compagnia di François Ozon, Paola Ber, Pierre Ninet, regista e protagonisti di France in concorso. Benvenuti.
Merci, bienvenue.
Ciao.
Je suis content d'être ici, je suis un peu fatigué.
Ciao.
Grazie mille, ciao.
Allora, ho letto, non so se è corretto, che ancora prima di trovare questo libro, quest'opera teatrale di Maurice Dostin, già era alla ricerca di un film che parlasse di bugie, di menzogne, dopo tanti film sulla verità, è corretto?
Avant même de découvrir la pièce de Rostand, vous cherchez une histoire qui parlait de mensonges et de vérités, c'est vrai?
Oui, la première idée, c'était effectivement de faire un film autour du secret et du mensonge dans une période dramatique pour montrer que parfois le mensonge et le secret pouvaient avoir des effets bienfaisants. Et il me semblait intéressant d'aborder ce thème aujourd'hui où on est obsédé par la vérité et la transparence et montrer que des fois une part secrète peut aider à vivre et surtout dans les moments de difficulté.
Sì, è vero che volevo realizzare un film che parlasse non soltanto della menzogna, ma del segreto, soprattutto in un periodo drammatico, e mostrare che in fondo avere un segreto può anche fare del bene. Credo che questo sia importante soprattutto oggi che siamo così ossessionati dalla verità e dalla trasparenza.
A proposito, poi ha scoperto che già Lubitsch si era ispirato a quest'opera teatrale in Broken Lullaby. Una domanda per lei, ma anche per i suoi attori. Come si è confrontato con questo film? Quante cose ha cambiato? Sappiamo che è solo partito da questa opera teatrale per poi andare in diverse direzioni, e a voi attori volevo sapere se vi eravate interessati all'opera teatrale, se avevate visto poi il film et come vi eravate relazionati su questo con François Ozon.
Alors la question de François, après vous avez découvert le film de Lubitsch et comment vous avez traité cette adaptation que Lubitsch avait fait, le point de départ, qu'est-ce que vous avez changé? Et pour les réalisateurs, les acteurs, pardon, est-ce que vous avez vu ces films? Vous avez tiré des inspirations? Vous avez vu aussi d'autres films pour vous préparer au rôle?
En fait, très vite, je me suis rendu compte que mon film allait être très différent de Lubitsch parce que le film de Lubitsch est raconté du point de vue du jeune homme français. Et moi, ce qui m'intéressait, c'était le point de vue de la jeune femme allemande sur cette histoire. Et puis l'autre chose, c'est que Lubitsch a fait ce film dans les années 30 sans savoir qu'il allait avoir une seconde guerre mondiale. Donc forcément, il y a une autre perspective sur l'histoire.
Sì, diciamo che il film di Lubitsch è molto diverso dal mio, innanzitutto perché il suo protagonista è un francese, mentre la mia protagonista è una giovane tedesca, e io volevo proprio adottare questa prospettiva. In più Lubitsch ha realizzato il suo film negli anni 30, quando non poteva immaginare che ci sarebbe stato un secondo conflitto mondiale, quindi è molto diverso.
Moi, c'était François qui nous a demandé de voir le ruban blanc et Splendor in the Grass, je pense pour montrer les deux atmosphères différentes pour entrer la tournage. Et puis avant, je ne voulais pas voir le film de Lubitsch parce que je pense si on raconte une histoire, ça n'aide pas de déjà vu une interprétation, ça peut te bloquer. Et comme ça, là, quand la première c'est ce soir, après, je suis très contente de le voir.
François ci ha chiesto per prepararci così all'atmosfera, soprattutto all'ambientazione del film, di vedere Il nastro bianco e Splendore nell'erba. Per quanto riguarda il film di Lubitsch, io non ho voluto vederlo perché avevo paura che mi bloccasse il fatto di vedere già un tipo di interpretazione di una storia analoga, e dopo stasera, dopo la prima a questo festival, lo vedrò.
Non, mais je vais dire la même chose que Paula, effectivement. Moi, je voulais pas voir le film de Lubitsch parce qu'il s'agissait en plus, merci, pas d'un remake, mais d'une interprétation très libre du film et j'avais pas envie effectivement d'avoir des images déjà en tête ou la sensation qu'il manquait quelque chose à un moment ou au contraire que quelque chose d'ajouté me gêne. Donc pareil, je vais le regarder avec Paula tranquillement maintenant que tout ça est passé. Et on a regardé les mêmes films parce que François avait les mêmes références en tête. C'est vrai que l'ambiance du ruban blanc, on y a pensé tout de suite en lisant le scénario, même à l'époque où c'était pas en noir et blanc déjà le film. Voilà.
Devo dire che condivido quello che ha detto Paola, anch'io non potevo vedere il film di Lubitsch, innanzitutto perché questo non è un remake, ma è una diversa interpretazione della pièce a cui anche il lavoro di Lubitsch si ispira e non volevo bloccarmi per delle immagini o sentire che mi mancasse qualcosa o al contrario che ci fosse qualche cosa di aggiunto. È vero anche che i riferimenti sono gli stessi e che Il nastro bianco è un film a cui ho pensato subito per via del bianco e nero in particolare.
Una domanda per gli attori, però François Ozon è ovviamente coinvolto. Come avete lavorato a rappresentare questa ambiguità, a rappresentare appunto, come dicevamo prima, la menzogna riparatrice, la bugia per placare il senso di colpa?
La question c'est pour vous les acteurs, comment vous avez incarné cette ambiguïté entre la vérité et le mensonge et aussi ce côté thriller de l'histoire du film?
Moi, je pense que la question morale, c'est très très intéressant dans ce film-là parce que, oui, la question, c'est bien de mentir ou pas, c'est mieux de dire la vérité ou pas. Je pense que c'est un topic assez complexe, mais pour moi, comme une actrice, c'était énorme. Qu'est-ce que j'ai appris avec le film parce que ça te montre des questions différentes, des voix différentes, on dit ça? Alors,
Attends.
You can see it different.
You can see différents points de vue.
Oui. Donc, oui.
È verissimo che la questione morale in questo film è molto importante, quando è giusto o non è giusto mentire, dire la verità, è un argomento molto vasto e complesso e doverlo in qualche modo incarnare è stato un lavoro enorme. Io ho imparato davvero tantissimo come attrice su questo set.
Sì.
C'était quoi la question?
Déjà, j'étais entre de bonnes mains parce que je sais que sur la thématique de l'ambiguïté, l'intelligence du maniement de l'ambiguïté pour le spectateur, François Ozon, pour moi, est très fort là-dedans. C'est un très bon raconteur d'histoire dans ce sens-là. Ensuite, moi, c'est ce qui me plaisait beaucoup aussi, c'est de créer des fausses pistes avec ce personnage. De montrer que dans un mensonge, il y a toujours une part de vérité et que dans la vérité, parfois aussi, on peut découvrir que ça peut tenir du mensonge. Donc cette ambiguïté-là était déjà présente au scénario, dans le scénario de François. Maintenant, moi, j'ai aimé travailler dans ce sens-là et être aussi le premier menteur de l'histoire, le premier conteur, puisqu'il y a un lien évident avec l'idée de fiction et l'idée de répondre à l'envie de croire des gens, aux besoins des gens de croire. En ça, je trouve que le film tient un propos universel aussi sur la fiction et sur les artistes.
Sapevo innanzitutto di essere in buonissime mani perché chi meglio di François ha trattato già questo tema nei suoi film precedenti e la sottigliezza con cui riesce a farlo è veramente straordinaria. Mi è piaciuto molto il fatto che il mio personaggio dia delle false piste all'inizio, mi ha divertito il fatto che nasconda l'importanza in qualche modo e parli dell'importanza della verità all'interno della menzogna e via dicendo, ma questo tema dell'ambiguità era anche presente già nella sceneggiatura, quindi è stato semplicemente questione di lasciarsi andare e di seguire le indicazioni per riuscire a incarnare tutto questo. Io sono il primo bugiardo della storia, del racconto di questo film e sono anche il primo narratore in fondo, quindi c'è anche in questo un'ambiguità tra la realtà e la finzione.
Grazie mille, vi ringrazio, in bocca al lupo, grazie mille.
Se riesco a rialzarmi.
Io mi sono...
Thank you.
Vado? Sì. Fred P Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Sono in compagnia, lo vedete, di Gabriele Muccino, regista di L'estate addosso. Benvenuto Gabriele.
Grazie a voi, grazie.
Allora, come forse saprai, Fred è la radio, il web partner internazionale della mostra. Siamo veramente felici di averti qui. Innanzitutto raccontaci come ti hai deciso di tornare a fare un film con i giovani, specialmente in questo momento particolare della vita dei ragazzi, quell'estate di passato.
Sai, venivo da 4 film americani, di cui 3 erano film drammatici. E insomma, fare un film drammatico comunque drammatizza una parte della tua vita e fare un film comunque è anche un'esperienza lunga per un regista. Io avevo voglia di fare un film che fosse il contrario di un film drammatico, che fosse il contrario di un film pesante, e volevo fare quindi un film leggero e non superficiale, naturalmente, perché superficiale è un insulto per chi voglia fare il mio mestiere, ma leggero, insomma, l'arte quando è leggera e comunica riesce anche a essere di ispirazione e emotivamente coinvolgente. Quindi volevo fare un film di questo tipo, coinvolgente, emozionante, vero, autentico, su un'età in cui di fatto si pensa di conoscere molto, ma si conosce poco, e la cosa che non si conosce affatto o per niente è il disincanto. Cioè il disincanto e il cinismo vengono dopo, quando la vita ci dà le sue poco simpatiche delusioni, i dolori, le disillusioni creano quell'anticorpo che è proprio il cinismo o il disincanto. Quell'età che io racconto invece non ha ancora conosciuto o tendenzialmente non ha ancora sviluppato un anticorpo così forte, per cui ci si butta ancora a capofitto, direi, nelle esperienze, nelle conoscenze, nelle infatuazioni, negli amori, nelle passioni, e tutto ha ancora quella forma di assoluto, di quel senso di forever, cioè in cui le cose comunque dureranno per sempre. E poi impariamo che non è così, impariamo che le cose che durano per sempre sono davvero pochissime, però a quell'età lì ci credi ed è giusto crederci ed è giusto vivere ogni momento come fosse per sempre, e questo lo rende, credo, un film molto romantico.
Oltre a quel momento lì che i due protagonisti stanno vivendo, parlando con i tuoi attori americani, loro invece mi hanno parlato, a proposito dei loro personaggi, di una crescita ma anche di un'evoluzione. Era questa anche la tua intenzione, anche di focalizzarti sui loro personaggi ed un passaggio ulteriore che loro fanno nel condividere questa esperienza con i due ragazzi?
Il film racconta di una evoluzione un po' da parte di tutti quanti, ci sono tutti quanti in un momento di crescita, di cambiamento, di confronto, di esplorazione, e questo li rende un materiale e sguardo molto vibrante. Sono vibranti i personaggi, sono vibranti gli attori con cui ho lavorato, e quindi è vibrante, credo, il materiale, il film.
Eri cosciente, me l'ha detto Brando, che per lui l'estate in cui avete girato è stata la sua estate di cambiamento. Paradossalmente i due momenti, il suo momento di vita lavorativa e quello personale, hanno coinciso.
Sì, con Brando le coincidenze con il personaggio sono state enormi. Lui recitava il ruolo di un ragazzo che faceva la maturità mentre stava realmente facendo gli esami di maturità, e questo è uno dei tanti punti di contatto con il personaggio, per cui di fatto sì, lui ha vissuto un viaggio nel viaggio ancora più intenso di quanto gli altri non abbiano fatto, ma io stesso, insomma, mi sono calato nella pelle dei miei personaggi e con loro ho vissuto quell'esperienza magica in cui le cose le vedi da un punto di vista unico e vergine.
Grazie mille Gabriele per essere stato qui con noi.
Grazie a voi, grazie davvero.
Bocca al lupo per l'estate addosso.
Crepi davvero.
Io sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia, 73esima edizione.
Ok. Fred Film Radio, sono Matt Micucci dalla 73esima Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica e sono qua in compagnia del regista Gaston Solnicki, regista del film
Quetzalcoatl,
che è quasi impossibile da pronunciare. Grazie per essere qui con noi.
Grazie a voi.
Innanzitutto ci può fare un breve riassunto del film, della storia del film?
Sì, certamente. Questo film è ispirato dall'opera Barba Blu di Bartók. Lo chiamiamo Quetzalcoatl perché infatti non è la storia proprio dell'opera, come l'opera non è la storia anche di Barba Blu, della Barba Blu diciamo della leggenda e anche del racconto tradizionale, ma è più una esperienza ispirata di diverse maniere di queste opere di Bartók, non solo perché abbiamo la sua musica, ma è anche ispirato dalla propria scheda di lui, 100 anni fa, quando lui andava a ricercare queste canzoni folcloristiche e le trasformava in musica moderna, no? E lui lavorava con il fonografo di Edison e noi con la camera di Edison, con il cinema. È un film dove diciamo c'è una storia anche se non è lineare, ma una storia trovata nel campo, come abbiamo trovato Laila Maltz, una dei protagonisti, e dopo attraverso lei una di altri commedianti. Allora, il film non è una rappresentazione dell'opera, ma è ispirato di questi materiali anche con la sua musica.
Parliamo un po' della costruzione del film. C'era una sceneggiatura?
Non c'era sceneggiatura e non c'erano dei desideri o dei materiali preconcetti. È un film che abbiamo trovato così, veramente come Bartók anche quando ha fatto questo, come compositore dell'epoca, come lui, che scriveva una musica che non aveva ancora di musicisti a suonare, che dicevano che era tecnicamente impossibile, ma anche qua un film di fizione senza sceneggiatura la gente non era molto contenta, è stato difficile, ma sì, prima non c'era né una storia né una sceneggiatura, ma lo stesso abbiamo trovato questi rapporti materiali e io credo che non è lo stesso un film, anche se è stata una propria sperimentazione, un salto nel vacío, ma il risultato è accessibile.
Anche secondo me il film è molto bello, oltretutto da vedere, certo, l'ho visto ieri, certo. È molto bello da vedere, la fotografia, lo stile è molto preciso, ce ne puoi parlare anche di questo?
Sì, come io non sapevo tante cose che non poteva controllare, quelle cose che dipendevano da me le faceva in una maniera quasi fascista. Allora il film è fatto con un solo lente, senza movimenti di camera perché come non sapevamo quello che arrivava non potevamo muovere tante cose e per me il suono e questi aspetti formali hanno stato un punto di partita importantissimi e dopo ci siamo ritrovati un po' le storie, i personaggi, la struttura, no? Ma è un film costruito attraverso che i giorni passavano.
E in questo senso come ha lavorato con gli attori?
Con molta pazienza di loro, perché veramente non è che non sapevamo quello che avevamo fare 2 settimane dopo o anche 2 giorni dopo, ma attraverso la toma non si sapeva che la gente mi mirava, ho perduto proprio un amico che faceva il suono, perché immagine con la... Allora, cercavamo situazioni, spazi che erano relazionati con la storia che nasceva e una volta che eravamo là abbiamo quasi, diciamo, cercavamo di senza troppo manipolare ni di venire contro la naturalezza del proprio film, di vedere dove il film poteva, diciamo, trovare una evoluzione narrativa, e i commedianti hanno stato proprio veramente un atto di fe, di entrare in un film così, con tanta esposizione di loro, perché anche sono abbiamo partito dalle proprie, fanno, diciamo, di loro stessi, un po'. La fizione non è mai andato così lontano di loro, anche sulle famiglie sono nel film.
Congratulazioni, grazie per essere stato qui con noi.
Grazie a te.
Grazie, e questo è Fred Film Radio, The Festival Insider.
Queste sono, esatto, dondolano. Purtroppo no, infatti molti non sono molto... Dimmi se... Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Quest'oggi sono in compagnia di Giuseppe Piccioni, che presenta in concorso Questi giorni. Benvenuto.
Grazie davvero. Sono contento.
In conferenza stampa ha detto: giovinezza, passato e presente sono vicini, non smettiamo mai di essere giovani. Questa è la genesi, l'ispirazione?
Ma sì, è un po' questo, nel senso che poi esiste un mondo esteriore, c'è uno specchio che ci rimanda ai noi, ahimè, devo dire, la nostra immagine che ci segnala il tempo, no? Però dovrebbe essere questo, poi la categoria di vecchi e giovani, ossia segnalare il tempo che passa, non cancella quella specie di assoluta desiderio di vivere, no? Perché anche nella vita di un uomo, no? Ci sono dei momenti in cui si rinasce, no? Si va a fondo, si vive una crisi profonda, però ci sono delle sensazioni a volte che anche nella vita di un uomo adulto, grande, ci possa essere un'altra giovinezza, sicuramente una giovinezza nelle intenzioni, nei sentimenti, nella progettualità, nel come si prende la vita, no? Invece sembra che questa saggezza a volte debba sparire, ma non è così, non deve essere così.
È per questo che ho scelto un momento particolare nella vita di queste due ragazze, perché non solo è il viaggio che simbolicamente è anche il momento di passaggio, quello in cui teoricamente puoi diventare tutto o puoi non essere niente, no? Dove ti trovi quella linea d'ombra.
Sì, è proprio questo, quel passaggio, quella specie di energia che arriva al suo apice, quasi che sembra non dover terminare, non dover concludersi, non doversi esaurire. E poi invece questo momento in cui sembra che le cose siano improvvisamente alle nostre spalle, ma come se non fosse possibile essere consapevoli di quel momento, no? Ce ne accorgiamo solo nel momento in cui è passato. Poi cerchi di prolungare, no? L'idea che dici vabbè, c'ho ancora qualche mese e poi avrò 8 anni, però in realtà il percorso è iniziato, cominci a togliere, no, dalle caselle, no, tutte gli anni, minuti, decenni. Però la cosa bella è questa, c'è questa poesia di Ada Negri che dice gioventù, la mia giovinezza, non ti ho perduta, sei rimasta lì in fondo all'essere, no? Questa non so perché è una suggestione che penso che si adatti molto bene a questo film, anche a questa dimensione del tempo e della durata che c'è nella storia, dove a un certo punto sembra che il passato e il presente, anche quelli immediatamente vicini, si confondano per un attimo, no? Siano effettivamente così vicini.
C'è neanche la sensazione bene di quanti giorni siano passati, c'è un po' una situazione di, non so, come se fosse una nuvola sospesa nel tempo, non c'è bene, lo sappiamo che è l'estate, però non è sempre così chiaro ed è così che è
Sì,
questo.
è vero, c'è sicuramente anche nel momento del viaggio che è il nucleo centrale del film e che non è il film, perché il film non è solo il viaggio, però c'è come una maggiore sensazione che anche nella durata le inquadrature si allungano, però il film diventa anche più coinvolgente paradossalmente. Le consapevolezze aumentano, il fatto che le ragazze sono anche più sole rispetto alle loro problematiche, però questo convive con la spensieratezza, no? E questo mescolare il basso e l'alto di quello che è quel momento della giovinezza. Questo credo che sia più forte di qualsiasi argomento, contenuto, sociologico o meno, e credo che di essere stato fortunato ad avere dalle ragazze, da queste quattro attrici, una specie di rimando di energia.
Esatto, c'è stato questo dialogo continuo, immagino, su come tu immaginavi i personaggi.
Sì, abbiamo avuto molto tempo, i personaggi sono stati scritti con gli sceneggiatori in maniera, però c'è stato molto tempo per poterci anche abituare, collimare, entrare in una dimensione creativa, non certo di complicità o di compagnoneria, no, perché quella non porta da nessuna parte. Forse adesso sarebbe possibile così vederci in maniera, però lì c'era sempre il lavoro e io mi sentivo fortunato per avere queste ragazze, ma anche con molta poca presunzione lo dico, però ma anche sentivo loro un po' baciate dalla fortuna, perché sai, quando fai questo studi, cosa vuoi fare? Vuoi fare un film con un buon personaggio, con un film, con un regista che lavori, che abbia voglia di lavorare, è questo che vuoi, che ti aspetti, come una che non so, fa giornalismo, e allora mi sembrava che loro avessero almeno questo momento di fiducia così profonda.
Grazie mille Giuseppe, in bocca al lupo.
Crepi il lupo, ciao.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred da Festival Insider.
Ciao.
Fred Film Radio, this is Nicola Comati here at the 73rd edition of Venice Film Festival, and today I'm joined by Grant Hill and Sophocles Taliusis. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Piacere di essere qui.
Oh, fantastic Italian, thank you. So, you're here with the latest filmic endeavor by Terence Malick, Life's Journey and Voyage of Time. So, I constantly wondered, whilst watching as well, thinking, what could be the hardest task for a producer in this sense, both in communicating with Terence and also in portraying this film and making this film happen? So
Well, that's why this film has a lot of producers. No, there's always enough to go around. I don't think it's. I mean, the work is hard. The working with Terry is always a pleasure, no matter what the circumstances is. Just because he's such an open, nice, intelligent, thinking sort of person. So. And that's always drawing you back. But yeah, the mixture of time spent, logistics, and time in editorial, it does take some keeping up with.
No, I believe as a producer, your job is to basically support both sides of the filmmaking process. Your director, the creative person, the artist, with his vision, with his anxieties and fears and insecurities, but also with a strong will to do something. But at the same time, you speak to, the financiers, the investors, the boring side of the business, which is still part of the business, and you need to keep the balance of both and protect Terry in his world and his idea and everything, and protect your director, but at the same time make this child, this baby, work in a market environment.
And it's in this day and age, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to do that. I mean, it's the financial sort of pressure, the changing technologies. It's just sort of it just take time, effort, and people just to sort of, and to give somebody like Terry the safety and the space, and the sort of to take the pressure away from him to do it. I mean, that's because it as with a lot of directors that sort of operate at that level, it's about focus and about they work harder than anybody else. So yeah, it's really, and it's sort of doing that, then the producers do everything else.
And I heard also that the film's inception per se was a very kind of like a long sort of journey itself. And when did you come on board? I mean, you knew about the project beforehand, or especially talking to Terence?
I first heard about it when we finished Thin Red Line, so it's 1988, I think. When he just brought it up out of nowhere. I had no knowledge of it up to that point, and he took me over to his storage facility, and there are a whole lot of boxes which now have been seen. But it was just this sort of slightly strange thing, because it's like going into to an anonymous storage place. Not a protected place, not a sort of a controlled environment, and you go in and there's this sort of shelves and shelves and shelves of boxes, and the boxes are full of sort of books, tear-outs from magazines, notes, philosophy bits and pieces, photographs, and sort of grouped into. They had the strangest thing was that there is no indexing or anything, it's piles, but Terry knew exactly where everything was, and so in a way there was something that was sort of quite formed in his mind at that point, and then I learned later that it actually it had preceded. That's when I was aware of it, but it had been being assembled for a long time.
Yeah, I think the most interesting story about the origin of a voyage is if you talk to Terry's wife. The first cinematography, I think he started in the 70s with some shots of the Great Barrier Reef. But if you talk to his wife, she will tell you, oh, Terry, has been talking about this ever since I met him, and they met when they were 13 years old. So.
Well, and finally, we have the completion of it here in Venice. So I invite everybody to go and watch it, and I'm sure the whole world will make its mind up.
Please do. We look forward to it.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for being with us. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Oh, they're rockers.
We don't have enough time. That's interesting. You want to make a movie about it?
Okay. Fred Film Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I'm in company of James Franco, Ashley Greene, Austin Stowell, director and protagonist of In Dubious Puddle. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, my old friend. Chiara.
Hi, thank you. Great to be here.
Hi, so nice to be here.
So the first question is obvious. I know you're obsessed with Steinbeck now. You adapted On Mice and Men play, and now there's In Dubious Puddle. What it is about him that is close to you that made you want to do more? I heard that maybe it's because he wanted to analyze the group dynamics, how a person acts in a group.
I have a lot of connections to Steinbeck. I grew up reading John Steinbeck. I grew up in Northern California, near where he grew up, and where he wrote about. When I was reading him as a young teenager, I was basically reading about the history of my state, and so he's been a part of my life for over 20 years and very close to my heart. And after I did Of Mice and Men on Broadway about 2 years ago, I thought I really wanted to do a cinematic adaptation of his work. And so I found this book. It had never been adapted. It was one of his lesser-known books, but I thought it would make a great adaptation because it had such a strong central conflict, and the issues within it were so important. But I think first and foremost, I was just thinking as a director and storyteller that this had such a strong conflict, and that the tension between all the characters was sustained throughout. Sort of starts early and never lets up. That it would make for a very engaging film.
Austin, Ashley, how did you get involved in the film project? Plus, I was working with James Franco, who obviously knows in Steinbeck.
Very much so. I got a call from James, and he had asked me to come and join the film. Of course, I knew his work already and was very intrigued to come and work with him. And then I hear about this amazing cast. Sam Shepard, Robert Duvall, Vincent D'Onofrio, of course Ashley and James himself, Nat Wolff, Selena Gomez. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And then to put all that aside and realize that it comes back to this story, this very, I think, repetitive story we've seen throughout history, where people have had enough. They're fed up. They have nothing. They can't lose anymore. So it's time to band together, and there's this unification of the human spirit and of this desire to have what they do not. There are the haves and the have-nots all throughout history, and I think this is just another retelling of that story in a very poignant time in American history, but I think reflects a lot of what's going on in our global economic position today.
Yeah, same thing. I kind of received a call, and they asked if I wanted to hop on board on the project, and of course the instinct was to just say yes before even reading it, because the cast was so incredible, and I have a great admiration for James, and to be a part of something I think that shows kind of the struggle and what people had to go through for everyday rights is something that's very important and that people, I think, need to know. And we have things like this going on today, but I think in the 1930s, during the Depression, there was a lot more at stake. It was a lot more brutal. I think there was a lot more death involved, and so for me, I was really excited to kind of, even if a small part, be kind of a vehicle in which to get this film as a whole made. And it was exciting to be amongst people that I have such admiration for, and to play Robert Duvall's daughter. It would be a hard thing to say no to, given any project. But yeah, I was just really honored and excited to be a part of it.
Thank you, Austin Stowell, Ashley Greene, James Franco, for being here with us on Fred Film Radio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao,
Chiara.
Chiara.
Ciao.
I only have a brief, short while with you, so we'll get started right away. I'll do a short introduction. And yeah, we try to spoil our guests. And then, so we'll do a short introduction and then we'll get started. I can't wait to talk to you.
What am I doing? What is this, Fred?
Yes, radio station. Online radio station, the official. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year Fred is the official online radio station of the festival. I'm so pleased to be joined by John Landis. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, the festival is presenting An American Werewolf in London, a restored version of the film, which I adore. So let's talk about that a little bit. What was, the first question that I want to ask you is, this film mixes horror and laughs.
Not me.
The film mixes horror and laughs. So how was it kind of received by people that you were trying to get financial backing from? Did they understand the screenplay initially?
No, I wrote this in 1969 when I was 18. I was working on a movie called Kelly's Heroes in the former Yugoslavia. Yes. I was, now they're called PAs, but they were called gophers then. And it was very interesting. It was behind the Iron Curtain. Right. Someone your age wouldn't have a clue what that is, but it was.
I'm a history buff.
But you'd be amazed what that meant. It was like going from color to black and white. But anyway, and I witnessed this wacky thing, and it inspired me. I thought, what would I do if I was confronted with something supernatural? Because I know that it's not real, it's not true. So how would I deal with it if it was standing in front of me? And that basically inspired An American Werewolf in London. And the reason it's funny is it's not a comedy. It's a horror. It's a quite dark movie, but it is very funny. And my intention is to use the humor to make it more frightening, which I think it does. And I wrote it in '69. I made it in 1981. And I only could make it after the success of, I had 3 movies that were Kentucky Fried Movie, then Animal House, and then The Blues Brothers. And they were all very, very, very successful, so I could get the money to make this wacky movie. And I'm happy to say it was very successful internationally, and still is.
Right, it is. It's a beloved classic. How are we doing on time?
You know, it did
I gotta ask.
I was going to say it did huge business in the UK, but also in Ireland and Australia, just gigantic. In Australia, it was the #2 movie to James Bond that year. And I realized, well, because it's killing Brits and Americans.
That is... just to go back to the origins of the idea, at this point you had already kind of made a similar film. That was your first feature film, Schlock.
Oh, Schlock is not similar at all.
No, not similar, but it was also kind of a tribute to some creature feature.
Schlock is a monster movie and very much a comedy. And it was inspired by this terrible Freddie Francis movie called Trog, which was poor Joan Crawford's last movie. Have you ever seen Trog?
I haven't. No.
You should. It's wonderfully funny. But it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. And so what kind of influence do these types of films have on you as a filmmaker? Had on you at the time? What do they have now in terms of influence?
I couldn't be specific, but everything has influence. I mean, I hear sometimes artists saying, I was not influenced. They're full of shit. Everything influences you. Whether, you're aware of it or not. It's like politics. People say, well, my film's not political. Of course it is, whether you intended it or not.
Right, yeah.
But regardless, I have very broad taste. I like highbrow and lowbrow. Yeah. I enjoy all kinds of stuff.
Unfortunately, we're really running out of time, but thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure talking to you.
Are you coming tonight?
I'm going to try my best, but...
I'm going to try my best. The check's in the mail.
He has the microphone.
The dog ate my homework.
We can't control the time. If you keep the microphone, we can keep you for longer. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Qui. Roy, right? Giulia. Vado? Sei molto bella. Fred P Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I'm with Giulia Roy, actress in the film A Jamais Never Ever by Benoît Jacot. So welcome, Giulia.
Thank you.
So I have to say that I read the press notes and I discovered, but I want to know from you that Benoît asked you to, while you were working on the film, on the character, to write a script. Is that correct? How was it?
Yes. Actually, first he showed me the book of Don DeLillo about the artist. And then he said that if I'm interested and if I like the book, I could write the script of the screenplay of this book. And afterwards, I worked on the character because I told him that I like to write, and I already had shown him a small screenplay about 20 pages that I had written, and he liked it. So yeah, yes.
Who was Giulia for you when you wrote about her, and who's Giulia now after doing her after working on it with Benoît?
I think I learned a lot. It's the first time I had the experience to really hold a film from beginning to end. So this was the experience for me that writing a whole movie. I never wrote a long one, 1.5 hours, just small ones, like short movies. So I also learned how to actually write a script, and
I was thinking that we can call the film also a ghost film, but ghost movie, but it's not about that. It's about a woman trying to process loss her own way. Is that correct?
Yes, it's very strong. I mean, she's trying to survive the love of her life. So it's kind of it was a difficult and challenging part for me to play, but that's also why it was very interesting to me. It was a challenge, yeah.
Without spoiling the ending, but do you think the heart, in whatever form it is expressed, can help through this process?
So
Heart, whatever. Yes, can help a person to elaborate loss, to process loss or other pain.
Do you sensitivity or?
Yes. Do you think that, for example, she expresses a lot through her way of communicating with people in the theater, in this case? Do you think that art in general can help processing loss? Your
I
experience in the film?
I don't know. I don't know. Strength more, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you, Giulia.
Thank you.
So much, and congratulations for the film. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
We'll try and get as much as we can in.
Perfect.
Ready?
Okay.
So just to double check the title of the film, what's the pronunciation?
Maudit Putin.
Maudit Putin.
That's right.
Okay. Ready? Let's go. Fred Film Radio. I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year we're the official online radio station of the festival. Very pleased to be joined by director Carl Lemieux, who is the director of Maudit Putin. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So, would you briefly explain to our listeners a little bit about the film, because it's kind of complex in its plot line?
Well, I guess this inspiration at the start was to go back to my hometown and try to film this particular energy I grew up with, these industrial town, and how the young people of the area, in that case it's more like young adults, but how, you know, how we would survive it all with music and underground music, and then it's all stories, you know, inspired from there as well. So bits and pieces, it's fiction, but inspired from that violence in these little town, and the struggle, and that take many different forms.
It's really just trying to really get that energy, like you said, in this film, and there's a lot in it. Can you help our listeners kind of visualize the film? How do you try to achieve that stylistically?
Well, at the start, I guess, as an inspiration, I was gathering, I made a kind of a mood board of different black and white pictures. So a lot of blurry pictures, lots of eye contrast, grainy, celluloid based photographs. And so that particular mood, and also all the different radical music that I'm personally into, and it varies from, you know, bands from like Godspeed You Black Emperor to more like radical noise American band like Wolf Eyes, or dark ambient like Loosemore. There's a lot of different sound element as well.
In this setting, how do you work with the actors?
In that case, my background is more experimental films. I've been and crafted a lot of short films and live performance that I do with improviser and musician, and so the learning curve was pretty steep. I had very little to no experience working with actors, so it was important to start with actor that adds something already that I was trying to get. In the case of the main musician, Jean-Simon, he was already playing drum in a punk band, which was the character. So that was fantastic. He was, you know, a good actor from Quebec, but also who could play the drum, and he had that spirit, and he understood the project. So that was a really good start. And then people like Martin Dubreuil, who, to my opinion, one of the best actor we have in Quebec, and he accepted to play the older brother. And another thing I did was to ask, he's quite a famous actor in Quebec, Robin Aubert, but he's also from that same hometown.
Yeah.
So I asked him to play in the film, and it was great to have him on board to kind of bring the energy a little bit up with the non-actor, because he's very well respected in the region, and it was great to mix it up. And he ended up playing with non-actor that were childhood friend of him. So yeah, it was this thing where and we try to be as precise as possible in the script, but then we reviewed all the dialogue with the actor, and so they could say it in a more natural way. And so I kept everything pretty open, and we worked together. We also did improvisation. Yeah. So
just very briefly, as a final question, obviously the atmosphere of the film is also quite tough, so you're trying to get the audience a little bit out of their comfort zone with it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's from the start with the flickering screens. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure talking to you about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Questo qua. Mettilo bene? Ok, ok, ok. Pa.
That's pretty great. If you got a card or anything, I'll get in touch with you for sure. We good to go now? Fantastic. I'm sorry about this now. Okay, so I'll do a short introduction and we'll get started. Ready to go? Okay. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year we're the official online radio station of the festival. Very pleased to be joined by director Casper Collin, who who's presenting his film I Called Him Morgan here at the festival and is just out of a press conference. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So your film talks about Lee Morgan, a great jazz man who had, it's kind of an infamous end to his great, illustrious career. But what I'm interested in was what drew you to the character of Lee Morgan, to the person of Lee Morgan.
Wow, I'm a documentary filmmaker, and it's always like a process. You're starting somewhere, and the starting point is very important. And I made a documentary before about Albert Ayler, which is another American jazz musician. It took me 7 years, and it was taking place a little bit the same time and territory in New York, in the 60s, early 70s. So I was a little bit reluctant after this to make another jazz project, even if I love jazz so much. But then, it was 7 years ago, I was watching YouTube, and then I saw this amazing clip with Lee Morgan together with Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. They were performing this tune by Bobby Timmons called "That There," and it was from 1961, I think, a TV broadcast. I think it was a Japanese one, and it was Lee Morgan's sound and the solo in the solo there, and his ability to communicate there. I was just listening to that solo over and over again. I was really moved by that, and from there I just, wow, I really need to see or listen to more of Lee Morgan's music. But by that time, of course, I know about Sidewinder, but coming more from my experimental, soul-searching free jazz music for myself. I played music myself earlier in different contexts, more like experimental music. The Sidewinder was not really my music at that time, so I was so happy when I found this clip with Lee Morgan, this performer, that solo he played there. Got me very interested in this guy, and I realized that there was this searching artist under development that made, among others, this fantastic recording, Search for New Land, and developed all through the 60s and made this great music towards the end there.
Well, I mean, then there's also Helen Morgan as well, and that's that side of the story too. So you had to balance the two stories together for this film.
Definitely, and that was the thing, you know, when I've heard this fantastic communicator, this Lee Morgan, that moved me so. I did some research and found some people. There was many people around that know Lee Morgan and used to play with him, and I just started to meet them, and quite immediately they started to talk about Helen. And as I think most jazz lovers or music lovers, they know about that Lee Morgan was shot by his wife or girlfriend. Most people thought it was, or a woman, and that was Helen. That's what you can read, really. And I did not know anything more than that. But then those musicians started to talk about her in a very lovingly and passionately way, and I realized that wow, there was something else, because they talked about her as also saving him because he had a terrible narcotic problem during a big part of the 60s into the mid 60s, and then this woman Helen met him and started to nurse him really and brought him back to us. Really, and that's a fantastic thing, I think, and I thought that to really make a film about Lee, I think it also needed to be about her and the relationship and the love story they had. That fascinated me a lot, because both of them loved this music and also in a way made this music possible, you know, because she helped him so much.
And then you have this wonderful thing, which is a taped interview, which has never really been heard before, right?
Yeah, I got in contact with this great man in North Carolina, in Wilmington, called Larry Rennie Thomas, who had made this cassette recording with Helen Morgan, you know, because that's such a fascinating thing, you know, because when Lee Morgan was shot by Helen, all the people around them, they loved both of them, you know, because they were always together and they know what she meant to him. So it was like they at once lost two friends, you know, and one of them shot the other one. It's a terrible experience for them, really. But Helen, Lee died direct, and Helen got to prison and then just disappeared. Everyone lost contact with her. And then it was she moved back to North Carolina, and this man, Larry Rennie Thomas, down there, he was the teacher for an evening course, and this woman went to this history course, and he realized who she was and kind of discovered this was actually the woman who shot Lee Morgan. He wanted to interview her, and she said, maybe. And then about 7 years later, she called him and said, you can come now. And then he came with his little cassette recorder, you know, this was in 1996 then, and made this fantastic interview with her when she talks about all her life, from her background when she has her first child when she's 13 and the other one when she's 14, and then traveled to New York to create a new life, being Lee Morgan's manager, killing Lee Morgan.
Literally picking him up off the gutter.
Picking him up, definitely, and then ending up with shooting him, and then her way back to North Carolina. And then suddenly the interviews interrupted by a grandchildren walking into the room, and this guy who made this interview, he wanted to come back, but then she died just 1 month later. So it's kind of a special story, but I really that was a fascinating document, and I love to work with those documents as a documentary filmmaker. So that was a perfect thing for this film, I think.
Priceless primary source material. Then you have contributions by artists. It's really a fantastic documentary. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have to talk about it. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure. I Called Him Morgan. Great film. Check it out, especially if you're a jazz fan. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Thanks a lot.
Sorry,
Fred Film Radio, this is Niccolo Comotti here at the 73rd edition of Venice Film Festival, and today I'm joined by Kei Ishikawa. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. My name is Kei. Yes, good to see you.
Kei, you're here with Gukoroku, is it right?
Yes.
And it's a very daring film, a very brave first feature as well. I found it a really intriguing exercise on the idea of translating writing into filmmaking, and also a different concept of action, and movement. I wonder, in the very first part when you were writing it, what was your main idea, the main drive of the thing?
Well, basically this is a crime mystery suspense film, but at the same time my true interest was not really who killed who, and because there are a bunch of many that kind of films in Japan too, but I'm not so into those kind of genres. But at the same time, in this film Gukoroku, it's more like a human dramas, and then and I was really wanted to play with genre, but at the same time what I really tried to was I wanted to make a film about human darkness inside, and that's something I always had in mind in pre-production. Yes.
And there's almost an idea of static power, they sit in, there's memory, remembering, at the same time it's very violent as well, even just the words. But I really was struck by the acting, which I find very non-Japanese in a way, especially the male character. I found it almost with this sort of noir, pulsed and refined kind of refrain man. And I wonder how you worked with the main characters, so Tsumebaki and Hiraki.
Basically, this main character, Tsumabaki-san, he was really interested in the very first stage, even before the first script. He really liked the book, and then I don't know, he saw my previous short films, and then he said he's in. Yeah? So from the very beginning, we could talk about the character, and we could develop, what we can try. Of course, he's so smart guy. So I think we shared the same feeling. We had the same image of the film, and 100%. I think that's why.
And for instance, the female role, so Mitsuko, played by Hiraki, how was it? How did you work with her? Because she's really probably the most visually empowering figure of them all. The one that kind of pushes the camera through.
Yeah. Well, she's really special anyway. Somehow in terms, actually I didn't really direct too much. Always she brings something from her side. It's It's kind of interesting for me as well, because she has some visions, and then it changes my directing as well. And so, for example, I had this idea of this hand, in the film, and then it was my ideas, and okay, and then actually she had different ideas of the arms moving on her body, and then we took it, and then so it's not just only about acting, but yeah.
Directing as well.
Yeah. So we had a very happy relationship, I think, as a director and actress.
I can't wait to see the second one, of course. There's going to be many more. Thank you very much, Kay, for being with us. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Sì. No, io mi siedo qua e poi sono fuori dalla scena, no? Ma no, questo è il radio?
Sì, questo è
ok,
radio,
va
giusto
bene,
live,
allora.
capito, ma inquadriamo lui e giusto. Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima edizione della Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Sono in compagnia di Kim Ji-won, regista di The Age of Shadows. Benvenuto.
웰컴. 그러니까 저 에이즈 오브 섀도우 감독님과 같이 여기 있습니다. 환영합니다.
La mia prima domanda è una curiosità. Ha fatto una pausa di 3 anni e dopo 6 anni finalmente torna a dirigere un film in Corea. Perché una spy story, ma perché soprattutto ha deciso di ambientarla in quel particolare momento storico della Corea?
3년 쉬셨다가 스파이 스토리로 다시 영화를 만드셨는데 왜 스파이 스토리? 그 다음에 왜 바로 그 시대, 그때 이루어지고 있는 그런 얘기들 만들기로 하셨는지.
그 역사적으로 이제 우리 그 당시가 1920년대 그 당시가 일본에 의해서 강제적으로 합병이 됐고 침략을 당해서 그래서 가장 국가적으로 비극적인 상태의 그 시대의 이야기를 밀정이라는 그 스파이물에 담았을 때 저는 한 나라가 가장 비정상적인 상태 또는 부조리한 상태, 불합리한 상태에 빠져 있을 때 국가뿐 아니라 그 개인의 어떠한 그 존엄성마저도 위협받을 수 있다라는 얘기를 오늘날 다시 한번 해보고 싶었던 부분이 있었어요.
Il periodo coloniale, gli anni 20, ma non solo, perché dura 35 anni, sono un periodo estremamente difficile e tormentato, no? della nostra storia moderna coreana. Quindi mi sono posto ho voluto cercare di spiegare, di analizzare, seguire e spiegare il percorso che non solo un paese, perché è un paese che si trova sotto dominio coloniale, comunque un paese che soffre, un paese che si trova in situazioni assolutamente incomprensibili, a volte inaccettabili, ma ciò che questi eventi storici, cioè l'influenza e gli effetti che questi eventi storici così dolorosi potessero avere anche su un individuo, quindi vedere come a livello individuale si riuscisse poi a superare o quali decisioni ci si potesse trovare nelle condizioni di prendere da individui singoli.
Il film si basa appunto su fatti storici realmente accaduti, ma anche, ho letto, non so se è corretto, su persone realmente esistite, quindi si è ispirato. Come ha scelto appunto gli eventi da raccontare e le persone da cui prendere ispirazione?
영화가 진짜 저기 역사적인 사건에서부터 발생하고 그다음에는 사건뿐만 아니라 사람들 진짜 있었던 사람들 살던 사람들에 대한 그런 그 영향을 받았고 그런데 선택할 때 어떤 역사적인 사건들을 얘기해야 된다 그런 선택이 어떻게 그런 선택을 하셨는지.
그러니까 이제 이 영화는 스파이 영화, 스파이물이고 스파이물을 가장 흥미롭고 또 서스펜스 있고 긴박감 있게 표현하기 위해서는 그 얘기, 그러니까 그 상해에서 경성까지 폭탄을 몰래 들여오는 거, 과연 이것을 이 작전이 성공할 것인지 들키지 않을 것인지, 그래서 그 기차라는 것은 어떤 상징으로 본다면은 메타포로 본다면 그건 역사인 거죠. 역사. 그 인물들을 어디론가 싣고 가는 역사라고 생각한다면은 기차의 어떤 서스펜스가 나오는 것이 그런 주제의 상징성과 또 스파이 영화의 어떤 서스펜스를 잘 만들 수 있을 거라 생각이 들었어요.
Allora, nella costruzione di un film del genere spy story ovviamente bisogna creare del suspense, no, delle storie eccetera, però dunque se per esempio si prende l'elemento del trasporto degli esplosivi che vengono contrabbandati da Shanghai a Gyeongsong, che era allora il nome dell'attuale Seoul, quindi oggi è Seoul e allora era Gyeongsong, no? Si veniva chiamata. Quindi il trasporto viene fatto attraverso il treno, nella storia avviene attraverso il treno, però il treno è un mezzo di trasporto, ma in questo caso diventa anche un po' il simbolo della storia che si porta appresso le persone, quindi è la storia che coinvolge e travolge gli individui e quindi in questo no, travaso, in questo percorso così inarrestabile, vedere un pochino quali sono poi gli individui, e la spy story mi sembrava l'elemento migliore, il modo migliore per raccontare questo movimento, insomma questo percorso.
Io ringrazio Kim Ji-hoon per essere stato qui con noi a Fred Film Radio e in bocca al lupo. Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred da Festival Insider. Mi metto io? Dai, prego, sì.
Qui dove siamo?
Siamo a Fred Film Radio, noi siamo a Web Radio Internazionale, Web Radio. Quindi abbiamo vari canali in varie lingue. Sì, non so, magari io ci sto provando. Perché lo sponsor ci sta provando in tutte le maniere. Abbiamo fatto Netflix, ma ci è passato 5 minuti di quanto dell'intervista, immaginate.
Ci farei esattamente le stesse domande che ci hanno fatto di là?
No, perché c'era una domanda sull'infanzia, una cosa un po' che mi aveva colpito del film, però non so se... Vado? Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima edizione della Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Ho qui con me Kim Rossi Stewart e Cristiana Capotondi, regista e attrice di Tommaso. Benvenuti.
Ciao, grazie, benvenuto.
Ciao, grazie. Non ti chiederò l'idea del film, ma voglio capire perché ti interessava analizzare questa crisi del ruolo dell'uomo, del maschio. Perché?
No, ma non mi interessava dal punto di vista sociologico, nel senso che no, poi il film non è esattamente su questo. Il film sicuramente così si interroga sul perché e sulle motivazioni per cui gli esseri umani in generale, in questo caso sposiamo il punto di vista di un uomo, ma comunque gli esseri umani in generale si affannano da millenni nel tentativo di trovare un appagamento nelle relazioni amorose, sentimentali e sessuali. Ecco, questo è uno degli obiettivi, così, dei temi che voleva il film esaminare. L'altro è forse quello più importante, l'eredità che ci tocca portare sulle nostre spalle, il fardello che ci lasciano i nostri genitori, che a loro volta hanno ricevuto dai loro genitori, eccetera, eccetera, di nevrosi, di aspirazioni, di desideri. Insomma, ognuno di noi penso che passa una certa parte della propria vita nel tentativo di liberarsi di questo fardello per trovare la parte più autentica di sé, insomma, questo famoso bambino interiore di cui Tommaso è alla ricerca durante tutto il film.
Ed è quello che infatti mi incuriosiva, perché c'è tutta una parte di film in cui gli viene detto e chiesto: trovalo, ti devi riconnettere con la tua parte interiore, e solo senza ovviamente spoilerare, però ovviamente c'è un momento in cui lui si guarda al passato finalmente. I film sono anche un po' terapeutici, quindi mi chiedevo, in questo senso, che cosa hai capito tu? Bisogna fare questo passaggio un po' indietro? Anzi, amplio la domanda, secondo voi è necessario o sono tutti appunto frasi fatte, il bambino interiore, eccetera?
Ma sì, beh, a questo in parte ti ho già risposto, nel senso che penso che, anzi, il film è dedicato a tutte le persone che prima o poi saranno disposte a rischiare qualcosa per fare questo percorso, per andare a recuperare questo bambino imprigionato in qualche parte di noi, che è la parte più autentica e la parte perfetta di noi. Ma vorrei allargare la cosa e uscire dai confini del film, e parlando della cinematografia in generale. Questo è un percorso che il cinema sta un po' dimenticando, cioè il cinema introspettivo sta diventando una specie in estinzione. Per questo penso che sia importante parlare del cinema introspettivo non come qualcosa di noioso, pesante, insostenibile, che voglio dire non interessa neanche a me. Penso che si possa fare anche con altri strumenti. Il film è attraversato da un sentimento ironico, però insomma non dimentichiamoci che il cinema non è soltanto popcorn, intrattenimento e svago, che per carità ha assolutamente il diritto di avere una buona fetta del mercato, ma in questo momento sta completamente soffocando sul nascere le produzioni di film di questo genere, perché se tutti i produttori e tutti i distributori partono dal concetto che per produrre un film già devo sapere quanto incassa, tu capisci che è già finito tutto ciò.
Cristiana, fammi solo un saluto, visto che
Sì, io vi invito ad andare al cinema. Il film Tommaso è nelle sale dall'8 di settembre, quindi ci siamo, perciò niente, grazie, noi andiamo nella nostra...
Grazie mille. Io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred. Adam, spero che era bello perché era cromaticamente affini. Sì. Cristiana si è combinata, anche la Gibson.
Adesso però mi deconcentro e ci
Vado? Fred Pin Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Ho qui con me Camilla Diana, una delle protagoniste di Tommaso di Kim Rossi Stewart. Benvenuta.
Grazie.
Allora, mi ha colpito quello che hai detto in conferenza stampa. Hai descritto Sonia come un personaggio, sì, semplice, quella che apparentemente dovrebbe essere proprio completamente il contrario rispetto alle donne con cui Tommaso è stato, ma in realtà c'è dentro di lei una grande complessità. Non solo c'è una grande complessità per me, però io ci ho visto anche una grande concretezza, anche molto amara.
Sì, probabilmente Sonia è così per contrasto a un grande dolore che lei ha dentro. È evidente che è un personaggio che prima di incontrare Tommaso ha sofferto tanto e quindi di contro prende in mano la sua vita, prende il coltello dalla parte del manico e non permette più a nessuno di farla soffrire e quindi diventa lei carnefice a tutti i costi e nasconde tutto questo con un'estrema leggerezza, semplicità, ironia, però in realtà è una donna che ha sofferto tanto.
È una donna che sa benissimo quale probabilmente dovrebbe essere il suo futuro, nonostante forse l'istinto e anche la passione, perché si capisce che è coinvolta a Tommaso, ma non basta, sa che quello è l'unica cosa che...
Sì, lei è assolutamente coinvolta da Tommaso, assolutamente affascinata, ma ha paura che lui le possa fare del male. Ha paura e quindi preferisce restare in una zona borderline e non esporsi, restare col suo fidanzato scelto dalla famiglia, eccetera, piuttosto che fare un passo avanti per prevenzione, per restare in una zona sicura.
Come avete lavorato a questo equilibrio e questo contrasto?
Abbiamo sondato tante zone, abbiamo smontato e rimontato Sonia diverse volte. Sì, perché è piena, anche lei è piena di cose. Potrebbe essere un Tommaso al femminile, chiaramente che approccia alla vita in una maniera completamente diversa da lui, molto, molto più carnale, molto più di pancia, molto più istintiva. Però le turbe e le difficoltà sono le stesse di Tommaso. Però lei le condensa e diventa un caterpillar che va avanti a muso duro. Ma ha elaborato tutto questo in questa maniera qui.
In conferenza stampa si diceva che inizialmente aveva pensato a te anche per Federica, poi voleva una persona, per Sonia invece voleva una persona più giovane, quindi tu eri perfetta e tutto. Col senno di poi sei contenta di aver fatto questo personaggio che a mio avviso mi sembrava più complicato?
Assolutamente sì, io Sonia l'ho adorata. Sì, esteticamente vedendomi Kim la prima volta ha pensato che non fossi giusta per Sonia. Perché più eterea, perché meno rozza, meno... però dentro evidentemente c'è un maschio potente dentro di me che ha spinto in qualche modo, in qualche maniera, e quindi sì, sono contenta di aver fatto Sonia, assolutamente.
Dove ti vedremo in futuro?
Stasera su Red Carpet.
E dall'8 settembre al cinema.
E dall'8 settembre al cinema.
Grazie mille Camilla e in bocca al lupo per stasera.
Grazie.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred, da Festival Insider.
Ready now. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year Fred is the official online radio station of the festival. Very pleased to be joined by Laurie Simmons, who is the director of My Art, a screening here in Venice. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So, first question for our listeners, would you like to maybe tell us a little bit about the story?
Well, I would say, if I had to describe it in one sentence, that it's a coming-of-age story about a woman artist. But she's in her 60s and has tremendous aspirations and needs to leave her comfort zone, which is the city of New York, to go to a place to really find herself and find a new voice and a new way to make art.
So obviously you star in the leading role in this film on top of doing everything else. How much of yourself is in this film?
I think that there is a lot of me in terms of understanding the solitary life of an artist. I think there's so much of so many women I know in the character of Ellie. Like, I just had to look around me, like not that far, to find her attitudes, her dialogue. She is a woman that I know so well. So in that sense, she kind of wrote herself. She told me her story, and I wrote it down, basically.
Yeah. And incidentally, where did this story begin? Where did you first get the idea to do it?
Well, in 2009, I played the role of an artist named Siri in my daughter Lena Dunham's movie Tiny Furniture. And Siri came very much out of Lena Dunham's imagination. But I didn't feel that even Siri was an accurate portrayal of a woman artist. And I thought, well, here you have a young woman, Lena, who'd grown up around two artists for 25 years. And I thought, well, if my own daughter doesn't get the portrayal of an artist exactly the way I think it should be, maybe I have a job to do.
And obviously there's a key element in cinema in this film. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, I would say, maybe it's a little known fact, but every artist I know is just a rabid cinephile. Artists love movies, they quote movies, they watch movies, maybe because we're on our own crazy schedule. Yeah. And in trying to decide what kind of art Ellie would make in the movie, I wanted to find what I call movie art that might engage the viewer more than just watching somebody paint or watching somebody sculpt or even doing performance art. So I thought these video vignettes that were clips from movies that we knew might make them both relatable and also help, like in a musical, help move the narrative of the story along based on what movies Ellie was choosing to quote.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. And in terms of My Art, the film itself, how do you view it in your other works as an artist? How does it fit in? It's quite different from a lot of the stuff that you've made before.
It's not like the work that I make, and Ellie's work is her work, very much her work. It's very much movie art. But I think when I wrote the words My Art as the title page on my script, I certainly wondered if I was about to embark on a new form of my art.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And do you see yourself going on in this direction?
I think that making movies is an addiction. That's nothing I've made up. People have told me that the level of stress and anxiety and desire to move forward is so powerful, and the exhaustion at the end is so absolutely complete. But then you kind of wake up from it, and you're like, when can I make my next movie?
All right. So you're never content or rewarded?
Well, I think it's the same with making art. You kind of always want to think about a new way to challenge yourself, and certainly making a film has so many more moving parts than shooting a still photograph, and that's what really got me going. It's just the idea that there was so much more to control and think about and attend to. And I think that as you age into making art, you want to keep challenging yourself more and more. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have, but congratulations. Great film.
Thank you so much.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a lot of wine last night. So.
Hydration, first of all.
Yeah, I'm dry.
Fred Film Radio, this is Nicola Comotti here at the 73rd edition of Venice Film Festival, and today I've got the pleasure to have Love Diaz. Welcome.
Yeah, honored to be here. Thank you.
Love, you're here with a wonderful film, The Woman Who Left, astonishing acting, but I would like to start also from something a bit bigger and wider, because I always, I've seen a lot of your films and I always had it on the back of my mind.
Thank you.
What is your relationship with time? Whether it's while you shoot, or you're in the editing room, or you're thinking about, philosophy and history, or just queuing in a supermarket, like how you conceive and you want to translate time in your film?
Well, time is the greatest struggle in life, so it's still a mystery to us. We don't know if, we're here or we're not here. So the same with creating cinema. You encapsulate a moment, you encapsulate an epoch. You create characters for those moments. So in cinema, I'm creating an alternative universe that approximates our universe. So that's time for me. I'm trying to understand time in my cinema. Yeah.
And I have also, especially with The Woman Who Left, I constantly sense this freedom, freedom while seeing, what I see, but also I imagine the freedom on set. But at the same time, cinema is always, one of the best kind of fake things that it does is like creating freedom where maybe there's control. Exactly. So how do you behave, especially with actors, and how you create a sense of freedom, although of course, you still, hold the reins?
That's why my methodology is, I've done away with the convention of doing the film school kind of cinema where you do a lot of cut to cuts, the fast thing. So the very moment that I started doing cinema, it's all about emancipating it. It's about liberating it. So I search for a methodology that suits my kind of cinema, that will free any trajectory of what I'm doing. Like I did with and what I'm doing now is one frame, one take always. So it's a very, very difficult method at the same time, because like if you deal with actors who've been used to doing movies and TV works, they're not used to the freedom that you give, that it's just one frame. They're waiting for you to do the close-up of the eye, the close-up of the hand, the cut away with the birds, the tilt up, tilt down, the pan there, the pan here. So they're waiting. But I tell them, I showed them the frame. I said, this is the frame. It's only one take. If there's a problem, then we do it again, but it's also one take. There's just one frame. So they said, there's no close-up of my eye. There's no close-up of my face. No, it's just one take. It will be magnified. The only thing that I ask them is, go for the truth of the character. Don't act. Go for the truth of the character. Go for the truth of the scene. That's the only thing that I can give them. They're free to do that, but at the same time, we're very disciplined on the issue of the script, the dialogue. I tell them if it's too much, I tell them it's lacking. So there's that kind of freedom and control that you do with this kinds of methodology. Yeah.
And this process of liberation for your dual kind of reality as a writer and director, cinematographer, editor, especially with this, you really held everything all together yourself. Do you find it's sort of sometimes a struggle as well to translate and liberate what you wrote down on paper into images?
There's always the battle between the writer and the cinematographer and the director and the editor. So when I'm writing it, I'm the writer. When I'm, shooting it, I'm the cinematographer and the director. So there's this duality always, so many personas coming in, and then when I'm editing it, I'm the editor. And then, I don't want to think about the director. And finding the rhythms and everything. the thing that will harmonize the whole thing. So these are the personas that comes in. There's a battle, but then you have to inhabit it.
Is that why you do everything yourself, so you don't need to fight with other people, or?
Yeah, but I fight with myself. Like if like a director would be telling you that this scene is beautiful, why did you not include it? The editor will say it's not needed. So I have that kind of being precise also about my role. If I'm the editor, then I'm the editor. I don't care if the shot is beautiful. If it's not needed, then out, or you have to trim it. But as the director, oh, it's good. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
love.
thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Fred from Radio, the festival
I'll
inside.
take the water, okay?
Of course.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year Fred Film Radio is the official online radio station of the Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by the director and actor of São Jorge. São Jorge. I'm joined by director Marco Martins and actor Nuno Lopez. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
First of all, the question that I want to ask you is, I was told that you guys collaborated on this film quite actively. Tell us a little bit about your collaboration.
Yeah, we collaborate before. We met in my first film. It was called Alice, and since then we have been working together, doing plays and in other projects. And this is our second film together. And the first idea of the film came from Nuno. He wanted to do a film about boxing, which I didn't find so interesting. But since I didn't have other projects, I started to investigate about boxing. And we did that together, and with also with other writers, so we started an investigation about boxing clubs and who was those guys who do boxing, non-professional, because in Portugal there is no professional boxing; it's all no professional, and we had this cliche that all of them, are big guys and work, as security guards or private security or something like that. And we found out that some of them were debt collectors. They were collecting debts in some companies that in the period of the crisis, in the middle, this was like 2011, 2012. So it was the peak of the crisis, and some of them were debt collectors, and that I find really interesting. And I started developing the script from there.
Then about that time we found out that we had a movie to tell, because it's the story of a man who has a lot of debts, and to fight them he has to become a debt collector. And that was the point. I think that both of us we realized, okay, there's a movie here, and this is a good metaphor to talk about the crisis and the austerity in Portugal at that time.
And the character that you play has a very, very strong personality. Now, how do you get into a character like that?
Well, all the research, we did it together, and we wanted to talk about this character. There is almost in hell. In this place where, because there was a thing that we heard a lot in the crisis years. It was that we were living with more money than we could have at that time, and it was not true, because in those kinds of neighborhoods and in those kind of town and in the suburbs of Lisbon, people live really hard lives, and we wanted to talk about that. And how can an honest man with a family and with the desire to have a family can survive in a place like that, and especially in a moment like we were passing during the crisis. And also there was this good metaphor because Europe was collecting, Brussels were collecting our debts at the time. So it was and we wanted to talk about that also, and how can an honest man and a guy with morals in the end survive in a place like this, in a time like this.
Yeah, we mentioned it before the interview. This guy seems to be the only moral person in a town that seems to have forgotten about morality. And because this film takes inspiration from something that really happened, realism is very important in this film. How did you try to achieve that in the style of the film itself, of São Jorge?
Yeah, well, it all starts from research, because it was like a very poor communities. It's like we're talking about the people who are unemployed or who lives on social security. So people who live with less than 500 euros a month. So and that's something that we didn't see that much in the news. Well, the film is about that people, basically. So we start, going to those neighborhoods, talking to those people, because there was not something that I could talk without research and everything. For me, was like it was my first film about these people. So it was a big research, and as the research was developing, I started to understand that I really want those people in the film. Yeah. So I didn't want like actors to play most of them. Yeah. So
very interesting, and they were good in that film.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, because they were doing what it was the same kind of conversation we had. So it's the same.
It's not scripted at all. Most of it is improvisation.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah. How do you like working with improvisation?
Yeah, a lot. Actually, my work as an actor in the film, the big difficulty was to seem like one of them, and that was part of the work and the preparation, to be with them, to spend like 2 years in boxing clubs and spending a lot of time with them in the neighborhoods. But I think the most important thing for us was not to impose a speech to those people, not to give them lines to say, but actually most of the lines they would say we could never written. We could never.
It's impossible to write that because it's so political and so that is very personal, So, but in fact, that's what we heard in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So when they say, I don't know, like most of the people, where should I go to work? Because I win if I go to work, I win like 400 euros, and if I have social security, I have 350 or 500. Yeah. That's something I could not write. Yeah. It's something that they say by themselves. They're talking about their life.
The great thing about it is that even though it is set in a specific place, it also, even this too, the realism and the improvised lines, makes it very universal as well, which I think works wonderfully for the film. Unfortunately, I believe that's all the time that we have left, but it was a real great pleasure talking with you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Ora si sentirà. Dondolate, sì, ora siete in diretta. Dondolano. Questi giorni Giuseppe Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima edizione della mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Sono in compagnia di Maria Roveran, Marta Gastini, Laura Adriani, Caterina Le Caselle, protagoniste di Questi giorni Giuseppe Piccioni in concorso qui alla mostra. Benvenute.
Grazie. La vostra sedia a dondolo è veramente accomodante.
Io passerò il microfono per ovvi motivi, visto che innanzitutto volevo chiedervi se mi raccontavate i vostri personaggi, ma soprattutto come ne avevate discusso con Giuseppe.
Allora, i nostri personaggi, parlo ovviamente del mio, poi le mie compagne parleranno del loro, e il mio personaggio si chiama Angela. È una ragazza che inizialmente sembra un po' la più superficiale delle quattro, un po' che pensa ai vestiti, ai ragazzi, insomma il suo più grande problema è il suo fidanzato, quindi voglio dire, un problema superfluo. Però in realtà poi c'è molto di più dietro ovviamente a questo personaggio, altrimenti non sarebbe interessante, io non me ne sarei innamorata. E fa questo viaggio con queste amiche che ama alla follia, nonostante non abbia dei grandi gesti amorevoli nei loro confronti, e questo è molto simile a me nei confronti delle mie amiche. Però ha quello sguardo lì a volte che tira a loro, in cui proprio si percepisce tutto l'amore che c'è. Ed è un personaggio che alla fine del film appunto sembra un po' il più centrato tra i quattro, sembra un po' quella che nella sua testa ha capito che cosa accadrà, o comunque è più tranquilla, rilassata.
Ma io continuo ad ondolare perché è divertente. No, il mio personaggio comunque è come questa sedia in realtà, è un po' in bilico sempre, è vero? Perché è una ragazza, si chiama Liliana, interpreto Liliana, è una ragazza che per condizioni familiari, adesso mi fermo se no mi viene mal di male, per condizioni familiari il rapporto anche con la madre è un po' particolare, vive un senso di responsabilità e un senso del dovere molto più profondo rispetto all'età che ha, insomma, e sta sempre in bilico tra questo senso del dovere, questa apprensione, questo prendersi cura di, e la richiesta, anche la necessità interiore di farsi prendere cura da qualcuno, e a chi non capita nella vita, no? Cioè, credo. Quindi, insomma, sì, poi la forza di Liliana è avere delle amiche così vicine, insomma, è una persona che si fida forse poco degli altri, cela un segreto con alla sua migliore amica, Caterina, interpretata da Marta, però diciamo che le amiche sono anche la forza attraverso la quale lei riesce a superare le proprie paure e anche ad aprirsi ad un certo punto per necessità. È stato complicato interpretare questo ruolo anche per un fatto di credibilità rispetto alla malattia e tutto quello che, però non posso svelare moltissimo, credo.
Vado.
Caterina non si sarebbe messa ad ondolare, chiaramente. Immobile. Io interpreto Caterina e anche lei ha un segreto che riguarda la sua amica Liliana. Caterina è un personaggio, quello forse con le tinte un po' più scure, perlomeno nell'apparenza. Lei è tosta, è indipendente, non avrebbe mai chiesto di sua spontanea volontà alle sue amiche di accompagnarla in questo viaggio che decide di fare perché trova lavoro all'estero, a Belgrado tra l'altro, che è forse una scelta non convenzionale. Lei ha questa durezza, non si capisce bene da dove arrivi, è scontrosa, un po' con tutti e con tutto, però si lascia andare a dei momenti di tenerezza con il fratello e con il personaggio di Liliana, verso il quale ha un affetto, il quale personaggio ha un affetto che forse va anche oltre l'amicizia. Ed è alla ricerca di una sua dimensione dove, come si vede in una scena del film, dove poter attaccare un quadro, cioè dove poter porre delle radici, dove potersi sentire a suo agio e dove poter deporre questa corazza di durezza che si porta dietro, forse nella convinzione che schermandosi dagli altri e dal mondo in generale ci si può proteggere. In realtà scopre che è proprio l'unione, che è proprio l'essere aperti e correre anche dei rischi che a volte invece ti fortificano e ti proteggono, sono le cose che poi ti proteggono davvero.
Con questa sedia ti viene da rispondere in modo diverso a tutto. Sono domande tutto il giorno che ti diciamo le stesse cose, ma mi viene da dire un'altra cosa. Ma io non interpreto Anna, sono qui. No, vabbè, allora dai, torniamo, facciamo le persone serie. Anna è il mio personaggio ed è una ragazza che per l'età che è molto immatura e si trova, insomma, a seguire le sue amiche anche per trovare la strada che lei non riesce a trovare da sola, anche una sua personalità che non ha ancora trovato. Però allo stesso tempo è una persona che ha una sua vitalità, ha questo
questa trasparenza, questo modo istintivo di dire tutto quello che pensa. È stato molto divertente interpretare questo ruolo perché ti permette ti dà delle libertà veramente di spaziare in tutto con una leggerezza incredibile.
Ne parlavo con Giuseppe Piccioni, il momento, il viaggio e non solo, il momento particolare che vivete nel film è quel famoso momento di passaggio che abbiamo passato tutti, forse non so se voi ancora, ma questo è il punto in cui puoi essere tutto, puoi essere nulla, non sai bene dove stai andando, sei in bilico, no? E mi chiedevo, in questo senso vi ha cambiato anche il film rifare questo passaggio, farlo ancora, come diceva Giuseppe Piccioni, non si è sempre giovani in un certo senso, quindi fa sempre bene la crescita.
Sarò molto rapida. Personalmente sì, ho avuto questo momento di cambiamento quando sono andata via di casa, ho dovuto lasciare i miei amici, insomma ho finito il liceo, c'è stato questo momento di passaggio, però non era ancora ben definito. Il film di Giuseppe è stato veramente quel viaggio che abbiamo fatto insieme, è stato veramente capire dove ero, chi ero, cosa volevo e cosa mi piaceva veramente, personalmente e artisticamente, quindi è un film che porterò veramente dentro il cuore per sempre.
A me viene in mente una frase che mi ha raccontato, mi ha detto una mia professoressa, la professoressa di matematica quando ero alle superiori, e che devo dire è un po' quello che racchiude in sé il concetto che mi ha espresso questo film, viverlo, farlo. Cioè, nel momento della tua vita in cui capisci che devi crescere, in qualche modo devi fare pulizia da un vecchio te a un nuovo te in qualche modo, e spesso devi farlo facendo un vero e proprio casino, nel senso mettendo in disordine delle carte. E ovviamente provochi anche delle destabilizzazioni. Noi lo viviamo nel film, un momento di destabilizzazione della nostra amicizia, e questo è molto reale, capita spesso nella vita, non solo in adolescenza, non solo in gioventù. Oggigiorno non c'è più un target di età all'interno del quale connotare, identificare dei problemi, dei cambiamenti, avvengono a tutte le età. E questo secondo me è molto reale, Giuseppe l'ha descritto con una grande sincerità, credo che non sia poco.
Per quanto mi riguarda, questo momento di sbilanciamento, di cambiamento, in parte è coinciso con il film. È cominciato un po' prima ed è finito un po' dopo. E il film è stato un elemento importante anche nella decisione di cosa fare, insomma, in questo processo di cambiamento. Io ne sono uscita con una grande consapevolezza di quello che volevo fare. E anche con un bagaglio di strumenti, con un bagaglio di consapevolezze nel lavoro che adesso mi porto dietro e che mi hanno molto arricchita.
Ma quello che voglio dire io è che al di là della crescita che uno affronta, è proprio il viaggio, l'idea del viaggio in sé. Ecco, ora siamo tornati dall'estate. Cioè, io ho sempre visto il viaggio come un momento in cui wow, lasci una porta, proprio lasci qualcosa dietro di te e appunto ti disfi un po' di cose inutili di te stesso. E un po' anche quello che per me ha rappresentato questo film, l'idea di questi giorni e di questo presente che è un po' solo nel viaggio che uno veramente alla nostra età riesce a viversi. Questa cosa che quante volte poi vediamo, non so, qualcuno che torna da un viaggio che è completamente ha qualcosa negli occhi, no? Che è diverso, e tu dici ma voglio viaggiare anch'io, voglio andare anch'io via anche solo per 2 giorni, cioè, cambia qualcosa, no?
Grazie ragazze, in bocca al lupo per stasera e per questi giorni. Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred da Festival Inside.
That's all I live for. Ready to go? Okay, I'll do a short introduction and then we'll get started. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be talking about Brimstone with director Martin Koolhoven, actresses Dakota Fanning and Amelia Jones. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I only have one question each for all of you, and first of all I want to talk to the director and ask him where the origins of the story came from.
It came from my. Sorry, I thought I'd take it. Hello. No, I thought I have been making Dutch movies until now, and then I felt like I wanted to do an international film. People started asking for it also. You should do an English film. And I felt more comfortable in writing and directing in the Western genre because, I mean, if I would do something contemporary now in London or New York or something, it's not something I've experienced. You know, I haven't lived there. And I haven't lived in Western times, but neither have you. So you know, so now I mean, I have read about it so much, and I've seen so many movies and all those literature and that I read about it that I felt that that I could write about that. And then on the other hand, there was the fact that there were so many great westerns, you know, which is quite intimidating. So I felt that it had to be, in order to do something which had, could have a place in that fantastic thing called western, it had to be personal, and so that's where it came from.
Thank you very much just for the sake of keeping it simple. Then I would like you both to kind of give me a comment on what was your initial reaction to the character and what it is that you really connected with.
My initial reaction to the character was that it was such a beautifully developed character, and the script was so well written and very layered and complex, which is what you look for. And I think any opportunity to play a very strong, powerful woman in a film is something that I really look for and get excited by. So immediately I recognized that quality in this character and wanted to be a part of it right away, just simply because of the part I would get to play.
Yeah, same for me. When I first read the script, when I was going for an audition, I thought it was absolutely amazing. I couldn't put it down, and I thought that the Joanna, the character, is such an amazing character to play. And so I was immediately drawn to her character, and it was amazing.
Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for your answers. And good luck. Congratulations, great film.
Thank you.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Ciao Martina. Chiara, adesso ci siamo visti tempo fa a Torino, il castello. Quindi
2011.
Accomodatemi vicino.
Ma non ci riprendi, vero?
Ma
ci riprendi? No, dai,
stiamo bene.
Benissimo. Come state anzitutto?
Bene.
Stiamo bene. Tanto prendo tempo solo per... Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Sono qui con Massimo Parenti e Martina Danolfi. Perfetto! Martina Parenti e Massimo Danolfi, non posso, ma scusatemi tanto. Ormai siete una cosa sola, e infatti questa è una delle domande, e che sono qui per presentare il loro film in concorso, Spira Mirabilis. Benvenuti.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Grazie mille, buongiorno.
Invece di farvi la classica domanda, come mi è venuta l'idea, io voglio capire invece come lavorate, cioè viene prima la necessità di raccontare qualcosa, di fare un viaggio, intraprendere un viaggio, perché io l'ho vissuto e l'ho visto come un viaggio, quindi volevo capire il punto di partenza ancora prima di mettersi al lavoro.
Sì, noi crediamo che il cinema, come anche la letteratura, il teatro, la musica, debbano essere necessari, insomma necessari sicuramente per chi intraprende il percorso di realizzarli, e in qualche modo devono diventare poi necessari per per gli occhi o per le orecchie che li guarderanno e che ascolteranno il film. E questo film nasce da lì dove finiva il precedente, Materia Oscura, che era un film su poligono sperimentale di Quirra, il più grande poligono d'Europa, un luogo di morte e di enorme tristezza. E quindi alla fine di quel film, insomma, questa tristezza accompagnava il nostro cuore ed era un film che affrontava fondamentalmente la stupidità umana, e allora abbiamo ragionato, insomma, sulla possibilità di fare un film che invece provasse a indagare invece il lato migliore degli uomini, la parte migliore degli uomini. E da lì, insomma, casualmente abbiamo scoperto, grazie a un articolo del New York Times, Shinku Bota, i suoi studi sulla medusa immortale, e per un processo di accumulo poi sono arrivate le altre storie e l'idea appunto di contenerli dentro questa grande cornice che sono gli elementi della natura e l'aspirazione dell'uomo verso l'immortalità.
Ed è così che immagino avete costruito il montaggio del film, perché è quando ci sentiamo totalmente in relazione con loro che c'è qualcosa che ci distacca o ci infastidisce, perché così è questa continua, l'avete definita voi nelle note di regia, la tensione. Come avete lavorato a costruire questo?
Come avete lavorato, scusami?
Costruire?
Sì. Allora, ci piacciono i film in cui uno si può perdere all'inizio e cercare poi il suo modo, esatto, essere libero di pensare, di capire quello che sta vedendo e di perdersi in questo spazio-tempo che un film regale costruisce tutte le volte. Spira Mirabilis ha una prima parte in cui bisogna cercare di capire dove sei e lasciarsi andare assolutamente. Queste storie poi si chiudono insieme perché sono delle storie che al loro interno hanno una piccola narratività, dovevano essere incrociate perché ognuna rimanda all'altra. Era importante per noi che tutte queste storie fossero montate insieme. Le abbiamo montate strada facendo. Piano piano nel corso di questi 3 anni che abbiamo speso facendo il film e alla fine il film arriva come una freccia, c'è un finale in cui tutte le storie poi ritrovano un senso.
Mi sono chiesta, è proprio la spirale meravigliosa che voi definite come il tentativo umano di accettare i propri limiti e superarli, è questa spirale meravigliosa che ci fa tendere alla grandezza, ci fa arrivare alla grandezza quando riusciamo nelle cose? Come ve lo siete spiegato?
Insomma, la spirale è una figura meravigliosa, insomma, e anche in natura, insomma, ci sono queste conchiglie che appunto hanno la spira mirabilis, appunto il matematico Bernoulli che era definita che è diversa dalla classica spirale aristotelica che ruotando rimane uguale a se stessa, la spira mirabilis ruotando cresce, non raggiunge mai il centro, insomma, e quindi sicuramente la spira mirabilis è un po', abbiamo disegnato una sorta di immaginaria cartina geografica, un giro intorno al mondo per provare a leggere questa tensione, aspirazione che ha l'uomo verso l'immortalità, ma fondamentalmente la capacità di guardare la morte negli occhi e fondamentalmente per noi l'immortalità e l'accettazione della morte.
E poi la spirale meravigliosa ha un punto grande e un punto piccolissimo e nel film c'è questo continuo dialogo tra il molto piccolo e il molto grande e questo per noi, questo gioco di lenti continue fra ciò che è invisibile ma il cinema riesce a rendere visibile, ciò che è grandissimo ma in cui noi ritroviamo un dettaglio importante, questo per noi era la nostra spirale mentre giravamo, montavamo.
Martina e Massimo, grazie mille, in bocca al lupo per stasera e grazie di essere stati qui con noi su Fred.
Grazie, buona giornata.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred da Festival Insider.
Grazie.
Fred Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti, siamo alla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Fred è la radio internazionale partner della mostra. Do il benvenuto a Matilda Lutz, Brando Pacitto, i protagonisti dell'Estate addosso di Gabriele Muccino. Benvenuti.
Grazie. Grazie.
Allora ragazzi, innanzitutto raccontatemi come è iniziato tutto. Ho parlato con Gabriele che mi diceva che i giovani attori italiani sono stati abituati, sono cresciuti con i film senza vederli doppiati e tutto, hanno una capacità diversa rispetto alle generazioni che sono venute prima e quindi lui si è completamente affidato a voi, quindi raccontatemi come è iniziata.
Cioè, sono completamente d'accordo con Gabriele, innanzitutto. Credo che i ragazzi comunque della nostra età adesso non guardino più i film doppiati, è arrivato Netflix, quindi si riescono anche a vedere i film in lingua originale molto più che prima. Poi io parlo per me, sono metà americana, mio padre vive negli Stati Uniti, io mi sono trasferita 3 anni fa a Los Angeles, quindi per me adesso è già difficile parlare italiano perché ogni tanto mi dimentico le parole. Però sì, è stata un'esperienza bellissima e soprattutto il fatto di, appunto, mia mamma è italiana e mio padre americano, quindi è stato bello il fatto di poter recitare in tutte e due le mie lingue madrelingua e basta.
Io nella maniera più classica di tutte, cioè ho fatto il primo provino e il giorno dopo tipo mi chiamano la gente, mi fa dovrebbe incontrare Gabriele, faccio dai, figata, cioè, ho passato, guarda sì, dovresti prendere un aereo per New York tra 2 ore, ho fatto cosa? Quindi cioè, già quell'impatto lì, cioè l'andare in America a fare un provino, la mia prima volta in America, non ero mai stato, e quindi è iniziata così e poi è proseguita nel migliore dei modi.
Come vi ha descritto il film Gabriele? Cosa vi ha colpito dei vostri personaggi? Cosa vi è interessato che vi ha fatto decidere che questo era un film che volevate fare?
Credo di avere molto di Maria, del mio personaggio. Ho deciso io stessa 3 anni fa appunto di buttarmi, di trasferirmi negli Stati Uniti, come ovviamente lei non si vuole trasferire, vuole andare solo per un'esperienza, per un viaggio, per capire un po' che cosa ne sarà del suo futuro, però credo appunto, la cosa che mi ha colpito di più è il fatto di dire di sì, e credo ci sia sempre nella vita un momento in cui si è un po' persi e bisogna dire di sì alle cose per poi appunto sperimentare delle cose nuove, delle persone nuove, dei luoghi nuovi per poi capire un po' se stessi anche.
Per esempio per me credo il parallelismo, cioè, tra quello che ho vissuto, cioè, nella mia vita reale durante le riprese del film e la storia di Marco. Cioè, per esempio io ho fatto nel film, raccontano che io faccio l'esame di maturità e mentre giravo io stavo facendo l'esame di maturità, cioè quindi la mattina scuola, test, tesina, cose, e questo poi c'è anche il forte senso, cioè la forte sensibilità, no, di Marco, il pensare, no, al futuro, il pensare alla vita, alla morte, al significato di tutte queste grandi, no, incognite, no, perché poi alla fine ci pensi, ma non esiste una risposta, no? E io pure sono una persona che pensa forse troppo delle volte, quindi c'è un gran parallelismo tra quella che è stata la mia vita in quel periodo e quella che è la vita di Marco, e quindi forse siamo la stessa persona, non so.
Quindi la tua estate del cambiamento è stata quella in cui hai girato?
Sì, cioè per me è stato tut- tutto quello che ho vissuto in quel periodo è stata una rivoluzione, una rivelazione. Cioè, sono riuscito, grazie a Gabriele, a fare delle cose a tirare fuori delle cose da me, che io ero una persona che piuttosto che dire una cosa implodeva, cioè mi tenevo tutto dentro, invece grazie a lui sono riuscito a sfogarmi, no? A fare delle scene dove urlavo, e quindi sì, questo.
Per me è stato, vabbè, il viaggio in sé è stato bellissimo e credo che sia stato forse il fattore maggiore che ha creato poi la chimica che noi abbiamo poi sul set, perché appunto stando nello stesso hotel, andando a cena tutte le sere insieme, appunto si è creata quella relazione che poi siamo riusciti a trasmettere anche poi nel film, spero.
Matilda Luz, Brando Pacitto, grazie mille per essere stati qui con noi su Fred Film Radio e in bocca al lupo per l'estate addosso di Gabriele Muccino.
Grazie. Grazie.
No, qui. Io qui perché la luce...
Matilde, piacere, ciao. Matilde, dimmi dove?
Questa.
Perfetto.
La nostra fotografa mi dice che è meglio, quindi io... Ecco, no.
Ma sono adulto,
Sì.
lo dicevo, mi sto ma sono meravigliose queste sedie.
Sì, il nostro partner che ci ha
Fantastiche,
gentilmente...
tutte colorate.
Prima di te si sono dondolati Mel Gibson, Kim Rossi Stewart,
Su quale
piace?
quale sedia che...
Amy Adams lì, Mel Gibson qui, se vuoi facciamo un po' così.
E dopo me le giro un po' tutte.
Vale. Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Ho qui con me il premio L'Oréal per il cinema. Matilde Gioli, benvenuta.
Grazie mille.
Sei stata indicata ovviamente come non solo una grandissima attrice, ma portatrice di stile ed eleganza. Innanzitutto cosa si prova ad essere definiti non solo una grande attrice, ma anche colei che porta anche questo tipo di esempi?
Per me è stato fantastico perché sono circondata da donne bellissime, con grandissime personalità, con stili meravigliosi e il fatto che sia stato notato il mio, devo dirti che mi ha stupito, perché forse il mio non è particolarmente così immediato di impatto, però L'Oréal ha colto perfettamente come sono fatta e questo premio secondo me ha un particolare prestigio perché, dicevo prima, al di là della bellezza oggettiva, c'è uno sguardo, un'attenzione, un ascolto nei confronti proprio della donna e quindi di tutte le sue sfaccettature. E questo secondo me per me è un motivo di grandissimo orgoglio.
Non a caso le testimoni L'Oréal sono attrici del calibro di Jane Fonda, Susan Sarandon, ai compagni.
Ogni volta che vengono elencate, insomma, le loro ambasciatrici, io mi sento sempre più piccola perché, cavoli, stiamo parlando di dee e quindi sono proprio felice di questo bel rapporto che è nato, perché poi, nonostante conoscessi benissimo il marchio, anche perché in casa è usatissimo da sempre, poi in realtà ho scoperto proprio un nucleo familiare, tutti i ragazzi con cui ho lavorato in questi giorni che mi hanno sempre truccata. C'è un clima magico e quindi insomma oggi si corona un po' un piccolo sogno, ecco.
Sei stata, so che comunque non sei arrivata oggi, sei stata qui in questi giorni, sono passati per il festival da Franca Sozzani a Tom Ford e quindi spesso si è parlato anche di estetica, di forma. Quanto credi sia importante l'estetica, appunto la forma nel cinema?
Beh, l'estetica è fondamentale, ma non significa che ce ne sia una e che bisogna tutti inseguirla. Questo sarebbe sbagliato, intanto perché che noia, secondo me, e poi perché il bello della bellezza, scusami se mi ripeto, è proprio l'infinità di forme in cui si esprime. E il fatto per esempio che L'Oréal abbia avuto sempre testimonial molto diverse tra di loro, è testimonianza di questo, cioè testimonianza del fatto che poi alla fine la bellezza è la novità della scoperta e quindi insomma sì, conta, ma nel senso che si scoprono sempre cose nuove.
So che hai lavorato a molti film e che quindi sicuramente ne vedremo, ma mi fai un attimo una panoramica, oltre ovviamente anche all'attività in TV, non ti stai dispensando da nulla?
Beh, è stato un periodo, devo dire, molto ricco. Io ho iniziato con Il Capitale Umano, Solo per il weekend, Un posto sicuro, Belli di papà, questi sono film che sono già usciti. Poi ne ho girati altri che sono in uscita per il cinema, come il nuovo film di Alessandro Dalatri, il film di Ivan Silvestrini, che mano a mano poi vedrai. E poi tra poco usciamo invece in televisione su Rai 1, è il mio debutto diciamo in Rai, con un film in 4 puntate molto interessante perché è la storia di una famiglia di grappaioli veneti, girato a Bassano del Grappa. Un film corale con grandissimi attori perché c'è Alessio Boni, Stefania Rocca che fanno i miei genitori, sono la sorella di Cristiana Capotondi, quindi insomma anche lì come nella mia prima esperienza sono circondata da persone da professionisti che mi hanno dato tantissimo.
Una domanda che faccio sempre, tu hai iniziato nel cinema cosiddetto d'autore, come dire, c'è ancora la paura di darsi ad altre forme di cinema o adesso c'è, perché io la sento, però voglio capire com'è per voi, c'è più facilità nell'aprirsi ad altro senza timore che si dica si è data alla TV, non so, alla fiction oppure il film commerciale, tutti questi discorsi che un tempo si facevano e fortunatamente sembra che si stiano un attimo un po' più...
Sì, che però esistono ancora. Esistono ancora, dipende molto credo che dipenda molto anche dalla personalità, dal carattere dell'attore. Allora, il concetto è che uno dovrebbe fare quello che ha voglia di fare e cosa gli piace fare. A me dispiace che un attore debba temere la pioggia magari di critiche per una scelta che non è giusta, ma secondo quale criterio? Cioè, io credo insomma, di aver avuto coraggio perché comunque ho fatto cose molto diverse, però come dicevo prima a proposito della bellezza, cioè io credo che la diversità possa solo che arricchire e poi ho fatto cose che mi piacevano. Però sono d'accordo con te che invece c'è adesso piano piano questa... Sì, è chiaro che comunque per costruire una carriera che abbia un senso ci vuole cautela, è l'anarchia più totale, però bisogna anche essere un po' liberi di fare quello che si vuole, perché sennò...
In questa libertà io ti ringrazio, auguri per questo premio.
Ci rivediamo, spero.
Era Matilde Gioli, io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred, da Festival Insider. We're international.
Gal?
I'm the radio gal,
Okay.
yes.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hey, this is a rocking chairs.
Yes.
This is nice. This is lulling us into a full sense of security.
That's right.
First of all, congratulations. I'm still shaking.
Oh, you
I
are?
wanted to keep this feeling. Unfortunately, I had to do other interviews, but
Okay.
that's the way I want to feel after a film. So
How come
thank
you're,
you.
Why are you still shaking?
Can I start?
Please.
Fred Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. Today I'm in company, as you can see, of Mel Gibson and Daniel Garfield, director and actor of Oxo Ridge. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. I mean, yes.
Yes.
So as I was saying, I'm still shaking about that. The film really got me, and what I think, I always think that we need to know that real superheroes in this case existed, because that could give us strength, to survive, to do powerful things. Is that one of the idea behind?
Well, he existed. He was a real man. He was an ordinary man with incredible faith and conviction in his personal life.
He depended on something greater than himself, which he called his faith, and he was an ordinary man in did extraordinary things in a difficult situation. So this to me is inspiring, and I hope it inspired me while making it. I think Andrew was inspired to do it, and I hope it inspires the audience.
How was it to play this character? I felt that at a certain point it was difficult for me to understand how he could not accept any compromise, he wasn't ready, or he didn't want to meet them halfway. And then I got it, obviously, but I was wondering how it was for you to play this.
I mean, God, I wish I could be as strong in my conviction as Desmond. There's something remarkable and aspirational about that simple conviction. He wasn't. What's aspirational about it isn't that he wanted to be a hero. He didn't want any attention. Actually, all the attention that came to him from saying no to the thing that he couldn't do, which was take life, he didn't want at all. He was. I believe he was very close to packing it in, to surrendering, to giving in, to either meeting them halfway just to end the spotlight that was on him. He was a truly humble man, like a sincerely humble man in that regard. So yeah, it's incredibly inspiring to try and understand, to try and live that way, really, for all of us, to live according to our own inner compass, and while simultaneously allowing oneself to question that inner compass and go, is this coming from some egoic thing? Is it pride? Is it coming from a place, or is it coming from a true place, a place of love? Call it God, call it spirit, call it soul, call it whatever word you want. So yeah, it was a really wonderful thing to inhabit and aspire to.
Is it the type of film that makes you grow in a way? I felt it like sometimes can it happen that a director and an actor, while working on something, they change somehow, because it changed me. So is that a process that happens?
Yeah, I think, well, all life experiences are changing, life-altering. And I think just, the experience of trying to realize it. I mean, you learn about other people, and you certainly learn about Desmond, which I said is inspiring. Makes you question yourself, makes you look at yourself. And we're all going through, or at least I am. I'm always trying to make myself better every day. I don't know if I succeed. I think it's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back half the time, or most of the time. But it's I'm sure I've changed by the experience. I'm not sure I can tell you how, but I'm sure it's but if it does something to you as an audience member, that's very gratifying, and I would hope that it has that effect, and that's the reason for doing it. And I think I saw the possibility of that. So I just want to transmit it. I'm just a vector. I'm a diseased person. I just want to wipe my disease all over you. How's that?
Me too.
Perfect answer. Thank you so much, Mel Gibson, Andrew Guffey, for being here with us on Fred Free Radio. This is Chiara Nicoletti.
Okay, thank you.
La sedia blu e bianca, mi dicono, la fotografo fa. Come può sentire, io sono anche napoletana, quindi il tema
Io no, però.
no, dico, il tema mi
Sono
colpisce
quasi napoletano,
doppiamente.
ma anche no.
Vado? Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima mostra d'arte cinematografica di Venezia. Sono con Michele Sontoro che oggi presenta il suo documentario Robin Hood. Benvenuto.
Grazie, ben trovati.
Non le chiedo perché l'idea del film, ma soprattutto voglio sapere la necessità, l'esigenza di voler raccontare questa storia e questo mondo e di voler approfondire in un documentario.
Noi siamo abituati nei confronti di questi fenomeni criminali ad una sorta di litania che ci sentiamo ripetere continuamente, no? Non rappresentano le nostre città, non rappresentano il nostro paese, quindi questi ragazzi non sono l'Italia, non sono Napoli, non sono niente, quindi tendiamo praticamente a cancellare questi ragazzi che poi insomma si ammazzano fra di loro. Anche perfino quando fanno una rivolta dentro un carcere, che sarebbe una notizia di prima pagina su tutti i giornali del mondo, invece in Italia tende a essere cancellata in nome di questo principio. Quel carcere non è l'Italia, non ci rappresenta, questi ragazzi non sono niente. Ricordavo che Norberto Bobbio una volta, guardando, che è uno dei nostri più grandi pensatori, guardando una nostra trasmissione sulla mafia a Palma di Montechiaro, scrisse un memorabile editoriale in prima pagina della Stampa di Torino che cominciava così: quando il tricolore non sventola anche in un piccolo lembo del nostro paese, vuol dire che non sventola sull'intero paese. Quindi dal mio punto di vista il fatto che nel cuore di una grande città, forse dell'unica metropoli d'Europa che ha ancora un'anima popolare, esistano delle enclave che si combattono a colpi di morti ammazzati a decine di ragazzi di 16, 17, 20 anni, è la dimostrazione che lo Stato italiano non vuole affrontare quella realtà, non vuole vederla, ma questo fa del nostro Stato uno Stato dimezzato, non pienamente sovrano.
Mi collego al titolo Robin Hood perché nel film lei parla con dei genitori che indicano al loro figlio, parlano del loro figlio in termini positivi perché nonostante fosse un delinquente era anche uno che faceva bene a delle famiglie, e questo mi ha colpito perché in conferenza stampa parlavate anche di Gomorra, inevitabile ovviamente sempre la domanda, e in Gomorra spesso si è detto che ormai i codici della camorra, quelli di rispetto della famiglia, sono stati totalmente dimenticati, mentre invece dall'esperienza del documentario e anche dell'esperienza di Gomorra io vedo che ci sono molteplici codici. C'è il genitore classico, c'è il genitore che invece asseconda il figlio. Qual è stata la sua indagine? Cosa ha riscontrato? È corretta questa mia visione?
Prima di tutto quello che io vedo è che tra la casa, cioè il vicolo, e il carcere c'è un'assoluta continuità. Cioè quindi praticamente la casa e il carcere compongono un'unica unità urbanistica. Cioè questi ragazzi passano dalla casa al carcere con la disinvoltura con la quale noi passiamo, dalla nostra casa all'ufficio, ecco, più o meno. Questa è la situazione. È chiaro che nella fiction non si tradisce la realtà, perché questi ragazzi sono effettivamente degli spietati assassini, capaci di sparare anche per ragioni futili, ammazzare senza nemmeno pensarci sopra, seminare il terrore senza pensarci sopra. Però non sono solo questo. Ecco, la differenza tra il lavoro nostro e quello che noi possiamo vedere in una serie televisiva è proprio il mettere in luce una gamma di sentimenti che questi ragazzi nutrono e che fanno di loro qualcosa di molto interessante in una società che non ha più la capacità di avere grandi passioni, di sentire grandi emozioni. Loro seminano la morte, ma hanno una visione della vita estremamente coraggiosa che noi non abbiamo. Fanno un figlio a 16 anni, a 17 anni, a 18 anni, e non lo fanno perché non mettono il preservativo, non lo fanno perché credono nella possibilità di ricreare. E quando i loro genitori vedono che i loro figli hanno fatto un altro bambino e loro sono diventati nonni a 40 anni, a 34, a 37, si entusiasmano, piangono, guardano questo bambino come un dono di Dio, come si diceva una volta, no? Quindi il problema è che queste scene scatenano in me un rimorso, che è questo. Chiaro, noi puniamo i criminali, ma questo lato non criminale, questa capacità umana che hanno questi personaggi, in che modo la intercettiamo? In che modo gli offriamo una possibilità di uscire dalla spirale dentro la quale loro si sono chiusi? Ecco, allora lì viene un altro problema, il fatto che Napoli è la principale piazza di spaccio in Europa, vuol dire che produce una montagna di denaro. Intorno a questa montagna di denaro dei boss spietati organizzano grandi fortune, eccetera, eccetera. Però poi c'è una base sociale di donne che portano i loro bambini a scuola e mentre li accarezzano nella borsa che hanno accanto a loro hanno la droga che spacceranno. Sono lavoratrici che lavorano a 1.000 euro, a 1.200 euro, 1.300 euro, 18 ore al giorno, cioè fanno un lavoro che non è che gli porta chissà quale ricchezza in casa, e lo fanno per mandare i loro figli a scuola, cioè questa è la cosa importante. Allora va bene, ci scandalizziamo di questo, che opportunità offriamo a queste donne? Queste non sono criminali, queste se uno gli offre un lavoro stanno lì a lavorare, per quale motivo dovrebbero andare a spacciare la droga con il rischio di finire in carcere e poi di rimanere chiuse dentro un vicolo con il loro bambino che non può uscire di casa insieme alla sua mamma? Non lo farebbero per nessun motivo, ma lo Stato questa opportunità non gliela offre perché sa di non potergliela offrire e nel frattempo si prende tutti i vantaggi che derivano da un PIL criminale, da un welfare criminale. Quindi questa è una forma di welfare criminale che ci vede complici. Quindi per questo non vogliamo vederlo, perché non sapremo come risolverlo.
In questo senso film come questo, come lei ha detto, andrebbero visti anche nella TV di Stato, perché è necessario che la gente veda, perché ormai ci siamo abituati che delle cose non le vogliamo vedere, i mondi rimangono sotterranei perché nessuno va a scoprire, non glieli mette davanti, ormai siamo un po' passivi in questo senso. Sì.
Ecco, la RAI deve avere più coraggio, deve avere il coraggio del disordine. Cioè questa RAI che è stata appena costruita è fatta di persone per bene, persone valide, insomma, indubbiamente, però ha in testa un progetto di modernizzazione che la fa somigliare un po' troppo, insomma, a Sky, a Discovery, anzi la fa somigliare ma anche con qualche cosa in meno, ecco, diciamo così, perché poi Sky un po' di pepe sulla realtà lo sparge, ecco, però lo sparge in aree limitate di pubblico, invece la RAI potrebbe spargerlo in una macchia d'oro più vasta e a prescindere da quello che farà con quello che è il nostro film, è importante che i giovani che vogliono usare il documentario per esprimersi abbiano nel servizio pubblico un punto di riferimento. E se devono fare solo documentari sulle bellezze culturali e architettoniche del nostro paese avranno qualche difficoltà, diciamo, ad esprimersi. Devono far quello, naturalmente, perché anche quello noi non facciamo, non siamo capaci di produrre dei documentari, vengono spesso gli inglesi in Italia a raccontare i nostri giardini e i nostri monumenti, quindi noi dobbiamo saperlo fare anche noi, però dobbiamo fare anche l'altra parte, cioè quello che è il racconto di una realtà interessante che può coinvolgere emotivamente lo spettatore, portarlo a riflettere e a fare delle scelte più consapevoli.
Grazie mille Michele per aver condiviso con noi il suo documentario Robin Hood.
Grazie a voi.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti e questo è Fred da Festival Insider. io sulla rosa, mi sembra giusto. Sì, è un partner che c'ha... No, io pensavo di cadere e ammazzarmi, in realtà invece no, questo è il bello, quindi... Sì, lei fa le foto, anche se quando l'abbiamo incontrata abbiamo detto fa le foto, dovrebbe stare all'altro lato, guardatela. Cioè, a fotocall infatti facciamo delle foto meravigliose a Fred perché lei urla e la guardano, cioè tutti gli attori per ora le abbiamo fatte tutte perfette. Dimmi tu. Fred Film Radio, sono Chiara Nicoletti dalla 73esima Mostra d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia. Quest'oggi sono in compagnia del regista e dei protagonisti di Il più grande sogno. In concorso a Orizzonti sono con Michele Vannucci, Mirko Frezza, Alessandro Borghi. Benvenuti.
Grazie.
La sensazione quando ho visto il film è stata che questo film è uno di quei film che è quasi, non solo è bello vederlo, ma è terapeutico e fa bene farlo. È così? Sì.
Chi vuole rispondere?
No, è vero, però. Ha detto una cosa vera, perché a me mi ha fatto da terapia.
A me Mirko ci ha fatto la terapia, adesso spero che anche agli spettatori faccia la terapia. Credo che oggi in Italia, in Europa, nel mondo occidentale ci sia bisogno di credere che se uno sogna una roba poi si realizza.
E poi ce lo potrebbe distribuire il CERT, insomma, se è terapeutico magari ci aiuta per la distribuzione il CERT.
Io dopo il film sono andato in terapia, però è uguale. Cioè comunque è terapeutico in questo senso.
Raccontiamo, è stato un lungo percorso ed è nato dall'incontro con Mirko perché si ispira alla sua storia.
È nato da un gruppo di lavoro, dall'incontro con Mirko e di altre persone intorno, tra cui Alessandro Borghi, Matteo Viegli, Anita Otto, Giovanni Pompili, Sara Zavarise, un gruppo di lavoro, Lupo Marziale, un gruppo di lavoro che ci ha creduto. Quando a un certo punto ho detto vabbè, scrivo una dedica alla fine del film, no? Non sai mai se scrivere qualcosa, se non la scrivere. Ho dedicato il film a tutte le persone che ogni giorno lottano per la vita che sognano. E questo gruppo di lavoro ha lottato per la vita che sogna.
Come avete discusso insieme questo film per scegliere cosa tenere della tua storia, dove cambiarla, come modificarla, come avete fatto questo?
Abbiamo discusso insieme, questa è stata una scelta di Michele. Michele ha scelto quello che c'era da mettere e quello che non c'era da mettere. Michele ha 4 film in mano di quello che abbiamo girato, lui ha dovuto scegliere solo che chiave prendere. Il film aveva preso una piega all'inizio in un certo modo che sì, ci piaceva a tutti, ma poi avevamo iniziato per raccontare diverse cose. Ci sono state tante situazioni che si sono create mentre giravamo, che invece poi ci hanno riportato a creare quello che doveva essere inizio, raccontare un film sulla paternità, non raccontare la criminalità, questa roba che già ci hanno pensato altri, l'hanno fatto anche bene perché sono tutti bei film, non sto qui a citarli perché li conosciamo, insomma, di quelli che... E dico solo che se siamo divertiti in casino, sto continuando a divertirmi, tu sei bella, non t'hanno mai detto, sì, c'è bello.
E tu sei un attore perfetto, io sono uscita dal film e ho detto ma non ci credo che è lui.
Io voglio dire solo una cosa, adesso stiamo incontrando i giornalisti, così no, chiedono tutti, ma Mirko, ma quanto c'è di te, della tua vita in questo film? E questo film invece ha creato dei lavori, ha creato dei mestieri. Mirko si è imparato a fare attore, si è imparato a fare regista, ha detto la fotografia, si è imparato a fare la fotografia, Anita...
Ho detto che ha fatto bene.
Ha fatto bene, crea lavoro sto film, crea lavoro.
Anche se l'avete fatto con difficoltà, io parlavo con il vostro produttore, con Giovanni, mi ha detto che...
Ad oggi non c'è una distribuzione, anzi se c'è qualche distributore che è in linea, alza il telefono.
Il CERT d'Italia ci aiutasse perché
anche il direttore del CERT va bene tutto.
Guardate il film.
Ma visto che si parla di storie vere, come te l'hanno raccontato il tuo personaggio, Alessandro? Com'è?
Ma in realtà non me l'hanno raccontato, io già conoscevo Boccione che esiste, no? E quindi mi hanno detto guarda tu dovresti fare Boccione e io sono andato a rubare un po' di Boccione, quello che è della rustica, un po' di Boccione che era dentro di me da qualche parte, come faccio sempre, ho fatto un mix, ho shakerato e è uscito fuori il Boccione che avete visto nel film, che è l'amico leale di Mirko, quello che lo accompagna, quello che qualunque scelta prenda Mirko va bene anche per lui, è quello che attraverso la scelta di Mirko inconsciamente decide di cambiare anche la sua vita, quindi è questo.
Parlando di sogni...
Boccione, perché non lo dici mai questo? Te vergogni per radio?
Vabbè, ma la questura osava la questura.
Ho infranto un comandamento, ragazzi, ebbene sì.
E i sogni però possono cambiare, nel senso uno... Il cinema aiuta a vivere.
Aspetta, fa sta domanda. Dai che ce l'ho pronta, mo speriamo che mi ascolti.
No, mi sono sempre chiesta in generale se magari uno immagina la sua vita in una maniera, poi nel percorso di vita cambia sogno, non vuol dire che smetta di sognare, ma cambia sogno.
In base all'età. Ogni età ha i suoi sogni e questo penso che è per tutti. Perché oggi Sandro credo che sogna di diventare un attore perché ancora non si è accorto che è diventato un grande attore, però lui dice voglio diventare un attore,
Le urla.
però fra un po' si stancherà e vorrà diventare un papà, perché c'è là dentro la paternità lui, hai capito? Lui ce l'ha dentro ma oggi non la sfrutta ancora perché c'è una moglie bellissima, un po' capire quanto è bella.
L'ho vista, la conosco. Ormai è una star insieme a lui.
Lo merita perché guarda, è difficile stargli appresso, io lo conosco da 6-7 anni, è pesante, Sandro è pesante, non lo guarda quando viene qua che se lo scioglie, via, fa tutto il figo, ma come finiamo qua c'ha tutte fisse sue, a stargli appresso è un casino, credimi.
Ride.
Sì. No, voi dovete capire che questa spontaneità è il motivo per il quale abbiamo fatto il film, capite?
Invece il motivo per cui siete pettinati uguali, te tre?
No, in realtà te lo dico. No, sto facendo il film di Sergio Castellitto, che ha scelto per me questo meraviglioso look.
Il look Mirko.
Il look Mirko, esattamente. Infatti io ho chiamato e ho detto ragazzi c'è una sorpresa a Venezia meravigliosa, quando sono entrato l'altro giorno stavamo facendo un'intervista, sono sciolto i capelli, è stato meraviglioso, è come quando a Baywatch mettevano sotto la canzone, capito? A rallenti, sì.
Si sono sbagliati e hanno chiamato Mirko.
Solo il punto di partenza questo.
Ma punto di partenza, il centro, l'arrivo, un'altra ripartenza, non lo so. Stiamo a scrivere la serie, è scritta già la serie. Adesso aspettiamo la distribuzione, intanto vogliamo mandare le persone a vedere questo film. Aspettiamo di trovare il modo che le persone vedano questo film, poi si vedrà.
Anzi, speriamo che lo distribuiscano all'estero perché noi siamo anche una radio internazionale e quindi ci auguriamo di incontrarvi in altri. Benissimo.
True Color lo vende all'estero, sicuramente lo vedrete in tanti paesi. Sono tanti paesi, oltre all'Italia, e quindi siamo molto felici noi di portarlo, un po' più felici di portarlo all'estero dell'Italia, pensa un po'.
Sì, vogliamo tutti l'estero, anche io. Voglio lavorare con gli americani. Un film muto, non so l'inglese, voglio fare il muto per gli americani.
Tra poco arriva Mel Gibson, io direi che rimani qui.
Io ho il viso espressivo come lui, non è che Mel è forte, mo saluti.
Io vi ringrazio, in bocca al lupo per stasera, grazie a Mirko Frezza, Michele Vannucci, Alessandro.
Grazie a voi.
Ed io sono Chiara Nicoletti per Fred, The Festival Insider. Grazie. Fred P Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. I'm with Toby Wallace and Mitzi Rollman, actors in the film Boys in the Trees. So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
So first of all, how did you get involved in this film? How was for you this meeting with Nicholas?
I just got involved by doing a self-tape. I was in LA and I sent a tape to Nick, and then we Skyped, and I really loved him and just thought he was so cool, and I really wanted to be a part of it. So, yeah, we made it happen.
I did a short film about 4 years ago called The Last Time I Saw Richard that I did with Nick, and around that time I read the script, and initially in the short film I play a character called Jonah, who's also in the feature, and I was originally going to play that part, but as time went on I became a bit older and Corey fell into my hands. So yeah, I suppose I was already connected to the role 4 years ago almost, yeah.
So, who are Corey and Romani? Who were for you when you read the script, and who were for you after talking to Nicholas about it?
Romani is
A woman.
Yeah, she's a woman, and she is just quite frustrated with the town and the people around her and everything that she's going through, and isn't quite in the place that she wants to be. And yeah, I think it's quite interesting because I feel like I've learnt more about her through talking about her, which has been cool.
Corey is he's in amongst a significant amount of turmoil, I think, at this point in the film, and he's confronting a lot of change in his life, and he's got to make a lot of decisions over the course of this night. And I think his relationship to the other characters, including Romani, are all points of reference for making those decisions and those things that he has to confront. Romani is constantly pointing things out to him, and he's just so self-involved. A lot of the time he doesn't see it, which is why she becomes so frustrated with the boys, because the boys constantly have their heads in the trees.
Toby
hence the
saved my
title.
answer.
Yeah, it seems that here at the festival there are so many films this year that talk about the teenage years, but especially that moment of passage in life where you're sort of ending your high school years and you're in that moment in which you could become everything or nothing. So I was wondering how was for you this moment of passage, if you went through it and if this film helped in a way.
Yeah, it completely helped because I think a lot of us were right in that moment while we were filming. So it almost helped make sense of it for me, which was, yeah, I felt very lucky to have that opportunity.
Yeah, so did I. I mean, I've finished school a while ago now. I'm 21 now, but when we filmed when we shot the film, I was definitely in a point of change in my life, and it was really interesting to dive into a character like this, and with Nick's guidance as well, to go through something like that. We just had so much fun. So good. Such a fun film to make.
But since Nicholas is here, you didn't know all the songs that he put in the film.
No, I didn't.
That's a shame.
I know.
Actually, I was very annoying yesterday because I found myself singing during the press screening. You know, my colleagues were not that happy. So, thank you, Nicholas, since you're here. Yeah. So I don't know if the camera sees Nicholas, but okay. So we have Nicholas here, Nicholas Verso, the director. So, Nicholas, how was for you? The film made me think about, and I think makes us think about the things that we wanted when we were kids, were teenagers, and it made me think that maybe we should try and think about them more often in order to find, I don't know, our path in life, or to try and achieve something always.
Yeah, well, I think, should I hold this? Yeah. Yeah, I think when you're a kid, you have so many dreams and ideas of what you want your life to be, and I find that sometimes as an adult, if I'm feeling a bit lost, I picture myself as a 10-year-old and think about what would I say to that kid. You know, if I'm about to make a decision, am I being true to that kid? Am I doing right by him? And I think if I feel bad about that, then he's sort of my conscience in a way. He's my little guide. So, and if I think it would make him unhappy, then I try not to do it. And if I think it would make him happy, then I do it. And it's my way, I guess, of staying in touch with my dreams and not putting them on the shelf or being too realistic. So I think, yeah, so I guess the film does explore that sort of attitude. And I think that that's what Corey's at a moment where he might be about to make some real mistakes and really mess up his life, his adult life, by not honouring the dreams he made as a kid, and Jonah's here just to make sure Corey makes the right decisions, and so is Romany. And pretty much everyone in the film is there to make sure ultimately that Corey takes the right path. But it's up to him.
Since with your actors, we're talking about the moment you show in the film, the moment of passage where you can be everything or nothing. And I was wondering if people can really change. And so I wanted to ask you, you talk about there are so many big metaphors in the film, such as wolves have bad people or bullies or whatever you want to call them. But I don't want to spoil the ending, but there's a moment in which Corey finds understanding, and a moment of shares a deep moment and sad moment with one of the wolves. Yes. So I was wondering, can wolves for you change into a dog, a puppy, or something? Can people change? Is this moment of passage that you're analyzing, the moment in which you can still change?
Yeah, well, I think, wolves domesticated themselves. We didn't do anything to them. They realised that humans were a good way to go for their own comfort. But I think particularly with the character, the wolf in question, I didn't want anyone to be too simple. I didn't want him just to be a villain. And I think everyone has a morality somewhere inside them. And so it was important that particularly their relationship to me is probably the most important one in the film. And so I felt it was important that the wolf makes the right call at the end and reaches some form of understanding, so that he has an arc, that he's not just a contrived film villain there to annoy Corey. Yeah.
I heard it in the press conference, but I want to know it. I want to hear it again. Why 1997?
Yeah, well, I guess when I first started writing the film, it was set modern day, and I just found all the trappings of modern life and technology just got in the way, Facebook and mobile phones, and I wanted these characters to be alone in the night and to be unreachable and to be lost and not on GPS. And so I looked back at the last time that was possible for teenagers, and it felt like 97 was the year. That was the year everyone started getting their mobile phones and their first email accounts. And once I started looking at 1997, it all just made sense to me, and the characters really came to life. And I think the world we live in now in 2016 is really born of some of the decisions and the events that happened in 97. So I thought it was a really good year to look at. I actually wrote a trilogy of films around 1997 because there was so much material there, but I don't think I'll make the other two. I think I'm happy with just the one film there.
One last question. I think I told your actors that this year there are so many films that talk about that moment of passage, or at least the teenage years. And all these films, including yours, are showing that they're not really so careless or, immature as we used to think, as we think about them. So I was wondering, did you already know that, or you discovered that while working and deciding on portraying these characters?
I think you sometimes don't realize what's going to leave its mark on you and what you're going to carry with you, and it's only time and distance where you start to look back and go, that moment is actually really changed me. And so I think with the film I was really looking back at some of the people who I didn't think had affected me very deeply, and realizing that I am the person I am now because I knew them and because of the relationship I had with them. So I guess it was a process of discovery and realizing that as I made the film. Yeah.
So thank you, Nicolas Verso. Well, Mitzi Roman. I'm always trying to say your name right. And Toby Wallace for being here with us. Thank you for Glycerin and the beautiful people. Really changed my night yesterday. So thank you guys, and good luck with Boys in the Trees. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Okay? Ready to go? Right. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by director Nick Ham and actors Timothy Spall and Colm Meaney. Thanks very much for joining us, first of all.
Hey, thank you very much for having us.
Nice to be here. Nice to talk.
And you're presenting the film The Journey. Obviously, we don't have much time to ask too many questions, and we're going to have to keep the questions simple as well. But let's start off with you, Nick. Just how did where did the idea to tackle this historical event come from, and how did you handle the pressure of bringing it to the screen?
We wanted to do a movie which was essentially celebrated the friendship of the two extraordinary politicians, who were one of the most unlikely political friendships that ever existed. And we took the view that friendship underpinned what happened in the Northern Irish process. And so we were looking at a way to make to dramatise that, if you like. And so we chose to do it through one particular journey by putting those two characters in a fictional situation and seeing how they got on. And through that, we could see how their friendship developed.
Right. It's a very human kind of portrayal as well. It's not just a political film, it's also very human. And so we're just, the question that I want to ask you, Timothy and Colm, is just quite simply, how did you prepare for the roles, and what were the difficulties that you encountered in the making of the movie?
It was difficult. It was a difficult film to make. I don't think any of us would, we're in a very confined space for long periods of time, very heavy, in dialogue and not very much action. It presented a lot of problems in that way, and you find solutions to them. In terms of preparation, it was a beautiful script. They were beautifully observed. You just play the notes and it will come, and there was an element of that here. It was so well written,
Can you remember to remind me of the question?
Just how did you prepare for the role? What were the challenges?
Same as I always do. If it's a person that there's material on, you look at it as much as you can, imbibe it. Just drive yourself insane, really. I listened to quite a few of his sermons from way back, and I looked at him a lot. I looked at him as a young man, and I looked at him as an older man, and somewhere along the line you assimilate all this stuff, bung it together, and you try and cast all that aside in the end once you've got it underneath you, under your skin, and then play the man. Try and find out what you can, which is something that you can never explain between an actor and the character he's playing. It's between you and him, and hopefully it's a feeling that you get that when you're playing it with the brilliant script and with your fellow brilliant players and with great direction from the fellow sitting next to me here, you somehow, hopefully, we get to tell a story, a fascinating story, and that's what we're telling, a story, and we know that it has elements of truth, and we know that it's a realisation of certain facts, but it's a fascinating story, and it's a distillation, a condensing of many different ideas. So to have an opportunity to try and play an extraordinary character I never thought was coming my way, for a start, being from South London, and not obviously completely different and much smaller than Mr. Paisley. It was a great opportunity just to do that, and to be in something that is about peace, so palpably about the power of compromise.
Collaboration with history. Thank you very much for joining us. I would talk to you for a lot longer, but that's all the time we have. Thanks a lot. Thanks a pleasure. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Thanks a lot.
on the porch.
This is the best. Yeah. How are you? Just on the porch.
It happens all the time. Mel Gibson loved it. He said all the time, like, you know. Our trick too is keep it relaxed. Fred Film Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. I have with me Natalie Portman and Pablo Larraín, actress and director of Jackie. So welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, please.
So since we know that, we only know one thing for sure. We know that Jackie, after her husband was murdered, she turned him into a legend and she made herself an icon. But that's the only thing that we know for sure. So since she's one of the most unknown person we ever seen, how did you and what did you start from to search of your idea of Jackie?
Well, the script was, of course, the starting point, and Noah Oppenheim obviously did a lot of research about what the events were that followed the assassination, because it's sort of limited to this short period. But then, of course, there's so many books, interviews, videos on YouTube that we've found all the time, that of her actually speaking, of course, about her, that other people are saying. So there was a lot of material to draw from, and then of course imagination also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's imagination. What I wanted to know, that how did you work on creating your own Jackie? Because I will say we'll never know how she was. So it was research, but plus there's a magical cinema, as you said.
Yeah, you work a lot. You do a research. You talk to people. I had to do probably more than her because I'm an American, so it was. But I guess that's the privilege of cinema. You at some point there's no reference. You know, when you're a set, you okay, she has the right dress, I don't know, the hair, whatever, and then there's something that you cannot describe. I could tell you whatever. I could, tell you hours about something that is undescribable, which is the essential. What is the chemistry that happens on a movie set, and then what you deliver to the audience. But I guess it's just capturing a slice of time. It's it's a body in front of the camera, putting herself in danger and expressing throughout artistic tools, basically, something that you can, or I can, I guess, describe, because it's cinema, you have to say it, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Natalie, Pablo, for being here with us. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Fred Film Radio, sono Matt Micucci dalla 73esima Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica e sono qui in compagnia del regista Parviz Shahbazi ed è qui che presenta il film Malaria. Grazie per essere qui con noi. Thank you very much.
Sono felicissimo di essere qua, grazie.
Molto brevemente, se possiamo iniziare questa intervista dicendo qualcosa della storia del film per i nostri ascoltatori.
خیلی خوب به طور مختصر داستان فیلم رو تعریف کنین.
یه پسر و دختر که عاشق همن میان تهران، از دوستی هاشون، شادی هاشون، غم هاشون فیلم میگیرن، از دعواهاشون و از مرگ خودشون هم فیلم میگیرن.
La storia di due ragazzi innamorati che vengono a Teheran, filmano il loro amore, i loro litigi, le loro sofferenze, le loro gioie e anche la loro morte.
Ecco, e poi c'è anche la parte realista del film. Ci può parlare un po' di questo?
اون قسمت هایی که حقیقی هست اونا فیلم برداری کردن، یعنی اون دختر و پسر که اومدن اونا رو دارن اونا فیلم برداری میکنن، ما میبینیم.
Le parti realistiche vengono filmati proprio dai ragazzi e noi siamo quelli che guardano.
توی گالری گوشی اوناست این قسمت ها.
Lo troviamo nella galleria dei telefonini, perché sono stati girati con telefonini le scene reali.
اولش هم پلیس داره اون گالری رو نگاه میکنه، چک میکنه.
Proprio la prima cosa che guarda polizia, guarda galleria di telefonino.
Ci può parlare anche di come ha lavorato con gli attori, soprattutto i due attori principali?
چطوری شما با این دو تا هنرپیشه کار کردین؟
خیلی سخت، برای اینکه گوش نمیدن و باید دائم باهاشون دعوا بکنی، به حرفت گوش بدن.
Molto difficile perché non ti ascoltano mai, devi sempre riprenderli.
Però come li ha trovati?
به نظر شما چطوری بودن؟ خوب بودن؟ بد بودن؟
من الان که نگاه میکنم ازشون راضی ام، ولی سر صحنه ممکن بود بعضی وقتا بزنم داغونشون بکنم، ولی الان که فیلم میبینم اوکیه، خوبن.
Adesso che riguardo il film mi va anche bene, a volte durante la scena volevo anche un po' picchiarli.
تمام موهای منو سفید کردن اینو سر این فیلم.
I miei capelli bianchi sono dovuti a loro.
Allora, l'ultima domanda che voglio farle è un commento, visto che so che ha collaborato con Kiarostami, un commento su Kiarostami, come ha influenzato la sua carriera.
یه طوری در مورد کیارستمی صحبت کنین، چه تأثیری رو شما گذاشتن؟ آخرین سوال.
من شاگرد مستقیم عباس کیارستمی و استاد بزرگ سینما بود و خودم رو مدیون اون میبینم همیشه.
Io sono un allievo di Kiarostami e il grande maestro di cinema iraniano e tutto quello che ho, secondo me, è dovuto a lui.
سینمای جهان تحت تاثیر عباس کیارستمی هست.
Anche il cinema mondiale comunque ha preso delle influenze da Abbas Kiarostami.
و از اینکه از دست دادیم اونو متاسفم.
E mi dispiace averlo perso.
Anche a noi sicuramente. Beh, la ringrazio per essere stato qui con noi, è stato un piacere.
Grazie. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille, il film è Malaria, thank you very much, grazie. E questo è Fred Film Radio, The Festival Insider. Good now? Good? Good? Okay, all right, so sorry about that. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year, Fred is the online radio station of the festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by director Peter Prozens and Jessica Woodworth, who are presenting King of the Belgians here at the festival. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to briefly introduce the story of the film for our listeners, first of all?
So it's a mockumentary road movie featuring an awkward king of the Belgians who gets himself utterly lost in the Balkans in every sense.
Right. Where did the inspiration for that come from?
Well,
it's fiction, of course, but all the building stones of our films come out of reality. And for this film, we were struck by one article in the New York Times about this Icelandic volcano some years ago, and a lot of people were stuck all over Europe. One of them was the president of Estonia. He was stuck in Istanbul. He was on a state visit, and for some reason he really had to go back to Tallinn. So they bought a little bus, and against all odds and all protocol, they drove back to Tallinn. So that was for us a good starting point for this tale.
And in the meantime, the Belgians broke a Guinness Book of World Records of being a nation without a government for a period of 20 months.
Wow. So all of these elements came together, and then there must have been also the central character, the King of Belgium. So that there's a specific kind of keeping to, he comes from a certain country. So and also then they travel to all these different countries. So there's a message there somewhere.
Message is a tricky word for us, but it's a potent film loaded with reflections on Europe, how fragile it is, how promising we actually believe it is, how vulnerable it is, the borders that are shifting, the people flooding in, the crisis of identity on many levels, the rise of the right. So it's loaded with all of these elements, but the core of it all is this tale of this king in search of himself.
And it's actually quite funny. So the comedy element comes into play as well in dealing with, and talking about some of these things too. Can you talk to me about that?
Well, it's drama for us, really. At the core, it's really drama, played in a certain tone. It's not that we wanted to make a film filled with gags and funny stuff. No, it's really it's the story of a guy who was born a king. He's the only one in the country who doesn't have any job opportunities, right, because he was born his job, and all of a sudden, because of unforeseen and unexpected circumstances, he is incognito, traveling through the Balkans, and for the first time he can be with people, with just normal people. And this is at the base of the awakening of his senses and his awakening as a human being.
That's true. That's actually a driving force in the film. Another element that I really admired was the element of the filmmaker himself. There's a character who sometimes is behind the camera and he narrates over it. Can you talk to me about his role in the film?
Duncan Lloyd is a Brit. He was the ideal person to tell this story. So he's a prism we borrow, in which, in order to tell this story, the distance of the Brits and their relationship with Europe in general, and the distance from Belgium made him ideal. He could look at them with affection, a tiny hint of arrogance, a little bit of cynicism, and we accompany him through this journey. So he's actually someone who leads us through, and he invites the viewer to experience it in a certain way through his choice of music, these accents, these small comments, using this iconographic repertoire of European classics, and his small comments on the side. Along the way, remind the viewer that we actually have Duncan, who's also watching this all unfold in front of his camera.
That's right, yeah. As a kind of a final question, can you talk to me about the collaboration with the actors?
Yeah, I work very closely with them. We work with improvisation in the beginning. We build the dialogues together, and then on set we adapt everything to the circumstances that arise, be it linguistic challenges or limitations often turn into advantages, actually. And shooting on digital these days, you can actually afford long takes, and you can invite them to improvise for 45 minutes if need be, and actors thrive when they're given that kind of freedom. So we prepared their roles very carefully and deeply, and then we set them free.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and most important is actually that was possible because we shot the film, it's a road movie, through the Balkans. We shot the film chronologically. And that's quite unusual, really. This is also to do because we really found locations. For example, one tiny little village in Bulgaria, And we shot Bulgarian, Serbian, and Montenegrin scenes in that tiny little village.
Thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure.
Thank you, grazie.
Thank you very much, grazie.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Ready? Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Philippe Falardeau here presenting the film The Bleeder. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon.
So let's talk about The Bleeder. This is basically the story of the real man who inspired the story of Rocky, the famous film. How did you find out about him?
Actually, I read a lot of scripts that come from my agent in LA, and he knew that I wanted to do a sport film, so he sent me this way, and so I didn't know about the story. So it became a page turner, knowing that it was linked to real life event, linked to Sylvester Stallone inspiration for writing Rocky, and I kept turning the page and saying to myself, really, that happened, really? But after that, I also felt moved by the character because he was so flawed, but still so genuine that I thought, why am I forgiving this character all the time? Why do I just want to hug him? What's this quality that's inside of him? That fascinated me, and from then on, I called the producer and I said, I think I would be the right person to do this film.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is something about identity as well in this film. You know, at the start of the film, he has an identity. He's given an identity as the Bleeder, which is not one he's very fond of. And then this movie comes along, you know.
Well, I relate to that. A lot of my films are about identity. And I think all of us can relate also to the fact that we often have to live with a name that people have invented for ourselves. And this guy prefers the fictional character someone invented around him instead of his own real life, and finds out that this is a dangerous spiral down, especially during the 70s in the New York City area, where if you became a celebrity, it would mean like a lot of parties, a lot of girls, a lot of cocaine. So to follow a mirage, and the mirage being an image created in Hollywood of yourself, that can be very dangerous.
Right. And the setting and the actual time and place where the story takes place is quite important in the film itself.
Yeah, I think it's a character, and that was something, to tell you the truth, that I really was looking forward to. I was young in the 70s, but I had memories of the music that was playing on the radio at that time, so I put some of those hits, and also researching the aesthetic of it all, how people dressed, and so it became an integral part of the film, of its sexiness and its grittiness.
Do you find that you can still translate some of the things that happened in the story of the man? Do you think sorry, I was a bit distracted.
Go ahead, take your time.
Do you think that there's elements in this movie that translates to today's world, in the story of this?
I think so too. Yes, I do. I do think that some elements in this movie are pertinent to today's world when you look at success. What is success? How do you define success? And how you deal with success? And success is all around us, but in a very strange and dangerous way sometimes. And I think it's very much about that.
Well, we are. Thanks very much for that. But you can stick around actually if you have the time. Otherwise, we have also been joined by the actors of the film. I'm very pleased to be introducing to our listeners Leif Schreiber and Naomi Watts here with us today. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
For having us, yeah.
So now we can just talk about the origins of this collaboration. What was your reaction to the story of this film, The Bleeder?
You know, I think I got the script because I've been a big boxing fan for many years, and but ironically, I think the script really grabbed me in its exploration of narcissism, and you know, I think if we believe the central lie that is at the core of fame, which is that we are the most interesting thing in the world, it's a lonely road. And I think Chuck, in his innocence and his openness, embodies that journey so beautifully. And I think that's captured my imagination, certainly as someone in the middle of his career, kind of going into television and going, oh geez, wow, everyone's going to know who I am now. And so that was an interesting trip. And this movie embodied that.
And what about you?
Do you want me to hold it so you don't have to break your back?
Good, yeah.
Sorry.
I know,
I saw that.
The swing chairs are nice, right?
It's true. It's nice. I loved the script for the story. Outside of, I mean, I'm not a boxing fan particularly, although I did get interested in the time that Liev and I have spent together. And mostly I get interested in a sport because I want to know about the people and the drama in their lives, and, you know, like the side story, which for me, I become invested in people rather than the athletes themselves. And this had so much heart and soul in the script and the story, and I loved it for Liev and loved watching. I mean, this was in his hands for a good number of years. I can't say how many exactly, but his passion never swayed, and it was just a matter of time of how can we get this, how can he get it made, and he just managed to do it, which says something, because it just stuck with him, and it was an important story to tell.
And in terms of actually playing real life, roles that actually exist, real life people, and then there's kind of a sort of a responsibility that comes with that. And what is the kind of preparation, in order to get it just right?
Well, when you're playing a professional prize fighter, there's an even bigger responsibility, because the danger of actually them not liking the film and taking that out on you could be really catastrophic. I've been boxing for almost 12 years, so I had that in my pocket. Chuck's style as a fighter, please don't tell him I said this, of course he'll know, is relatively easy to emulate. It's move forward and get hit and don't care. I think he's kind of proud of it, actually. He always moves forward. He never moves forward. And one of the other things that was really beautiful to hear him say was that it was such an honor to be hit by Ali, and that he really enjoyed. It was probably, the best 15 rounds of his life was fighting with the greatest fighter that ever lived, and he was truly enjoying every punch. And something about that seemed insane to me, but at the same time remarkable, and something worth capturing. And I think it speaks to the size of his heart. I think Rocky speaks to that as well. I think that story and that connection, and I think to watch him go 15 rounds with a man who most people said he wouldn't go past 3 with, what drove him to that was really much more interesting to me than the physical preparation, was what kind of cardiovascular determination and actual heart you have to do that. And it, for me, was a combination of will and profound, what's the word? The ability to live inside an idea, and so that suffering is relative. And the idea for him was to be to show his greatness, was to show his worth, was to show his value, and to be adored and to be loved. That's so profound, that the depth of that for Chuck, and that's also an incredibly self-destructive goal.
That's true. But yeah, I just wanted to ask the very same question to you.
Yeah.
What's it like playing the role of someone who's, you know?
Well, there's a responsibility always when you play a real life character, and when they're alive still, they're, you know, that just ups the ante, and you just want to tell the story in as truthful a way as possible. I just had fun listening to Linda and watching her and trying to do something I hadn't done before. But what was most impressive was their relationship and how protective they were of one another, and how loving and cheeky and mischievous they were still at, you know, 30 years on into their relationship. But also to watch Liev embody this character, and the amount of blood, sweat and tears that he put into it is really impressive. He, you know, not just the fighting and the preparation for that, but the script and putting a huge amount of energy and love into it, and it developed over, like I said, so many years, and it was great to be a part of that.
Well, I really enjoyed the film. It's for our listeners, it's The Bleeder. Check it out as soon as you can. Thanks very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure to have you on Fred Film Radio.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Bye-bye.
Fred Film Radio, so this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival, directly from the press conference with me, Rama Burstein, for a film Through the World in the Orizzonti section. So welcome, Rama.
Thank you for having me.
You were already on Fred when you presented the Fill the Void some years ago, so we are very glad to have you back. As you can see, this year we are the official international radio partner of the festival, so we're very glad to share this experience with you on the film. So tell me, how did it start? Why did you feel the need to explore your, again, a story of a woman, a strong woman again?
I wanted to explore the point where you start believing very strongly. It's a point, it's a key. You have to find, it's a key. There's a door and there's a key that starts something new in your life, where it's hopeful and optimistic, and it's not because things in real life are hopeful and optimistic. It's a believing thing. And I was looking for that key, because I know this is the key. This is what we need. This is what I need. I need to be able to get up in the morning, get out of bed, not because things good are happening, good things are happening, because I believe that good things are happening. It's very, very delicate and very, very strong to understand that point, where it's the believing in it is better than, like, even if in the movie, that when you see the girl that's dancing, there's no reason to dance. This is why it's so strong, because they find that point in dancing, yes, the energy without a reason. This is believing, you know.
if you remember when we talked the first time about Fill the Void some years ago, we talked about our the interest we have in common, Jane Austen, because I found similarities in that. And is there still that approach in you? So what do you like about that approach, and why did you decide to portray this story also in that way, with strong women taking, taking control of their lives?
I think Jane Austen, because of the time that she was working in, where women were not able to do things in a way that they maybe wanted, but her strength is because she spoke. The women didn't want to change the rules. That's what's strong about Jane Austen, that they're in her world just doing their thing. They're not breaking the rules, which I totally believe in. And in this way, it's similar. But I think that the minute you don't touch, women and men, they don't touch, then you would go all the way back to Jane Austen. And if it has like a fairy tale kind of mood, then you're going to go to Jane Austen. In this terms, it turns about the modesty and being strong without wanting to change the rules all the time. I think this is what makes it similar.
What are your influences in terms of the genre? Because I found out that there were so many. You reminded me, for example, of French comedy. You reminded me of American comedy. So what did you learn to mix all these influences?
I find that I saw a TV show, an Australian TV show. It's called Offspring. That really caught me, because I guess in Australia they don't care about genres so much. You can cry and laugh and do whatever you want, which I love. I loved it. It's not American, it's not English, it's not European. They just do whatever they want, which I totally adore. And I said, you don't have to decide. You just live it. And it's a mixture. It has a wrap of a romantic comedy, but it has a lot of dramatic points, and there's suspense because you really don't know what's going to happen. The whole thing, it's an experience. It's kind of an adventure. You have everything in it, like life.
I was thinking that talking about your protagonist, Michal, and that in a way she's more religious than the others because she believes that God's will help her find her way, her destiny.
But believing is very tricky, because believing starts when you stop knowing. If you know, then you don't need to believe. Believe is like, I don't know, but I believe. So she's not more religious because she goes back and forth. She's like, she believes and then she says, I'm lying, I don't believe it all. And she believes and I don't think it's going to work. She goes back and forth like, this is what it is. It's like something, it's a sport. You have to rehearse. You have to practice belief. In this terms, she's more religious, but everyone around her just think that she's, some of them think that she's crazy doing that, going through this.
I know that you want your protagonist, not necessarily to find the man in her life, but to find truth. Can you explain more about that?
It's like she almost got married and the guy cancels a month before, and she's waiting for so long for this thing, for the partner. It's not marriage, it's about that love that she's waiting for. And when that happens, you have two options. It's either you're going to go to bed, you cover yourself, and you just don't want to get out, or you find this thing that makes you jump to a different point, where she says, God is not cruel. He's not cruel. This is made for a reason. Probably it's another groom, better for me. And she goes with that feeling. She gets that leap of faith and she starts working on that energy. And once she opens that energy, then a lot of weird things happen because of that. So it's like, if you open up to that possibility, then the whole reality changes. A rock story is a possibility,
Without spoiling the end, have you ever considered to have the film end in a different way? Maybe without her going till the end with this, I don't know, by giving up on that particular day, our wedding, and deciding to try and explore other things, other relations?
Even when the script was written, and then when it was done, and people saw it in the editing room, everyone was feeling that maybe there was a point where she had to stop. But that's the difference between 99 and 100. If you stop, that means that you settle for 99. She goes all the way. You need to be very strong and very brave to do that. So the character just goes for it, and see what happens.
Thank you so much, Rama,
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
for this wonderful experience.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So have you relaxed before starting the interview?
It's the last one?
Yeah, no, not for our case. I don't know about you. No, we have an Italian film. It's your last.
You get paid for this.
It's a pleasure also. So, Fred Free Radio, this is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. I'm with Rebecca Zlotowski, Lily Rose Depp, Natalie Portman, Emanuele Salinger. Is that correct? Yes. Director and actors of the film Planetarium screening here at our competition. So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
So obviously I'm going to have to pass the microphone, but I wanted to start with Rebecca because I read that you got inspiration for the film from the real story of Bernard and Nathan, and then plus that you read about the three sisters, the medium that invented the spiritism. So I was wondering, how did you manage to include these two important and very interesting stories in one story, in one film?
Actually, I wanted to question our relationship to faith and to beliefs and to storytelling as well. So and the two sisters, like the spiritualist sisters, there were three of them in the 19th century. I met them too in the 30s in France. Bernard Nathan, who used to be who is the inspiration of this French Jewish producer that has been killed by the French government and the Polish government in Auschwitz. Is a very strong character as well. I wanted this encounter to question what it is through spiritualism and through cinema that is connected to our beliefs, and how is this possible that in Europe those days, of course, there's still those bad storytellings as anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia that still exist, and this is just about fiction.
As Director Barbera said, everything, even when we're talking about the past, we're talking about the present. So in this case, it's true. Natalie, I read that you accepted the role before the script was finished. So if it is correct, what made you accept? What made you want to do Laura?
Well, yes, mainly. I've admired Rebecca's work for so long, and also her as a person. We've been friends for a long time, and it was an incredible opportunity to get to work with someone who I learn from every time I'm next to her. She's so she's full of original thought and emotion, and is very pure, and it's really exciting to get to work with someone that you have that relationship with ahead of time too, because you have a level of trust that you don't have to build that from the beginning. You enter day one with that, and that is a completely unique experience in my life.
Obviously you agree.
Yeah, bisous. Thank you. Kiss, kiss.
Lily Rose, your character is very mature and responsible for her age, but some moments betray this fact because the fact that she's still young. So I was wondering, how did you manage to find the balance in this contrast?
In the character. I think what's so interesting about her is that she is at the same time so childlike and innocent, but also so ahead of all the adults around her because she has this knowledge and this intelligence that nobody, even her sister, has. So that's what really intrigued me about the character, and that was the really interesting balance between being a child and being an adult, and not knowing and kind of being just kind of submitting to the world around you, and knowing and having that kind of upper hand. So I think it was just kind of interesting to keep in that mindset of she is a child, but she has more knowledge and more power than she knows really what to do with, because none of the adults around her have experienced it. So it's a really interesting thing, and I think that's what makes her kind of so in her own world a little bit, because she's living something and she has something that nobody around her can relate to.
Manuel, how much did you know about Bernard Nathan before starting? How much did you have to research on him?
Non, je ne connaissais pas cette histoire. C'est Rebecca qui me l'a racontée. J'ai trouvé tout à fait fascinante. Et c'est d'autant plus étonnant que on a été dans la même école de cinéma. C'est un endroit où ce producteur avait ses studios, et il y avait, comme Rebecca l'a fait remarquer, il n'y avait même pas une trace de cet homme. Il a été en quelque sorte effacé par l'histoire. Et elle s'est inspirée de ce... C'est quoi? Et voilà, j'ai trouvé cette histoire tout à fait fascinante, et j'ai trouvé très intéressant la proposition de fiction qu'elle imaginait, qui était, ce n'est pas un biopic, même si les trois personnages sont inspirés de personnages qui ont effectivement existé. Ce sont des personnages de fiction, et notamment parce que leur rencontre est une rencontre de fiction. Ces personnages ne se sont pas effectivement rencontrés. Mais en imaginant cette rencontre, elle raconte quelque chose d'extrêmement intime sur chacun de ces trois personnages. Et je trouvais cette proposition passionnante.
Thank you so much, everybody. We don't have enough time for more questions, but Rebecca, they're all happy to have worked with you, so thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Good luck. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Fred Film Radio, sono Matt Micucci dalla 73esima Mostra Internazionale d'Arte Cinematografica di Venezia e quest'anno Fred è la radio online, la web radio ufficiale del festival e siamo in compagnia con Reha Erdem, il regista di Big Big World. Grazie per essere qui con noi. Allora, la prima domanda molto semplice, può raccontare ai nostri ascoltatori un po' la trama del film?
Kısaca soruyorum. Acaba dinleyicilerimize size filminizi böyle anlatabilir misiniz? Yani hikayesini kısaca anlatabilir misiniz?
İşte iki gencin kendi hayatlarını, ruhlarını arama macerası diyeyim çok kısaca.
Possiamo dire che è l'avventura di due giovani che sono alla ricerca della propria vita, del proprio spirito.
La seconda domanda è di nuovo molto semplice, come le è venuta l'idea per questa storia?
Bu film için bu fikir nasıl ortaya çıktı?
Yani herhalde benim kendi meselelerim, işte yaşadığım dünyanın meseleleri diyeyim yani.
Posso dire che è forse il mio vissuto, è il mondo che io ho vissuto in prima persona.
Di quale mondo stiamo parlando?
Hangi dünya, hangi yaşam şeyden bahsediyorum?
İşte yaşadığımız dünya, benim yaşadığım ülke, Türkiye, işte Türkiye'nin içinde bulunduğu coğrafya, bütün dünya. Yani sonuçta şu anki gelecekle ilgili çok herkesin her farklı coğrafyalarda çok büyük endişeleri var. Belki onlarla ilgilidir benimki de diyeyim.
Ma posso dire che è un po' il mondo in cui vivo, nel senso che l'idea della Turchia, il paese in cui vivo, il modo in cui si trova all'interno del mondo, la visione che abbiamo del futuro, tutte le preoccupazioni anche che abbiamo.
Quindi anche la scelta di questa foresta è come una metafora per questa situazione.
Metafor olabilir mi bu ormanı seçmeniz?
Yani metafor çok sevmiyorum. Değil yani orman zaten şu anda dünyanın yani ormanla ilgili meselesi de aynen filmdeki gibi. Yani gerçek bir orman, yani orman sığınılacak bir yerdir, aslında saklanılacak bir yerdir. Aynen filmdeki gibi yani orada bile saklanılamıyor. Bugün dünyada saklanılabilecek bir orman bile yok. Hani şey diyeyim, saklanmak derken hani ruhen huzur bulunulacak, içine yatılacak bir orman bile yok. Yani o anlamda çok metafor değil. Yani gerçek diyeyim.
Ma non mi piace tanto parlare di metafora. Qui il bosco è, di solito, devo dire, il bosco è inteso come un luogo in cui si va a cercare rifugio. Invece qui le cose sono un po' diverse, è come se non ci fosse nemmeno più un bosco dove trovare rifugio. Ed è questa la realtà.
I due ragazzi che sono protagonisti di questo film fanno secondo me un ottimo lavoro. Ci può spiegare un attimo come ha lavorato con loro?
Çok iyi çalışmış bu iki genç. Acaba onlarla beraber çalışma tarzınızı, nasıl çalıştığınızı anlatabilir misiniz?
Genel olarak yani ikisi de çok yeteneklilerdi. İşte çok çalıştık. Ayrıca da onların yani yetenekleri de filme yol verdi. Ve müthiş bir ikili olduklarını düşünüyorum. Müthiş bir ikili olduklarını düşünüyorum.
Direi che in generale sono due ragazzi che hanno davvero molto talento e c'è stato anche un grande lavoro che è stato fatto e il loro talento ha dato anche qualcosa al film chiaramente, quindi è stato davvero straordinario.
Bene, grazie per essere stato qui con noi, grazie mille.
Thank you.
E questa è Fred Film Radio, The Festival Insider. to 6-7 minutes and ready to go. I'll do a short introduction first, actually. Okay. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year we are the official online radio station of the festival, and we're very pleased to be joined by director Ronnie Trucker. Is that correct, the pronunciation? And you are the director of The Eremites, or the original title is?
Die Einsiedler.
Okay.
German.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So, first question is kind of just to tell our listeners a little bit about the story of the film.
Well, basically, it's the story between an old authoritarian mother and not so young anymore introverted son, and it's settled in a really remote mountain farm in the northern Italian Alps, where there is a small German-speaking minority. So it's at the border between Italy, Switzerland, and Austria. And well, it's a generational conflict, and also it's a kind of really archaic world the people is living in, and it's gonna disappear. And it was interesting for me to show it because it's in the center of Europe. It's in Italy, and nobody knows it really. So.
Would it be right to say that like this generational kind of, I would say even transition is a key element in the film?
Yeah, of course. It's the transition between this old archaic world and the modern world, but it's also I guess where it becomes more universal. It's the one of the main characters who goes to the valley to live in the modern society has to find a little bit his own way, his place in the world, his place in society. So and he has to choose between the opportunities he has in ballet, and that makes him feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and exactly. And also, the very important in the film is that it's kind of place, the place in which it is set. Can you tell us a little bit about how important exactly this element in the film is?
Yeah, it's a place where I grew up actually. Not exactly in this village, but I mean in this region. So I know it from my childhood, and yeah, it's a really touristic place. So the visual representation, it's really kitsch always. No, it's a kind of, I guess it's a kind of collateral damage to masterism. No, it's kind of, you have to show it really nice, but for people who works on the mountains, the farmers or the miners working in the mountain is an obstacle. So that's what I wanted to show, to reverse a little bit this image, this false image, and to show a more authentic way, give a more authentic image of the region. So.
Yeah, because if we can tell our listeners a little bit about, just to help them visualize the film, the cinematography actually is quite beautiful, and the way the camera moves as well is very. I would almost say like its movements are very meticulous sometimes and really flatter the atmosphere. But then the action it points at something almost entirely different.
Yeah, actually we worked a lot in the preparation, the pre-production with the DOP and in prepare this. The images. So I think I like films personally, which can tell the story basically about images and not especially about dialogue. So the film has not many dialogues. So I wanted to show this inner conflict of the characters through images, not especially to tell it by words, and
to engage the audience in a meditative way.
Yes, maybe, but we tried not to show like landscape images, because there is always this relation between the characters and the mountain. So it helps us to show how small people is in this huge nature, or force of nature.
That's right. So it works with the film, but it is not there just for the eyes and for it to be an eye treat. Yeah, that's important.
We try to not to make something like to how do you say to base it just an observation. If not, there is always, it's always a kind of yeah, maybe it's the inner life of the characters confronted with the mountains,
with the action, yeah, and everything. Just one final question, because unfortunately that's where things are kind of moving rapidly along here. But it's a very interesting film, and one of the things that I wanted to ask you is this: this is your first feature film, is that correct?
This is my first feature film, yes, actually.
What was the difference between short film work and feature film? Did you notice any major difficulties?
Yeah, the time. The time.
Yeah.
I worked on this 4 or 5 years now, because it's obviously really difficult to finance it, and it wasn't the most attractive pitch.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it was a mountain farm, an old mother, and an introverted son. It was like, huh? What do you want to do? So it took us some time to convince people to help us to make this film. And the difference is, for me personally, my last short films are less narrative and much more experimental. So you can
find yourself leaning towards the experimental side sometimes.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah,
So
sorry.
that's I was experiment. I see. I can play more with the form in short film, and here I can maybe play more with a narrative structure. So there's different ways to experiment. So I think there are. I hope I can go on making short films. So for me, short film is not a training ground.
Yeah.
So I hope. I think there are stories or ideas they can be made in shorts, and ideas or stories they can made in feature films. So
Basically, you don't see the short film as something that is just a short film and a feature length a completely different thing. They're both. You can work with both of them in the same way.
Absolutely. As I said, I think it depends on the subject and the idea and yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Well, thank you very much for joining us. It was a great pleasure talking to you. And let's remind everyone that your film is called The Eremites. Original title once again?
Die Einsiedler.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival, and this year Fred is the official online radio station of the festival. Very pleased to be joined by director Sergei Loznitsa, who has presented his latest film, Austerlitz, here at the festival. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, and hello.
So this is a film that very briefly looks at tourists visiting concentration camps. Why did you decide to examine this particular topic?
If you want to make a film about our relation with memorial and what it means, our memory, and how we accept the things which happens, the horrible things which happens now 80 or 70 years ago, and how new generation understand history. It's, I think, one of the best place to come to the memorial, real memorial, and to see people, how they visit and what they are doing, and what their faces express.
And you really get the chance to do that in this film because the camera is very observational. What was the reason behind this particular style?
No, not to disturb spectators, to observe. Right. Can you imagine that if somebody will talk about that and destroying everything, even your attention.
Pure people watching, we're watching the people instead of watching the environments.
We're watching everything, watching people, watching places, and we spend time with them.
In that sense, is there a reason behind the picture being in black and white?
Picture in the black and white because you have somehow agreements from our history of cinema and photo that black and white it's always chronic.
Right, like the actualities by the Lumiere brothers.
This is actuality by our technology, how cinema came to us, and the first thing and the second thing. Normally, I would like to manipulate with color in my films, and I would like to take care about the color in my film because the color express a lot of things and influence to the spectator. But when you shoot stream the crowd, you can't manage. You can't say, please change this T-shirt and black and white. One of the solution to concentrate attention to the faces. Yeah, this why many reason. But also because immediately transfer what we can see to another space.
Yeah.
Because black and white is point of view, as scientists said, us of the cat.
Right. This film is kind of like, invites the viewers to kind of look at people's behaviors. Did you pick up, what were your observations on what you saw that was happening? What did you realize in the making of this film?
What I realized, or what is exists in the film.
Both.
It's both. It's what exists in the film. You can see. You have possibility today and tomorrow. And what I thinking that some of the people don't know where they are, don't understand in which place they spend time.
Taking selfies and just...
Okay, yes. But this is not such a easy... I don't want to make a moral solution about that. Of course, for me, it's impossible. It's coming for... in coming for. It's, but for to thinking about the selfie also it's a point because this is also probably reaction when somebody would like to protect, because sometimes people use camera like a protection from the reality. They can't see direct, like this gorgon. It's impossible because you become stone. And some people use camera like this something protection between eyes and what happens around. It's probably in subconsciousness level. When people don't understand why they are doing that, but they're doing that. This is more complicated question than easy answer on it.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the beauty of this film. Congratulations on it. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have, but thank you very much for joining us and talking to us about it.
Thank you very much.
And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider. Ready to go? Ready to go? All right, okay. Fred Film Radio, I'm Matt Micucci from the 73rd Venice Film Festival. This year, Fred is the official online radio station of the Venice Film Festival, and I'm very pleased to be joined by Stéphane Brisé, director, and actress Judith Chimla of Une Vie, presented here at the festival. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a very simple question to start off with, Stéphane. If you could just tell me why you decided to use this, to adapt this very famous novel.
J'ai eu envie d'adapter ce roman de Maupassant qui se passe au 19e siècle, parce que justement, ça ne me racontait pas une histoire du 19e siècle. Ce n'est pas une histoire sur la condition de la femme. C'est certainement très intéressant, mais moi, ça ne me passionne pas, la condition de la femme au 19e siècle. Mais par contre, ce qui traverse la psyché de cette femme, quelque chose un rapport au monde, un rapport à une très haute idée de l'homme, qu'on peut se faire de l'homme, c'est quelque chose que je partage. Donc à un endroit, je suis... Flaubert disait, Madame Bovary, c'est moi. Je reprends les mots de Flaubert. Je dis, Jeanne de la Mare, c'est un peu moi aussi. Et c'est ce rapport au monde très intemporel, la beauté de son regard qui fait en même temps sa tragédie, qui m'a amené à m'emparer de cette matière et en faire un film.
I decided I had the wish to adapt this novel by Maupassant, which is set in the 19th century, because it is not a 19th century story, and it's not a story on the condition of women. I was attracted to it by the psychology of the protagonist, by the way she relates herself with the world, and by the very high concept that she has of human beings. Flaubert used to say, Madame Bovary, c'est moi, and I can say that Jeanne de la Mare is somehow myself in a way. In the timeless way she looks at the world, the beauty of human beings and the world, there's something which is indeed very beautiful and tragic.
Judy, this is a very difficult role to play, very demanding role to play. Can you tell us about how you prepared for it?
Oui. Alors, Stéphane m'a fait lire le scénario et une seule fois. Il voulait que je le lise une fois et après que j'oublie que je vive ma vie. Par contre, j'ai beaucoup travaillé le clavecin parce qu'il voulait que je joue du clavecin dans le film, mais il n'en est rien resté. Et non, je pense qu'il me faisait confiance, quoi. Il y a eu une rencontre très forte entre nous. Et je sais pas, je me suis projetée inconsciemment dans Jeanne, mais tout s'est fait au présent, sur le lieu du tournage qui était très inspirant. Tout était très inspirant en fait. Chaque élément, chaque costume, lui, comme il porte l'histoire en lui, ça s'est fait au moment présent, quoi. J'ai pas eu à me préparer comme une...
Je vais finir. Mais en même temps, je pense que Judith, ça faisait 32 ans qu'elle se préparait pour le rôle. Donc en fait, j'ai utilisé 32 ans de préparation à son insu.
Stefana gave me the screenplay to read, and he allowed me to read it just once, and then he said, now you forget all about it. And indeed, I forgot everything. But there was a very strong bond between us. I just felt the idea that he had in mind for this film, and I just had to let myself go and unconsciously project myself, and everything was a big source of inspiration. His determination, his wish, and the costumes and the set, and I just, it's a story that he really strongly believed in, and I didn't have to do any specific preparation for it. And Stefana did. Jeanne had, she was preparing herself for 32 years, but she didn't know that.
Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have. But thanks very much for joining us, and thanks very much to Anna Ribotta for the translations. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.
Fred. Hello. Hi. Fred P Radio. This is Chiara Nicoletti from the 73rd Venice International Film Festival. We are the international online web radio station of the festival. And today I'm very glad to be joined by Joseph Pyro and Taylor Frey. Welcome, guys. Right after the press conference of L'estate addosso by Gabriele Muccino. So, how are you? How did it go?
It was great. I'm so happy. I'm just enjoying this time. I was proud to stand up there, or sit up there, with our cast and our incredible producers and our director. And I'm just proud to share this piece with all of you guys, and I hope you enjoy it.
So tell me, how did it all start with Gabriele? How did you meet him? How was the cast?
So as an actor, you get a lot of auditions, right? You have to go in and you do your best, and you get told no so often. And this audition came through, and I sent in a tape from my apartment in New York that went to I don't know where he was at the time, but which encouraged him to bring me into LA to do a chemistry read with Joseph. And so that's kind of how I got involved. This was one of those auditions that worked out in my favor, thank goodness, because it's been my favorite project. I got to travel, I got to meet great people, I got to work with fantastic actors, and obviously an incredible director. So
It was great. I was in LA, and actually I was having a really bad week of auditions. I got really bad feedback from one audition, and I was down on my luck. And one night I went to bed and I was just like, please give me something worthwhile. Give me an audition that's worthwhile. And the next morning, no joke, I woke up and the audition was there. And so I just felt this sort of peace about it. Meeting Gabriele was incredible. We instantly had a chemistry and a collaboration in the room. And luckily, he liked me too, and he gave me the part. And then Taylor and I read together a couple weeks later, and it carried on through set. It was just an incredible atmosphere.
Would you give me a brief introduction of your characters in the film? I want to hear it from your words.
Okay. Well, to be quite honest, what Matt started out as on paper really evolved once we got him on his feet and got him moving and going through the work. He really changed a lot. You know, Matt was raised what I like to think was very religious in the States, in more of the southern side of the States, which is even more conservative than, the coastal lines. And I think he always knew that he was attracted to guys to some degree. To what degree, I think he wasn't aware of just how powerful it was. He always had a girlfriend, as he says in the movie. I always had a girlfriend. I always thought that I could make this work. And he came to find out that it just wasn't for him completely. He had a lot of girlfriends, but he also wanted to try men. And it brings up the whole scale of sexuality. People want to put people in a box and say, well, they're this and they're that, and it makes everybody comfortable. But for Matt, apparently, it was not so simple. What he ultimately wanted was to probably form a partnership with a man, but, he had a lot of experiences with women. In the film, and a small experience comes up again, which touches back on his home, whether that's because he really felt attracted to her, or if he went back in the past mentally a little and it came up again, seeing if it was still there, and tried that out before he took these final steps with Paul. He's got a really interesting story. I think from a human perspective, he figures a lot out in this film. I mean, he starts out very cool, calm, collected, but he's got a lot of untapped issues still. And Maria kind of helps him deal with those a little bit, and then it also which helps him solidify his relationship with Paul and find his contentment there. So I know that's a lot, but to summarize my character, I mean, he's complex. He is, and he doesn't always speak up about it. So.
Tell me about Paul.
Well, Paul, when we meet Paul, he's living with Matt in San Francisco. They've made a little life for themselves in a community where being gay is very accepted and very open. I mean, San Francisco is so liberal in that way, and so they wanted to find peace for their relationships and themselves. And when Marco and Maria show up, I think at first we both feel pretty comfortable because they're just going to be staying with us for a couple days, and we learn that, similar to Matt, Paul was raised in a very religious household. I think he always knew he was gay. I don't think he ever doubted it, but he struggled to be himself even in his own family. And so we learn in a flashback, we see that struggle. And I think all those feelings when Marco and Maria come, because they have the same kind of resistance, or Maria especially, she has a resistance to homosexuality, and he starts to retreat into his fear. And so I think for Paul, he's, young 20s, and he's reminding himself that it's okay, he is allowed to be himself and stand firm in the man that he is, regardless of what anybody thinks about him. And I think that's a really powerful message.
In a way, in this summer, they all grow up, they all evolve. That's the beauty of friendship. I think that the film shows also that you can change in 20 days, and then through communicating and who you really are, and by sharing that with other people, you can really evolve and change into a better person. What do you think? Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. And I also come from a school of thought where people are brought into our lives for a reason. And I do believe that truly, I don't want to quote like musical theater right now, like we must learn like Wicked straight up. No, but there's this line from a musical where there's something to be offered from other people, and there's something we must learn from these people. And I believe that certain people are brought to you because you're supposed to grow and learn from them and learn with them, and that's the beauty of life. And everyone comes from such a different background, and it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing.
And just to jump in, I think too, it's the truth will set you free. I really believe that. And if you move through your heart and through love, and you really take the time to connect with someone, even though you might not agree, or you might be scared because it's something you don't know, if you really just spend the time, and that's why in 20 days so much can change in one day, because the truth of who we are is deeper than what we see on the surface. And so I think change is so easy. You just open yourself up and you find love and empathy in your heart, and we could all be in such a more incredible world if we just had a little bit more love.
Yes. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. That's the only thing that there's just
Leave it to us to break out into song.
Love.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience on the film. L'estate addosso by Gabriele Muccino. Thank you, guys. Good luck. And this is Chiara Nicoletti for Fred, the Festival Insider.
Oh, we're being filmed?
Dondolo.
Sì,
Ma che bello.
Aiutatemi. Ecco, grazie. Swing the sign. Sì, e non cadete. La cosa strana è che io già ero pronta a ammazzarmi. Sì, ho fatto la stessa scena. Non ti preoccupare, scusateci che diciamo che i tempi si sono un attimo... Ok. Dimmi tu, stiamo veramente...
No camera?
Facebook. It's Facebook.
Oh, it is video?
Yeah, but just Facebook, so from far. I don't know. If you don't want to, we can.
Oh, well.
No, I have to sit there.
Where's the camera?
Hi, Chiara.
Hello.
Nice
How
to
are
meet
you?
you.
She sits
Lisa,
there.
sorry, I'm cold.
I know you well. I know you well.
And me like that chair because it was pink.
Me too. I know that there's a reason. I've seen repetitive actions.
I just have one question for each of you because we have a little time, so I'll try to. First of all, thank you so much for being here. It's an honor. And we noticed that. See? Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm a bit nervous, I have to say so, because of the aesthetics of it all. But anyway, the film has 3 narrative levels, and even the aesthetics are recognizable. I mean, the different colors, the palette. So I was wondering, how did you work on that? How did you decide which color to use, which dress, everything?
Yeah. That's easy. I think, as I've said, I think style has to serve story. And so Amy, her character Susan's outer world is very cold. It's cold, it's empty. And when there is color, it's garish. And so that was easy to figure out how to grade that part of the film. And also, when she reflects back on her past, whether it was good or bad, it was rich, it was alive, it was very, very saturated. And West Texas as well was alive in a different way. Desaturated, except for those kinds of colors that actually pop in that surrounding. But again, gritty, different light, harder, and very, very alive.
Jake, how was for you to having to play 2 characters, Edward and the protagonist of the book? How did you manage to combine the 2?
Well, it's always nice to have 2 shots at one thing, you know. It's not 2 tries is better than 1. I mean, what was beautiful about how Tom wrote the screenplay and the movie itself is that one is really a reflection of the other, but one is also, particularly in the book, he's a reflection of Amy Adams's ideas of who he should be or could be or how she thought he would be. You know, he's not necessarily a fully real character. And so in that way, it afforded a lot of opportunity, particularly emotionally, I think. He could be kind of very emotional and very open in a way that she remembered him or that she would want him to be. And that was really wonderful to play, so because there were no rules there, really. You know, a scene could be very dramatic and very emotional or not at all, or and we played a lot with that. That was really interesting. And then the other fascinating thing he did was that the second character was actually the younger version of the character you never see. Mm-hmm. So you never see the present version of the real guy who wrote the book. You see the younger version of him. So you never
and
see...
Then you see the inner novel, which is kind of, in a sense, what he turned into because of her. What Amy's character did to him.
That is what I love, is I play a younger version of the character who's expressing everything and the expression of that, and that's it. So
there was always the intention of not showing him as he is in the present.
Well, we see, not showing literally Edward as we see in the present, but as his character says, no one ever really writes about anyone but themselves. So what he's writing about is telling her, this is what you've done to me. This is what you've done to me.
Perfect. That's so perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Much cool.
So, Mr. Seidel, I've got one question. I'll try to say it. Watching all your films, I always felt, I mean, it's just a question for you. Looking back, seeing all the films that you made, the diversity of it as well, do you think that one of your main drives in filmmaking is a sort of anthropological interest in humanity, or perhaps it's a sort of search for compassion?
Also zunächst einmal ist es das Interesse an den Menschen und an sozusagen menschlichen Bedürfnissen, an der Beziehung der Menschen untereinander. Also der Mensch ist des Menschen Wolf zum Beispiel, wenn man das negativ sehen möchte. Und es geht mir immer darum, sozusagen die Charaktere zu bilden, die versuchen, ihrer eigenen Hölle oder ihrer eigenen Einsamkeit zu entkommen.
For me, film is foremost a film about my fellow human beings, about other humans, about human needs, and if you want to look at it negatively, then you can use the Latin, you can refer to the Latin quote that says that man is wolf to other men, and the films are about a search for the way that my characters try to escape their loneliness, escape the hell that they live in.
Es geht sozusagen immer auch um die gegenseitige Ausbeutung, es geht um Täter und Opfer, wobei es nicht so eindeutig ist, dass hier die Täter sind und hier die Opfer, sondern es wechselt. Ja? Und jeder Mensch, glaube ich, ist gleichzeitig Täter und Opfer. Und es betrifft, selbst wenn man Einzelschicksale zeigt, betrifft es letztendlich immer auch den Zuschauer. Und das versuche ich zu erreichen, dass man sich in meinen Filmen auch selber wiederkennt und sozusagen selber darüber empfindet, wie man die Dinge beurteilt.
The film shows both the people who are exploited and the exploiters, the victims and the perpetrators, and the characters in my films are both, and the question is then how we feel about them, how we as spectators feel about them. The perpetrators, the protagonists in my film, the viewers in the audience recognize them, are able to identify with them, and are led therefore to in fact ask themselves how they feel about what they see on the screen. The people, my protagonists, are neither simply victims or perpetrators. We're all both at the same time.
Thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Friedel, and I hope to see many more of your films. And this is Fred Film Radio, the Festival Insider.